Taken by the Bull, by Lizzie Alfson. A romancely.com story. Blurb. A paranormal, bull shifter romance. This is bull. At least, that's what I thought when I was made to do a fluff piece on Steve Law, a local bull rider. There's no denying he's good at what he does. And yes, he's mouth-drooling good-looking. But as a professional reporter, stories like this aren't generally worth my time. At least that's what I thought, until things took a turn for the strange. I soon discover Steve comes from a long line of bull shifters, and he of course is one too. Now, reporters and game-changing secrets don't normally mix. But when it's the secret of a man I'm fast falling in love with, will my reporter tendencies take a back seat? And will that even matter if Steve's ex decides to take my head off? Find out in this hot shifter romance by Lizzie Alfson. Chapter 1. You know, they call it the most dangerous 8 seconds in sport? That's how long most of these rides last, before the bull throws them off. All these rodeo clowns have to run in and distract the thing, so it doesn't, The van lurched and jolted sickeningly, throwing her sharply forward. The tablet PC on the dash clattered to the floor and rolled underneath the seat. If it wasn't for the seatbelt holding her in place, she might well have followed it. "Mikey," she complained, gesturing in the driver's direction with the dark brown pencil in her left hand. "Are you having fun, playing connect the dots with every pothole and rock on the road?" "Oops." The man in the driver's seat cast a sidelong glance in her direction, a smirk on his lips. "Are you having fun, trying to research our guy at the same time as doing your makeup?" "They're both equally important." With a sigh of resignation, she placed the coal liner pencil between her teeth and leaned forward, almost bending double as she reached around under her seat, looking for the tablet. She was about to give it up as a lost cause when her fingers brushed across the warm chrome casing, and with a triumphant grunt, she retrieved it. "You'd better not have busted that thing." Mikey glanced her way before returning his attention to the road ahead. "You know how old man Minus gets when we mess with company-issued equipment." "I'd better not have busted it?" "Me?" She passed her sleeve over the device, front and back, and returned to its clip stand on the dashboard. She couldn't be too angry with the guy. He was her driver, cameraman, editor, and one of her best friends to boot. "It's fine, so it doesn't matter. But give me a warning next time you see one of those baby canyons in the road, so I don't go taking my eye clean out." If it wasn't for the way that artificial lights and an HD camera conspired to make anyone unfortunate enough to be caught between them look like they'd just crawled out of the grave, Stacy Wilder wouldn't even have bothered with the powder and paint at all. But it was all part of the job. Asking the right questions of the right people would only get her so far. If the viewers at home were getting all bothered about messy hair or dark circles under the eyes. It didn't matter that the two of them had been stuck in traffic between Jackson and Biloxi for 6 hours, that she'd only been given an hour's notice, or that it was her first big assignment. The people watching at home didn't know, couldn't possibly know, any of that. "You can't argue with the cards you're dealt," her mother always said. But if you know the art of bluffing, you can still win every time. "So, what have you learned about our guy?" The van slowed as Mikey wove around a truck pulled up at the roadside with its hood popped, smoke billowing from the engine. "Between bouts of beautifying yourself, that is." "Steve Law? Typical all-American success story." She adjusted the fold-down mirror. Pursing her full lips in concentration, she brought the blunted tip of the kohl pencil to the lash line of her right eye and cautiously returned to finishing her quick and dirty makeup job. "He's ranked 21st in the world on the professional bullrider circuit, and is only on the way up. If he comes out on top in tonight's event, he'll have won his last 10. His brother Seth is riding tonight too, but Steve is the one everyone is watching. Why do we care, though? Pothole incoming." "Thanks." Stacy braced herself for the inevitable jolt. "We care, because Biloxi's his hometown. So if his winning streak continues, we've got ourselves a classic local hero story." "Since when have we carried stories about bull riders, though? What's so special about this guy?" "That's a question I've been wondering, myself. She couldn't stop herself grinning, just a little. I'm pretty sure it's only because he's cute as hell. Damn, I've known our Steve since he was fresh out of high school, and he's always been a real talented guy. The old man in the cowboy hat leaned back against the barrier that separated the crowd from the ring, and flashed a wide smile right at the camera. We always knew he was gonna be going places. Sure you did, Stacy thought, smile never wavering under the scorching lights. Everyone always says that, when a local kid makes good. So. She almost had to shout to be heard over the clamor of the crowd. What do you think of his chances for making this his third time at taking first place with the judges, here in Biloxi? Oh, he'll make his mark, I got no doubt about it, at all. Everyone knows, Steve's a natural at this sport, no matter what Starbucks throws at him, he'll always be one step ahead. Starbucks. The name of the bull that Steve Law was slated to be riding that night. From the way everyone talked, it was as if the animal was almost as important as the man riding it. It was just another oddity that Stacy didn't understand. How could they all make such a big deal out of a beast that, under different circumstances, most of them would be happy to slap in the middle of a sesame seed bun? Well. She shot the man her best smile, a wasted effort since he was squarely focused on the camera. With a home crowd like this, I'm sure he'll do it. Turning to Mikey, she signaled for him to cut. The too bright smile dimmed instantly as she sighed, and fanned herself with her hand. Was there enough time to get another quick spot with one more member of the audience, before the man himself made his appearance? Probably not. Thanks for your time, sir. Not a problem, darling. The old duffer in the hat switched his attention back to her, his smile widening. Always got time for a pretty thing like yourself. How's about you and me, Dash? Stacy, we got to get into position for the main event. Mikey cut in quickly, gesturing towards an open space to the side of the press area. Let's go. Bless you. I hope you enjoy the show, sir. With a quick wave of her hand, Stacy was already in motion, weaving through the crowd with her cameraman in tow. Thanks for that, she told him in a low voice. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to the ones who think that the smiley happy act is for their benefit, and not for the camera. Oh, he probably knows. Mikey responded with a shrug. Just trying his luck, is all. This looks perfect. Here, let's get in by the barrier. With just a little elbow and a lot of maneuvering, Stacy led Mikey to the best vantage point she could find. The bigger sporting networks had the best spots, of course, but that wasn't going to stop her from getting the footage she needed to make this report good enough to run with. How's this? He gave her the thumbs up, and positioned the camera squarely. She moved to his side, one hand on the barrier, braced to ensure that anyone who was going to jostle Mikey and ruin the shot would have to get past her, first. As soon as his ride is done, pan over to me, okay? I'll say a little something about how amazing it all was, and we can get everything in a one shot with the crowd going crazy all around us. Sound good? Sounds like you got everything covered. He's coming out of that chute on the far left, yeah? Yeah. She pointed to where the sturdy gate blocked off the moving figures inside, getting ready for the door to spring open and unleash the bull and its mount into the ring. Michael Young, you better make sure you're focused on the right spot, or I will slap you silly. Got it? You sound like my mother. And my mother is batshit crazy. I'll be batshit crazy if my first real assignment gets screwed because our money shot winds up being a stretch of sawdust and the feet of a rodeo clown. The voice of the announcer boomed out over the PA system. The crowd began to applaud, even before the gate slammed open. These people really love this guy, huh? She thought, shading her eyes from the floodlights. I guess. Then the gate was open and out lurched the pale, bucking form of the bull, and the rider dressed in black. Holding on with only one hand held tight to a rope wrapped around the beast's body, the other hand held aloft as if to wave on the cheering crowd who rose to their feet as one. His fingers were forked in a peace sign as the bull spun around and threw itself into the air, landing back on all 4 feet only to launch itself skyward yet again, heavy shoulders bunching and back arching as it kicked its feet and stamped. The rider stayed on its back, swinging his weight easily to counter the frantic pace of the beast. The buzzer that signaled that the first 8 seconds had passed sounded, and still, he stayed on. And people do this for fun. Stacy took a half step away from the barrier as the beast drew closer, spinning with the force of a captured tornado. Her back collided with a stocky man who had both his arms thrown up into the air, and just for an instant she was convinced that the bull was going to smash into that barrier, take it down, and crush her beneath it. Then the rider slipped from its back and onto his feet, striding away from the thrashing beast as brightly dressed rodeo clowns ran forward and caught the attention of the bull. Suddenly calm, it lowered its head and snorted, forelegs spread apart. "Those railings are made to take a hit," she told herself as the fluttering of panic settled down like a flock of butterflies coming to rest. But damn, that was something. The crowd hollered and applauded, stamping its feet as the bull trotted away towards the exit chute. The rider they were all praising turned slowly around, grinning widely as he brought his own hands together as if he were, in turn, applauding the crowd. He stood only 10 feet from where Stacy and Mikey had set up their camera, and as he completed his turn he was facing their way. His grin was all perfect teeth, tanned skin and 5 o'clock shadow on a handsome face shaded beneath his wide-brimmed old hat. In that Stetson, black shirt and waistcoat, he looked like something from another time and place. A hero from an old black and white western. Out of the corner of her eye she caught a blur of frantic movement and she turned her head, startled out of her reverie, and saw the camera turned her way, Mikey signaling wildly. "Oh, damn. I clear forgot that I asked him to pan over, damn." She snapped back into reality, a wide professional smile lighting up her face as she turned her whole body to face the camera. And that was Steve Law. Born and raised right here in Biloxi, sending the crowd wild with one amazing ride. It took a whole lungful of air to give her voice the power it needed to be heard above thousands of cheering people. "Keep calm, look cool." She tilted her head to one side, a strand of hair falling over one eye. Vaguely she was aware that she was gripping the microphone just a little too tightly. A 10-second ride, lasting long past the buzzer. Like everyone says, he makes it all look so easy. Hopes are high that he'll make a real mark at the PBR Championship Finals later this summer. Did that sound like I know what the hell I'm talking about? Because I really don't. This is Stacy Wilder with JMN News, reporting from the Mississippi Coast Coliseum. It felt like her cheeks were about to split as she held that smile just long enough to be sure that Mikey had enough to edit with, then finally she relaxed with a deep sigh, wiping her hand across her forehead. "Wasn't that something? And you were telling me not to mess up the shot." Mikey rolled his eyes as he flipped out the built-in screen to check the footage. "I got 2 clear seconds of nothing but you," giving him the googly eyes. "I did not have googly eyes." "Wherever," the camera operator drawled, stepping to one side to let a slab-shouldered old cowboy past. "So what now, boss?" "I like it when he calls me boss. We gotta get an interview with the guy, of course. So let's go." "Googly eyes, I tell ya." His voice was just loud enough for her to catch as she slipped by him, heading towards the backstage area. "I know that look." They weren't the only ones with a mind to get a few minutes with the man of the moment, it seemed. Other news crews had already set up shop, and the press had to compete against the average well-wisher. At least it wasn't quite as blazingly hot in the shaded area around the back of the arena. "I'm staying put, for as long as it takes." More than anything Stacy wanted to lean back against the wall, and let the cool sheet steel take a little of the warmth off her back, but she knew that if she moved away to the side they could kiss goodbye to any chance of being front and center when Steve Law finally showed his face. "Though I swear, I'm getting a blister the size of the state fair." "That's what you get, for wearing heels." Mikey rubbed at the back of his neck, tired from hauling around their equipment all night. "You know, the camera can't see your feet, right? I need those extra inches. The good Lord didn't exactly bless me in the vertical department, you know." She could feel the back of her silk shirt clinging to her skin. "I gotta remember not to turn my back to the camera." When changing into her outfit earlier, all she'd cared about was how the white fabric made a pleasing contrast with her darker skin, but now she was feeling conspicuously overdressed among the cowboy boots and plaid shirts. The smell of those hot dogs is just about driving me crazy. Old Steve isn't worth the wait, ma'am. She turned her head to see a man in his mid-20s leaning against the wall like an outlaw, arms crossed over his red shirt, hat pulled down over his eyes. On the other hand, those D. Walker hot dogs are damn fine specimens of their kind, so I hear. I know him. Stacy's eyes narrowed, even as a slow smile started to stretch her lips. I'm sure of it. I don't believe we've met, mister. I'm Seth. He tipped his hat and extended his hand in her direction. Not Mr. Seth, just Seth. And who might you be? Stacy Wilder, JMN News. As she took his hand and shook it, her eyes never left his. The square jaw, the dark eyes and straight eyebrows, the resemblance was striking. Seth Law, right? Steve's brother? I was hoping to get a spot with you, as it happens. Were you now? He shot her a knowing smile. I'm pretty sure it's my rising star big brother that you're really wanting to talk to. Not at all. The response was quick, automatic, as practiced lies often are. The moment it passed her lips, it left a nasty taste in her mouth, and her own smile faltered. Well, that's not entirely true. My boss wants us to have a few words with Steve, but really, I don't know anything about bull riding. I didn't have a clue who any of you were before this morning, so I haven't exactly got stars in my eyes. You don't say? He looked her up and down, from her head to her heels. And here was me, thinking that you looked just like the kind of girl who grew up on a farm. Are you making fun of me, Mr. Seflaw? From the corner of her eye, she saw that Mikey had swung the camera around and was catching every word of this on tape. Would you mind giving us a few minutes of your time to answer a few questions? I'd rather not. His shoulders lifted in a casual shrug. Always been a little camera shy, myself. Perhaps the disappointment that Stacy felt showed on her face, because he bit his lip, looking thoughtful. But hey, if you want, I can get you a few moments with old Steve. He's a sucker for a pretty face and a little attention. Stacy's eyes lit up at the sound of that. If it's not too much trouble. It'd surely make my boss a very happy man. And me, too. But shoo. It'll never do to look too eager. He pushed himself up and off the wall, and nodded in her direction. Well, if you and your man there want to follow me. With a casual gesture of the arm he beckoned them to stay close as he turned and walked away, not towards the backstage door, but the exit, nodding to the burly guard who stood in front of it. I hope he's not going to prank us, just show us outside and then shut the door, locking us out while twirling his mustache like a villain. Taking a deep breath, she shot a glance towards Mikey before following Seth. No, he couldn't do that. He doesn't even have a mustache. Surreptitiously she crossed her fingers as the door opened and let in a blast of cool air, following Seth Law outside into a late evening beneath an indigo sky, lit by bright sodium lamps. And walked right into the middle of an argument. It doesn't even bother you? 20 feet away from the exit door, a tall blonde in a neat gray skirt and frilled red blouse ranted at a broad-shouldered figure, her voice carrying easily over the muted sounds of the crowd inside. You're happy to showboat and play the big man hero, despite everything? Well, damn, the young reporter thought. Is Mikey still filming all of this? She looked towards him and saw that both he and the camera were pointedly facing away from the scene, but the little red light that signaled that the camera was recording was still on. Seth? She kept her voice low, not wanting to call attention to herself. Should we, come back later? He shot her a lopsided grin as the woman with the shock of champagne blonde hair stamped her foot in annoyance, and turned their way. Fine. She snapped. Kitten heels clicked as she strode purposefully along, passing the little group by the door, and then stopped, gray eyes fixing onto Stacy. If she hadn't been wearing such an ill-tempered look on her face, she could have been a catalog model. More idiots coming to give him the spotlight? Well, I wouldn't bother. He's not half the man he pretends to be, sweetheart. Then she turned to Seth, and her entire demeanor changed like a light switch had been flipped. Hiya, Seth. Always nice to see you. Likewise. Eyebrows twitching upwards, his expression never shifted from polite amusement. Always a pleasure. With a gracious gesture, he moved out of her way. She nodded her head once and left through the door that they'd only just arrived through, striding quick and fast like a cold breeze in high-class clothing. Well, that was something. Stacy wasn't entirely sure what to say about that. Even if she'd been doing this job for 10 years, she doubted she'd ever know quite how to act after walking into the middle of a skirmish like that. It was just so awkward. But surely, she had to say something? A professional woman like herself needed to always have an answer for everything, right? Thankfully she was saved from blurting out the first thing that came to mind by a rich, deep voice echoing out from the half-light. Well, I do apologize about that. The tall figure who had been reclining against the wall straightened up, and walked their way with a slow, confident stride. Can't tell a lie and say that this is the way I like to be introduced to a strange face or two. I've never been one for the personal dramas. Judging from that camera you two are truckin' around with, it might just be that such things are more your cup of tea than mine. Up close like this, he seemed much taller than he had been when standing in the arena. At around 6'2", he stood a clear 10 inches taller than Stacy did. Every inch was built of lean, solid muscle, with wide shoulders and big hands, and just like before, she found herself almost believing that he wasn't real at all. That maybe, he was a silver-screen cowboy from a time that existed only in celluloid, a ghost from the wide dusty plains and blue skies of a filmmaker's vision. This is it. After 2 years of unpaid internship and another 3 years working on obituaries and grocery store openings, her break was finally here. Remember what you have to do, she told herself. Get him good and softened up, before slipping into a few questions. Congratulations on your winning ride, Mr. Law. I'm Stacy Wilder, from JMN News. How does it feel, breaking your own record right here in your hometown? There was a slight pause as he met her practiced, breezy faux charm. You're all business, you. He looked over to his brother, and the two shared a knowing smile. Stacy wondered what lay behind that look. Just answer my questions, please. Let's start at the beginning. Nice to meet you, Miss Wilder. I'm Steve. Just as Seth had done, he extended his hand towards her, eyes shadowed beneath his cowboy hat. Slowly she reached out and found her small hand enveloped in his. His fingers were strong, his skin warm and slightly rough to the touch. Staring up into the darkness cast by that old hat, she found herself trying to look back into the eyes that she instinctively felt were on hers. Hi, Steve. Her voice felt as small as her hand did, and equally lost within his expansive presence. It's good to finally meet you. Might I ask you a few questions? Like I could refuse a pretty lady who asks so nicely. He released her hand, and tucked his own into the pocket of his black jeans. Fire away. How, for an awful, gut-wrenching second her mind went as blank as a cloudless sky. Then the words came all in a rush. How did it feel, breaking your own record? Right here, in my hometown? As he filled in the missing part of the question, he nodded thoughtfully, as if those words were mere coincidence. It felt good, of course. Just like I'd always dreamed, ever since I was a boy. It wasn't quite the answer that she'd expected. Sure, the words were all there, but there was a strange lack of feeling, as if none of this was a surprise to him. Not at all. So, what comes next for you? Have you ever gotten everything you'd wanted, everything you'd planned for, and then found that the world just keeps on rolling around the sun? What? Stacy's smile faltered, her eyebrows drawing together quizzically. Can't say I rightly have. The quick-moving and confident speech of the professional, aspiring reporter was gone. Just like that, she was left grasping for the right thing to ask. It's the most peculiar feeling. but not a bad one, I'd say. A casual shrug tilted his shoulders, a half-grin lighting his face. I guess I should tell you how I'm gearing up for the championship in Vegas. But really, all I'm thinking of is getting back to my bed, and waking up tomorrow for a day's work on the ranch. Winning titles is a grand thing, but honoring our family's legacy is what really matters. They own a ranch? What am I saying? Of course he does. Just look at him. I've never been to a ranch. The moment the words left her lips, she could have kicked herself. This was rapidly starting to sound like less of an interview, and more like a casual conversation over dinner. A casual conversation where she fumbled her words and embarrassed herself horribly. Come to think of it, that was how many of her dates tended to go. Her thoughts raced, dizzyingly fast. Get us back on topic, girl, before you blow it. You're a hardworking guy, Steve. Have you got a message for all of your fans here in Biloxi? Let me see. Keep supporting the PBR. For the first time he looked right at the camera, taking his eyes from Stacy. But really, thank you all. I've been all over America, and one day away from Biloxi is one day too long. Well. Thank you, Steve. It's been wonderful chatting with you. And good luck on your road to the championship. This hadn't gone quite as smoothly as she'd expected, and she could feel the tension in her shoulders and face as she turned back to the camera. This is Stacy Wilder for JMN News, at the Mississippi Coast Coliseum in beautiful Biloxi. Good night. Her smile froze into place for endless, aching seconds until Mikey signaled that the take was done. Her entire body sagged and she heaved a deep sigh from the bottom of her lungs. Phew. Are you all right, Miss Wilder? Steve's low voice murmured. You seem a little tense. You could say that. Now that it was done, now that she knew there was nothing more that she could do, a strange and giddy lightness flooded her senses. Mikey's puzzled expression told her everything she needed to know about how well it had all turned out. Truth is, I don't know anything about bull riding. So I feel like a real fish out of water, and just about as flailing. I think you did a wonderful job. His tone was so reassuring, she could almost believe it, and it coaxed a smile from her, looking up into his eyes. Here. He reached up, and took the cowboy hat from his head, setting it on her own. He had a gentle way to him, despite being such a big man. Have this as a souvenir, ma'am. If you got time before you're on your way, why don't you come on over to the Double Thunders tomorrow? I always got time to talk a little while about this little sport that I play at. Self-conscious and a little flustered, her hand stole up and touched the brim of the hat as if to check that it was really there. It was too big, of course, and it smelled faintly of some light and musky cologne. The Double Thunders? That's our ranch, Seth spoke up. That sent blood flushing to her cheeks, she'd almost forgotten that he was there. You ask just about anyone, they'll point you our way. I'd like that. The answer came too quickly, sounded too enthusiastic. Perhaps we will. She paused, grasping for the next thing to say. Thank you for the interview, both of you. And, well, I hope you get to clear the air with your girlfriend, too. From the corner of her eye, she saw Mikey's eyebrows shoot up as if they were propelled by jet fuel, and Steve chuckled good-naturedly. Ah, Dawn's my ex-fiancé. I doubt the air will ever really be clear, where that one is concerned. She opened her mouth to speak some silly platitude, about there always being more fish in the sea, about how someone like him would surely find someone else, but thankfully common sense reasserted itself. Well, thank you again for your time. The pleasure is ours. With a polite little incline of the head he stepped past, always keeping 2 feet of space between the two of them. Come see us, why here? Good night, guys. Seth added as he turned, and headed to the door that led back inside. Later. It wasn't until the door closed behind them that Stacy finally let loose the breath that she'd never even realized she was holding. Phew. Thank the Lord, that's all done with. A consummate professional, Mikey replied, dryly. I think you might just win a Pulitzer for your insightful and probing commentary. I've never been on a ranch before. Truly, inspiring stuff. Shut up. She raised her fist to punch him in the arm, and then remembered that he was holding several $1,000s worth of camera equipment. You're a real shithead, Mikey. And you've got a crush on Steve Law, but hey. I'm sure that no one will notice. Of course I don't. Scowling, she crossed her arms over her chest. In fact, I'm starting to think that what's-her-name might have had a point. Come again? You'd think that someone who had this record-smashing victory would be a little surprised about it, wouldn't you? With a grunt, Mikey shifted the heavy camera from his shoulder and held it under one arm while rubbing his neck with his free hand. That's true. Seemed like no big deal to him, didn't it? He glanced over his shoulder in the general direction of the car lot. It seemed that he was starting to think about getting back to the van, and to their hotel rooms for the night. You got that look about you. That look a cat gets when it knows there's a mouse hiding behind the furniture. So, what's on your mind? Well. Stacy shifted her weight from one foot to the next, feeling the sting of her blistered feet. I'm still working on that. But let's just say, I think we'll be stopping by that ranch tomorrow. Ah, hell no. Mikey groaned. I gotta be back in Jackson by 8. I'm due to be meeting someone. Stacy cocked her head to the side, narrowing her eyes playfully. Mikey got a date? Hell yeah, Mikey got a date. Sort of. Look, all I know is, I really like the guy and the last thing I want to do is show up late. So whatever you're planning, have a heart, and don't break mine. Don't worry. She replied, airy, reassuring. It'll all be just fine. Come on, let's get ourselves to our rooms for the night, so you can get your beauty sleep. There was something about a clean, bright hotel room that always made her feel as if she were a princess, or a CEO. In this day and age, perhaps they were much the same thing. Her phone felt pleasantly warm against her ear as she listened to the sound of the ringtone on the other side. With a sigh, she collapsed across the white linen spread across the double bed, bare legs crossed at the ankle. After a few beats, the call was answered. Hey, Tina. This is Stacy Wilder. Studying the ceiling above, she noticed that the plaster had been smoothed into the shape of seashells. Pretty. Is Mr. Minas in tonight? I'm out in the field, and there's something I need to ask him. Moments later she was again listening to the sound of the dial tone, before a familiar, lightly accented voice answered. Stacy. I wasn't expecting to hear from you this late. Hey, boss. Despite herself, she grinned a little. The head of JMN News had never been anything but kind and warm-hearted towards her, more like a father than an employer. I know it's late. I'm sorry about that. But there was something I wanted to ask you. And what would that be, my dear? Well, it's about this story. The bull rider guy, remember? Now, it might be nothing, but the more I think about it, the more I think it might be something. And I was wondering if Mikey and I might be allowed to stay on a few more days, to follow it up. Go on. I'm listening. She drew a cautious breath. No matter how well she got along with the boss, he wasn't the kind to throw money away on a story that wouldn't be worth the runtime. She had to sell the possible story to him, and sell it well. This guy, Steve Law. Now, he's a real charmer, don't get me wrong. Kind of a sweetheart, and his brother, too. But, when I was interviewing him, there was something. Something not quite right there. And I'm not the only person to notice. Ah. I see. What kind of not right are we looking at here? Drugs? An affair? Better end that. I think I got him hooked. Now. Just gotta reel him in. Just about everyone we interviewed said the same thing. He's such a natural, he makes it look easy. And we ran into his girlfriend, well, ex-fiancée, and she said something about how he's not half the man he pretends to be. Interesting. Stacy rolled over onto her stomach, almost tangling herself up in the hotel bathrobe. Then, we hear about how he runs a local cattle ranch with his brother. He rides cows, he tends cows, well, bulls. Same thing. And I'm starting to think, maybe there's something more to all of this. Her fingers tapped lightly on the coverlet as both her words and her thoughts began to race. This winning streak and all this success, our hometown hero might be finding a way to tip the odds in his favor. Can't be entirely sure, but, I think, his ex knows more than she was letting on. Maybe he's cheating his way into the finals. A brief pause on the other end of the line. A fallen hero. Professional misconduct. It's always something worth following up on. Alone in her room, Stacy grinned triumphantly. Mikey might have to miss his date tomorrow night, but it was all for the good of the story. She was sure he'd understand once the accolades rolled in. Thanks, boss. Having gotten clearance to follow up the story, her mind was already busy planning out her next move. If Steve Law really is a cheater, I'm going to find out. And I'll tell the world exactly what he really is. Chapter 2. It was 20 minutes past noon by the time the van finally wound its way up the dusty road that led to the Double Thunders Ranch. The plan had been to arrive by 10. That fell to the wayside when they were delayed 1 hour for an unsatisfying breakfast, and another because Mikey hadn't the slightest clue where the hell to go since his GPS didn't seem to know that the place existed. And I was worried we were going to be too early. Stacy drew in a dramatic and world-weary sigh as she pushed open the passenger side door and swiveled her body 90 degrees, letting her legs dangle out over the side of the seat. The welcome breeze was cool against the bare skin of her ankles, between the cuffs of her jeans and her sensible sneakers. But no, you had to take us halfway across the state. And I was thinking I'd be back in Jackson with plenty of time to wind down before this evening, but no. You had to take us the whole way into the country. Mikey still wasn't exactly happy about how he was spending his day so far. So I guess we're even. His apparent ill mood didn't faze the young reporter in the slightest. She knew that he didn't really mean it. The guy wasn't ever mad about anything for more than a few minutes at a time. Just think about the neat story you'll have to tell when you get back, though. She turned her head and shot a sunny smile over her shoulder towards him. Getting to see a real working ranch. All the cows and horses and grass. There's so much grass. Not the kind I prefer. Her nose wrinkled. That stuff will kill you, you know. Geez, Mom, get off my back, will ya? The hinges of the driver's side door squealed as Mikey opened it, his feet hitting the ground with an audible thud as he vacated the vehicle. So, Stace, you got a plan for today? Not entirely, she admitted, sighing lightly as she followed him out into the bright sunlight, shading her eyes from the glare with the flat of her hand. I guess. We're just here to get a look into the guy's life. The usual. She hadn't mentioned anything to Mikey about the angle she was going for on this, not yet. Given some time, she undoubtedly would, but he was a trusting kind of guy, who tended to always see the best in people. That's why he only operates the cameras, and doesn't ask the questions, she thought, her expression unchanging as she reached back into the cab of the van and grabbed her bag from the footwell. The all-American hero. Man of action. A guy with many hats. Mikey crossed over to the front of the van, only a few feet from where she stood, turned and squinted at the bumper. The usual. The ladies at home will love that. Call it a romantic ideal. This morning she had pulled her hair back into a French braid, but already some strands had worked their way loose and hung in front of her ears, tickling her skin. No matter how many times she tucked them back, they'd make their way loose again. Get the camera, we'll go and see if we can find Steve or Seth. You think that rolling up and pointing a camera in his face right from the get-go is the way to do things? He glanced up from his inspection of the paintwork. Really? After we were invited here like real people? I guess, you got a point. Turning her head, she scanned the area, eyes settling on the big wooden house at the end of the short road that led into the ranch proper. We have to pretend to be real people. How's about, you get some establishing shots of the place, drink in a little of the ambience? I'll go and look for signs of life. I'll shoot you a text once I find someone lurking about. Sure. With a shrug he turned on his heel, and headed around to the sliding door at the side of the van. You're the boss. Sure I am. I still like it when he says that. Boss until 3 p.m. when I'm heading back into Jackson, he countered swiftly. Because then you're on your own. There was no one at the door of the big house when she knocked. Her only answer came from the soft ringing of a wind chime stirred by the breeze, and the distant, calming lowing of cattle. The porch was shaded, cool and airy. A line of potted flowers stood at one end, bright red and violet. The other end held a porch swing made of dark, natural wood, looking out over the wide expanse of grassland that stretched out under a bright blue sky to the far horizon. The urge to sit in the thing for a moment or two and take refuge from the hot sun was pretty overwhelming, and she might have done it too, if she wasn't pretty sure that Mikey would catch her in shot, lounging about as if she owned the place. Leaning over, she curled her hands against the door and peered in through the smoky glass. She partly expected to see a scene from an old western, a small kitchen with a rough wooden table, hooks and brasses hanging from beams, and a grandma with a blanket over her knees sitting in a rocker in front of an old stove. But, no, there was only a modern-looking and spaciously clean lobby with wooden floors and white-painted walls, a small table opposite the door with mail neatly arranged on top in a little wickerwork basket. My mom would love this place. She always wanted to move to the country. If I made $1 million tomorrow, then I'd make it happen for her. Might take more than $1 million, though. Having a good old look-see? The voice behind her startled her so badly that a small, high-pitched sound like a mouse's cry escaped her lips as she whipped around. Steve Law stood at ground level, watching her. The edges of the sun's rays caught him in profile where he leaned with an elbow up on the wooden rails. He was grinning, amused at how he'd caught her unawares. For such a big man, he moved as quietly as a cat. Her hands flew up to press against her mouth, as if she could push the sound back where it came from. Ah, hell. I'm sorry. No need for apologies. He was still grinning, cheerful and confident on his home soil. For all you know, I could have been stood in the hallway, saying to myself, ah, no. It's that lady with all the questions and the stupid hat. You gave me that hat. She brushed her hands off on the heavy denim of her brand new jeans, trying on some subconscious level to order herself back into an acceptable state of professionalism. Did you like the hat? It looks cute on me, yeah. Something about his amused grin was infectious, all white teeth and good humor. She couldn't help but smile back, although her own expression showed a good deal more embarrassment than his did. I hope it's not too unexpected, our stopping by like this. Not at all. He placed something on the floor at his feet and moved around to the side, mounting the short wooden steps, approaching with his hand extended. It's good to meet you again, Miss Wilder, wasn't it? It was, still is, always will be. She accepted his proffered hand and shook it. Firm, not too firm. Show you mean business, but you're still a lady. A lady who just happens to mean business. Stacy Wilder, JMN News. Still a pleasure. There was a gentleness to his touch, a warmth to the way that his blue eyes rested on hers for a moment, but not for too long. Cornflower blue, she thought. A nice color. Though for some reason I had it in my head that he had brown eyes. Real dark ones. But, I like blue. Blue eyes and dark hair always look so good on camera. That's what made my mother's generation fall in love with Tom Cruise, after all. It wasn't until Steve dropped her hand and spoke again that she realized that she'd left an uncomfortably long lull in the conversation. You said are stopping by. He glanced around in an exaggerated manner. But, you seem to be alone. Might you buy one of those multiple personality people I've heard about on TV? Mikey, my cameraman, is still at the van. Her cheeks flushed with blood. I'm sorry, I'm just so used to talking as if I'm part of a team. Even when the others aren't with me. She paused, reaching for the next thing to say, feeling that she needed to direct the conversation elsewhere. You know, they call it dissociative identity disorder now? Really? That's what I came up with. Do they now? The human condition is surely a fascinating thing. He didn't seem at all bothered by her sudden change of topic, but then, he seemed like the kind of man who was rarely bothered by anything. I have a fence to finish waterproofing. Unless you have an aversion to talking with a man while he rounds off his morning's work, then you're welcome to tag along while I finish up there. That's good, Stacy thought. Maybe I can catch him off guard while his mind is on other things. Some kind of career talk. So, what's your secret, Steve? I'll ask, and he'll say, well, I've trained all the PBR bulls to do whatever I say. Or, they're all robots that I hand-built myself. Oh, that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? That's no problem at all. She offered her brightest smile, slipping back into the persona of the professional reporter as naturally as if it were a pair of comfortable shoes. Would it be okay if I ask you some questions while you work? I have my voice recorder with me. There was a slight pause while he considered this, before he leaned over, disappearing from her view, only to stand up straight again with the metallic ring of a steel bucket. I guess, we both have a little work to be getting on with this morning. So, this isn't just a social call? A reporter's work is never really done. There's a story in just about everything, providing you can find the right angle to look at it. She followed him as he walked across the yard and across a wide expanse of flat land, green grass dotted here and there with a dry clump of yellowed foliage. The summer had already been long and hot, and there was no sign of rain on the horizon. Always one half step behind, she had to move quickly to keep up with his long stride. She pulled her phone from her pocket as she walked, and texted a short message to Mikey with a practiced thumb, all done, talking now, hurry up. The warm, low drawl of Steve's voice called her attention back to the present moment. So, I have a question of my own for you, Miss Wilder. Of course. She stuffed the phone back into the hip pocket of her jeans. But please, call me Stacy. I was wondering exactly what angle you were taking while looking at me. He stopped by a point in the fence that looked no different to her than any of the others, and glanced back over his shoulder. In the sense of news and reporting, naturally. The bucket came to rest on the ground and he took up the long-handled brush resting inside. Doesn't seem to me like there's anything that interesting in my story, not that the folks up in the city would care about anyways. Oh, you'd be surprised. People are always looking for something that calls them back to a simpler time, something a little romantic, you know what I mean? Quietly she slid open the zipper of her bag, and extracted the tablet computer inside. And a real cowboy still walking the world, that's a story that someone can really lose them inside. Ain't no real cowboys left in America, Miss Wilder. He corrected himself immediately. Stacy. But it's just as well, for it wasn't any kind of romantic thing, at all. Do you mind if I record while we talk? Did that sound too overeager? I mean, no guarantees that any of it would be relevant, but it's fascinating stuff, and you're a good speaker. Go ahead. He shrugged, half turning away as he set brush to the fence posts, coating the wood in long strokes of glistening dark lacquer. There was something a little awkward about his tone. The flattery she'd baited her request with hadn't been too effective in putting him at ease. Seth's the real expert on these matters. He looks it all up on the internet, checks his facts, gets it straight. Me, I mostly just talk through the kinds of stories my dad used to tell. Ain't no guarantees that any of it is accurate. It's not like it's a documentary. She set the tablet's software to record, snapped the jack for the microphone into place. A narrative account isn't all about facts. It's more about the speaker. Setting the tablet back in her bag, she clipped the microphone to the front of her shirt. All about the story he or she is telling. There's not much of a story in the truth. He paused, eyes on the fence post in front of him, oddly still. Or at least, in the truths that folks are happy to share with others. An expression of puzzlement creased Stacy's features at these words, and she wondered, what's going through his mind, as he says that. But, without much of a hiccup in the proceedings, he was back at work again, and maybe he'd only stopped to judge whether the post needed a second coat of waterproofing lacquer. Steve Law wasn't an easy man to get a read on, after all. I studied a play at school. By a man called Ibsen, if I remember right. She ran her fingertips over her hair, making sure it was still in place. It was just about a woman who took out a loan to help her husband and was worried about what would happen when he found out. Turns out, he's a jerk and she leaves. That's all there was to it. But, the way it was written, the things they said, it felt real, like something that was actually happening back in the old days. And I loved that book. A Doll's House. Steve nodded absently, the brush in his hand veiling the woodwork in long, graceful strokes. That's right. The moment she exclaimed that, Stacy knew how rude it sounded, as if she was praising a slow child for keeping up with his classmates. But really, she was just surprised that he knew what she was talking about. People mostly didn't. You like to read, Steve? I love to. Like Nora, I sometimes wonder about how it would feel to get out into the world and live on my own. From the corner of her eye, she saw him smiling, as if it were a foolish thought, and he never turned to look back at her. I'm not about to, though. I need this place, and it needs me. Well, you're a world-ranked sportsman. Not quite the same thing as a little trophy wife from the 19th century. Stacy angled her body so that the microphone could pick up everything he said more clearly. What the hell is keeping Mikey? She wondered vaguely. You feel attached to the ranch, then? Oh, yeah. My great-grandfather built the house, or rather, built the seed around which the house has grown. Was he a cowboy, too? Not in the sense that you might think of the word, all chasing stagecoaches, and shooting guns in saloons. Early settlers had to make a living and put food on the table, some way. Turns out that herding up the wild cattle that roamed about was just as good a way as any. That brushstroke filled in the remaining untreated strip of wood, and he took a step back, looking up and down the fence to see if there were any spots that he'd missed. Our family line goes all the way back to those days. Really? History had never been one of Stacy's strong points at school, too many dry facts and statistics to absorb and give meaning to. Like taking a bite of a pie that had gone stale in the open air, and trying to chew through pastry that turned to sawdust in the mouth. Standing here though, it was easy to imagine that things didn't look so different now as they did back in the 18th century. The clean air and wide open spaces gave Steve's words meaning, made it easy to imagine the world he was talking about. All the way back to the first cowboys? You could say that. The brush dropped back into the bucket with a gooey kind of splash, and he straightened his back with a sigh, the joints in his shoulders cracking as he rolled and flexed them. I did say that. The corner of Stacy's mouth quirked upwards in a grin. Without thinking, she moved to lean on the fence post, jerking away awkwardly at the last moment as she remembered it was coated in strong-smelling chemical goo. Of course, that's not what anyone called them back then. If Steve had noticed her almost slip, he didn't let on. Cowcatchers was the common term on account of them spending their days doing just that. But, it wasn't just the early settlers, of course. The natives and Spanish settlers threw their hand in, too. He rubbed the back of his neck, massaging out the ache there with slow motions of his fingers, grimacing. They called the settlers crackers, you know. Is that right? Unable to hide her instinctive distaste at the word, Stacy's eyes wandered away, focusing on the far distant horizon as if there was something there that demanded her attention. That's where the word came from? I guess, I always thought it was a modern kind of slur. Most things we'd call offensive these days came from old roots. Of course, she thought. He's probably the old-fashioned type. That doesn't mean we should just keep on saying it or doing it, though. And a good thing too. There might only be one letter difference between human and humane, but that's a distinction that seems to slip past most folks. The sun glinted from the silver watch strap that circled his wrist as he bent and took up the bucket at his feet. And that's one thing that hasn't changed, not one little bit. She opened her mouth to reply, and then closed it again. His response had surprised her, a little. "You're quite the philosopher, Steve. Ain't we all, in our own way?" Whatever answer she was about to give was interrupted as her phone beeped, signaling a received text message, and she moved to answer it. It was from Mikey. "Oh, Lord. My cameraman got lost, says he's standing at some barn thing and doesn't know where to go. I'm guessing he's at the south field. Well, it's a scenic little stroll, that's for sure." With a slight grumble he reached and grabbed the bucket and set off. "Let's go and rescue the poor boy." The sun had moved a little ways off into the sky, signaling the onset of mid-afternoon by the time that Steve finished showing the small news crew around the Double Thunders Ranch. The tour concluded back at Ranch House, where Stacy's journey had begun 2 hours before. In many ways, there had been little to see: large fenced paddocks and fields where dozens of cattle grazed and lowed, pens where stud bulls watched the intruders with steely dark glares, stone and wood buildings where bedding and feed were stored. Stacy didn't consider it a bust, however. By the end of the trip around the ranch, Steve Law was openly talking about just about anything and everything that came to mind, as if they were all the oldest of friends. With the brain tumor running its course, there wasn't much that Dad could do for the place anymore. "So Seth and I were running the place before I was 20, and he was still at high school. It was a damn shame, seeing the old man going downhill like that, but he must have told us just about every hour how proud he was of us, and how proud Mom would have been if she were still here. That made it all a little easier to bear." "I'm awful sorry to hear that, Steve." As Stacy followed him up the porch steps into the house, she noticed how his shirt was beginning to cling to him due to the summer heat, yet he never even seemed to notice it. She couldn't say the same, and Mikey seemed about to fold and drop due to the weight of the camera and the equipment backpack, if the hue of his face and streaming brow were anything to go by. "So, you and your brother have been running the show for 8 years, now?" The big guy nodded as he opened the door. It hadn't been locked. "Going on it, yeah." The shade of the porch was a hell of a relief. Even greater was the promise of cold drinks and a sit-down once they were inside. "It's second nature to us, now." Asking questions was just as second nature to Stacy as running the ranch was to Steve. "How did you manage to keep up your training for the PBR while having so much to deal with?" "I didn't." He waved them inside with a lazy gesture of the hand. "I always had a knack for bull riding. Just about the only training I ever did was to hop on the mechanical bull a couple times a week, and to attend the local competitions. Tourist-type events, for the most part, but it made a little money on the side." The dark wooden floors creaked comfortably beneath his boot heels as he led them down the hall and into a wide, airy kitchen diner. The afternoon light streamed in along with the breeze through wide-open windows, and beyond was a small shaded garden overgrown with a riot of blooms in every color imaginable. "Sit yourself down, there." Steve pulled out 2 of the chairs around the heavy old table, one with each hand. "I'm guessing you'll be thirsty after that jaunt. And you'd be dead on the money." Mikey set the camera down on the tabletop with a thud and collapsed into the chair with a heavy sigh, legs sprawling as he settled in. Stacy glared at the back of his head. Clearly he was done with filming for now, and although she couldn't really blame him for taking a break, it still meant that, from here on, the only material she was going to gather would be audio only. Even that wouldn't have much technical value if the camera guy was caught on tape, chattering away. "Soda, iced tea, juice? What's your pleasure?" "Water for me, thank you." It took every ounce of discipline that she possessed not to follow Mikey's example by collapsing loosely into her seat. Instead she kept her knees together, feet flat on the floor and back her straight, hands folded on the tabletop before her. "With ice, if you have any." "In this heat, you can bet your ass that we do." "I'd kill for a soda, right now." Mikey would drink anything that had fizz to it. "Any flavor will do." The chiming of ice on glass sounded, sweet as a bell, and a moment later Stacy was served a tall glass of iced water, and Mikey received something bright green and heavily carbonated. "Thank you," Stacy smiled, fingers wrapped around the cool glass almost as soon as it touched the tabletop. "You're very kind." "Hell no, it's the least I can do to thank you both for listening as I talk about a whole bunch of nonsense that probably doesn't add up to more than a fart in a thunderstorm." Steve remained standing by the counter, leaning comfortably against the dark wood and white marble as he sipped from an iced tea. "If you don't mind me asking, how'd you get into the news business? Most of the media people I've dealt with seem to be a damn sight older, and they still don't know what they're doing." It wasn't the first time he'd turned the conversation away from himself, whether it was because he simply forgot that Stacy was here to interview him, or because he was uncomfortable with the attention. She didn't know. Still, since Mikey had put them into downtime mode, there didn't seem to be any harm in answering the guy. As she opened her mouth to speak, Mikey got there first. "I always meant to be a filmmaker. Indie movies, you know. Horror, thrillers, fun stuff. Took a wrong turn out of film school and ended up here, instead." "And how long have you been in the business?" "Since I was 22. So that's, let me think, 6 years, now." Stacy failed to hold back her smirk at that. She'd seen Mikey's resume, and knew that he'd been 28 for 6 years and showed no sign of growing older anytime soon. "Is that so?" Steve nodded amicably. "You ever think about throwing it all in, and going back to movies?" "Every day." Mikey shrugged. "But there's trains to catch, and bills to pay. And the people I work with make it all worthwhile." "Yeah?" Stacy's eyebrows quirked upwards as she turned her head and stared him in the face. "Who the hell's that?" "Oh, Greg, of course." Mikey's expression remained deadpan. "And Lindy, from HR. Everyone else there sucks." "Oh yeah." She nodded sagely. "That lot are the worst. Especially the reporter I work with on all those grocery store openings and high school grad ceremonies." "Ugh. Her?" Stacy rolled her eyes. "Yeah, Stacy, what's her face? She's a bitch. Always making you stay late after you're meant to be getting home. I hate her. Look who she's got to work with though. That camera guy is such a slacker." Mikey sighed dramatically. "You can hardly blame her for everything." Steve watched this exchange with eyebrows raised, sipping from his iced tea. "Never mind horror or thrillers," he interjected. "You ever thought of shooting bad comedy movies?" Mikey drew a sharp breath at that. Ouch. The truth. It burns and stings. "How about you?" The bull rider turned his attention onto Stacy. "How'd you get into this line of work?" "I. She shifted uncomfortably in her chair. "I took an internship at JMN after I left high school. Used to work for $3 an hour. But it was worth it." "Damn. How did you ever manage to live off of that kind of pay?" "Lived with my mom." Her feet shuffled on the floor, while she stared hard at the melting ice that floated in the water in her glass. "I don't know what I would have done without her." There was a brief moment of silence, before Mikey broke it with a scraping chair and a pained sigh. "Look, it's getting late in the day. I gotta head back to Jackson." "Already?" Stacy turned reproachful brown eyes in his direction. As much as she didn't want to admit it, his presence made her feel oddly safe. Even if he was barely 5.5 feet tall and built like a half-collapsed shed. "It's not even 3 yet. This way, I won't have to fight the traffic quite so hard." "Hey. Look," he poked her shoulder gently. "You'll be fine. You got the mini DV, and the audio recorder, you don't even need me." "Well," she muttered. "That's always true. Thanks for your hospitality, Steve." Tucking the camera neatly under his left arm, Mikey offered his hand. "It's been a pleasure." "Likewise." Steve shook his hand warmly, as if they were the best of friends. "I'll see you out, okay?" "Nah, it's fine. You stay and answer more of this one's questions. Not even I can get lost, just walking down the driveway." As Steve showed Mikey to the door and waved him off, a slow sense of awkwardness began to creep over the young reporter sitting quietly at the kitchen table. Now Mikey's gone, she thought, all I have left to do is talk to Steve and try to find out his secrets, so I can expose them to the world, and ruin his reputation. All while he's being a total sweetheart. Maybe it would be better if it turned out there wasn't any story here, at all? Then she remembered all those years of working for $3 an hour, all the while dreaming of the day when she'd get her big break. It's not always an easy job, she reminded herself, running her finger along the lip of her glass. In fact, it's never an easy job. She looked up as a door closed, and footsteps sounded in the kitchen behind her. Steve, I was wondering, dash. The words died on her lips, as she saw Seth standing there, running his hand through his dark blonde hair. Hello, Miss Wilder? Seth. Hello again. Pushing aside her surprise, she was on her feet in a moment, extending her hand in greeting. We stopped by to have a look around, and take an interview. I see. Well. Slowly he accepted her handshake, an uncertain uneasiness in his eyes. I see you here, but I don't know nothing about this wee business. Steve asked the same question, she thought, and in the same kind of way. Either they're both very alike and tend to take everything literally, or they're a little on the paranoid side. Mikey, my camera operator, just left. He has to get himself and the van back to Jackson, but I'll be sticking about a little longer. Releasing his hand, she sat back down, pulling her knees demurely together. Aight. Leaning back against the doorframe, he crossed his arms over his chest, much as he had the first time she saw him, back at the event last night. So you're here to talk to Steve, I guess? Yep. Nodding, she tapped her fingernails absently on the tabletop, and then remembered that Seth was a part of the PBR circuit, too. And yourself, of course. If you have the time. Oh, I always got the time. He shrugged, turning his head to stare out through the open window into the garden beyond. But nobody's ever listening. Before she could think of anything to say to that, Steve's wide-shouldered shape appeared in the doorway, striding into the room with a casual stride. Well, hey, little brother. How'd the social networking go? Same old, same old. And by that I mean, there's nothing more soul-crushing than working your own PR machine. Seth shrugged, and walked past his taller brother to the refrigerator, opening the door with a heavy clunk and pulling out a can of beer. Especially when that machine is rusted to shit. I'm gonna head out and take a walk, you two have fun with your interviews and such like. Don't touch the fence in the east field. Steve pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Stacy. He moved with a lot of grace, for such a well-built guy. I've waterproofed the entire thing, and it'll be tacky still. Duly noted. Laters. Stacy held her silence until she heard the door close behind him, and knew that she and Steve were alone again. He seems a little stressed. You might say that. In fact, you should say that, on account of it being true. Steve leaned back, placing his hands behind his head. He's looking to get his name out there, and make some waves. But, it's not an easy thing to do. He's trying to follow in your footsteps? Somewhat. Steve shrugged. But these things take time, and he's got about as much patience as a mayfly. I keep telling him, his time'll come. Biting her lip, Stacy cast her eyes down to her drink. The ice was almost melted. I think my being here to talk to you might not have helped. Maybe I should make an effort to get some time with him too. If that's what you were going to do, anyway. But don't be offering anything if you don't mean it. The softness in his tone struck her, and she looked up to see calm blue eyes looking back. There's nothing harder on a man's sense of self than looking for a fair shot, and receiving pity instead. And he'll know it, too. I guess. I mean, you know him better than I ever could. Steve chuckled, and propped his elbow up on the tabletop, regarding her with a half-smile. You always worry so much about the family of your interviewees? Or are we just special to you? Her face flushed as she dropped her gaze again. I'm trying to be good. I don't want to cause any bad feelings or hurt. That's not how my mother raised me, you know? Seems to me like she did a fine job. Oh, Steve. If you only knew why I was really here, what I'm really hoping to hear from you. You wouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that, because it's not true. How's about I get us some lunch? Steve was up on his feet, heading over to the refrigerator as if she'd already agreed. It's easier to answer questions on a full belly. Anything in particular strike your fancy? Come to think of it, she was famished. Steak, or a burger, or something with mustard? Well, he reached up and rubbed the back of this neck as if it was paining him, the other hand on the handle of the refrigerator door. Mustard, I can do. The rest, not so much. There's no meat in the house at all, I'm afraid. Really? Her surprise was evident in her face. You don't strike me as the vegetarian type at all. How does a big guy like you keep yourself strong, living on rabbit food? It's easier than you'd think, he grinned. Especially since Seth and I inherited our dad's genes. Our stomachs just don't tolerate meat at all. He almost seemed embarrassed by that, quick to move the subject along with a smile and shrug. But, if you're dead set on something hot with a lot of protein, I cook a mean spicy mushroom omelet. No, seriously. Pushing the loose strands of hair from her face, she grinned at his appalled expression while toying with the last forkful of food on the plate. Just mix in the peanut butter with the microwaved rice. It has to be crunchy peanut butter, of course, until it melts. Then, you need a big splat of chili sauce and plenty of barbecue spice and salt for seasoning. Can't be skimping on anything. Okay. He nodded slowly, lips pressed together in an attempt to hide his smile. And that's what you call a meal? It's what I call heaven in a china bowl. Costs maybe $2 for the whole thing. I'd like to say, I'll give it a shot, sometime. But I'd be lying. It turned out that there was nothing like a friendly conversation over a nice lunch that had a way of making Stacy forget that she was supposed to be here doing a job. The voice recorder lay forgotten on the table by her elbow, her feet crossed at the ankle under her chair. So, you're into healthy living, are you, Steve? Spearing the last mushroom on her fork, she regarded the morsel. Could she manage that last bite? True, she'd eaten her fill, but the well-browned edge and coating of sweet red spices was proving to be quite the temptation. I didn't think that anyone could manage to maintain muscle mass without meat. Most of the vegetarian types I've known are more in the artsy crowd, or calorie counters. Know what I mean? I do know. And I've heard people saying that before, but when you think about it, it doesn't make a lick of sense. He'd finished his plate a long time before she'd downed hers, and was sitting with his elbows up on the table. Cattle don't eat anything but grass and plant life, but they're solid muscle, through and through. The biggest and strongest creatures walking this earth are all vegetarian, ever noticed that? Well, actually, he had a point. I guess, lions are pretty big. But not as big as elephants and the like. But you know, rabbits are little. And mice. Mice are omnivores. They'll eat just about anything, like most people. And it's true, rabbits are little, and they eat grass. But weasels are littler, and they eat meat. He pushed back his chair and rose to his feet, taking the empty plates, one in each hand. Skinny little things, weasels. But smart, you gotta give them that. I guess. I mean, I've never seen a weasel. But you'd know a lot more about animals than a city girl like me ever would. Stacy paused, biting her lip as he carried the dishes to the sink. How's about I give you a hand with that? How's about, you let me play the good host? He glanced over his shoulder as he placed the dishes in the sink. I'm not bothering with the washing up yet, anyways. Can't say I'm enamored with domestic chores, myself. I'd rather have a walk out in the sunshine for an after-dinner treat. Would you like to join me? Well, Stacy thought as she worked hard to keep the look of dismay from her face. My favorite after-dinner activity is lying down for at least 15 minutes. Yeah, why not? We keep the cattle in the north and east fields at this time of year. It catches more sunlight, gets some good grass in them. Of course, every one you're seeing here is a cow or steer. We keep the bulls in their own space. Makes it easier to herd and handle this lot, without the bulls running amok. The north field stretched out before them as they leaned on the fence, the sun at their backs. It was so big that even if she squinted and shaded her eyes, Stacy still couldn't see the fence on the far side. Just about the only things I know for sure about cattle is that they make meat and milkshakes, and bulls are scary. Reaching out, she patted the back of the wide-eyed, soft-skinned half-grown cow grazing on the other side of the fence. Especially if you're wearing red. That's not true. Steve kept his eyes on her as she stroked the animal, looking a little like a parent watching over a child petting an unknown dog. Cattle are colorblind. Then, why do people wave red capes at them, and why do those rodeo clowns wear so much red? It's just a nice color. So I hear. She turned her head at that, narrowing her eyes as the sunlight caught her full in the face. His arms were folded comfortably across his chest, shirt sleeves rolled up over strong forearms. You can't see colors? I see shades of things. But, if I was in a movie and someone asked me to cut the green wire and not the red one, there's a 50-50 chance we'd all be blown skyward. Huh. A part of her felt as she should express sympathy for that, as if saying sorry actually had any meaning. He didn't seem bothered by it, more interested in her reaction. I guess, you're lucky you're not a woman, then. A lot of us get awfully heated up over matching nail polish colors with our shoes, and you don't even want to know about that deal with the color-changing dress. What about you? He asked, raising his eyebrows. That kind of thing bother you? You don't seem like the kind of person who worries about your shoes. I haven't had time for that, in a long time. Stacy brushed the question aside, feeling a little awkward. Unless I'm getting all cleaned up for the camera, and that doesn't happen often. Mostly, I'm racing around trying to scrounge up information for someone else's report, and there's never any time to stop and worry about the color of my nails. And here was me, thinking I was dealing with a veritable April O'Neil. His sociable grin faltered suddenly. I didn't mean that in a rude way. No, it's okay. She shrugged it off and turned back to looking out over the north field, resting her elbows on the fence post. I'm on my way up. You'll see me on the national news within a year, so my mother says. Of course, she's been saying that since I was 21, but these things take time. Just like with Seth. Though she half expected Steve to say something quick and friendly, the way he always seemed to, she was met with silence. A pretty discomfiting one, after all that warm chatter. Turning back, she saw him standing perfectly still with one hand raised to shade his eyes, staring back out towards the ranch house. Steve? What is it? Looks like we got a small storm blowing in from the south, he murmured. A cold front, you might say. Her mouth pulled tight. What's he talking about? Her eyes lifted to follow his gaze, and saw a tall blonde woman striding across the field towards them. Oh, my. That's her. The ex-Dawn, was it? Instinctively Stacy's hand moved to the pocket of her shirt where the tiny microphone was clipped, as if checking it was still there, checking that it would be catching all of this. Just in case. Always, just in case. Chapter 3. A news reporter had to deal with many things in their line of duty. They might find that their friends or family had connections to a case, that a figure of interest was lying, and have to quickly and correctly decide whether those lies mattered in relation to the story, or find that the subject was hitting far closer to home than expected, and have to deal with the blurring of subjectivity and objectivity. When was a piece pure journalism or an editorial? Whose agenda was being followed, and why? Who was the one really constructing the narrative? And, just sometimes, they had to deal with a furious ex barging into the middle of a pleasant interview. You're expecting trouble? Stacy asked, but Steve hadn't the chance to reply. Seth said, "You had a lady friend up here." Dawn snapped as she drew close. "You didn't wait to move on, did you, Steve?" The bull rider passed a hand through his hair, sighing. "Dawn honey, we broke up months ago. A man's allowed to give an interview to a reporter in his own time, you know." Something about the way he phrased that made Stacy wonder if he was talking to her, just as much to his ex. Not a lady friend, just a reporter, not a date, just an interview. She took the lead gratefully. The last thing she wanted was to personally become part of some relationship drama. Her job was to stand on the edges of things, and catch every word, not to be dragged into the middle of it as a viable opponent. "I'm Stacy Wilder, from JMN News." She smiled brightly, professionally, and extended her hand towards the blonde as she drew to a stop within touching distance. "Pleased to meet you." Dawn looked down at the proffered hand with the kind of expression usually reserved for those who were being presented with a large, freshly steaming cow pat. She pulled back glossy pink lips from her teeth in disdain and instead turned to Steve, ignoring Stacy's presence entirely. "Cut the crap, boy. And don't Dawn honey me. You don't get to talk to me like that, anymore. But you get to talk to him, like that?" Stacy thought as her hand dropped back to her side. "Fine, then." Steve's eyes followed the little exchange as he hooked his thumbs into the black leather belt at his waist. "What brings you onto my land today then, Miss Ashley?" "It certainly isn't good manners, to me or my guest. I wasn't expecting a call, as you can see. I'm busy working on my PR. Public relations?" Dawn snorted and folded her arms over her chest, pulling the fabric of her thin gray shirt tight. Stacy doubted that was entirely a coincidence. "I don't know about the public part. It all looked pretty personal from a distance." Stacy looked over to Steve, her eyebrows raised. He shot back a helpless kind of look, and she wished that the voice recorder could pick up on that kind of thing. His voice gave very little away when he talked. "Still. I'll be listening. I'll be taping. Mostly likely, we can't ever be using this kind of stuff on air, but it'll help me parse whether or not there's anything worth following up on." As unfriendly as Dawn was, she was still part of the reason why Stacy wondered if there was more to Steve Law's success than anyone was letting on. And here she was, willing to fling whatever kind of shit she could lay a hand on. "Look, Dawn." Steve sighed. "Miss Ashley. Whatever. I don't have time for this today. In fact, I don't have time for this, in general. Not anymore." His tone was polite as he addressed his ex-partner, but lacked the warm manner he'd had before her arrival. "So let you speak your piece, and we can wrap this up. You know damn well why I'm here." The blonde woman seemed to find his calmness infuriating. Her jaw tightened and her eyes narrowed. "And I know that you know. So don't be playing games with me, Steve." She stared straight at him. "You should know better than that." Oh my, Stacy thought. Maybe she's kind of batshit crazy. As much as she naturally wanted to edge away from the arguing ex-couple, she forced herself to lean a little closer, so that everything could be recorded. "Just don't hit me, lady. I'm the one playing games, now?" Steve's quiet demeanor cracked a little as he threw his arms out in frustration, though he quickly caught himself and pushed his hands into the pockets of his well-worn jeans. "For crying out loud, Dawn, Stacy and I could be planning a wedding and a honeymoon to Bali right now, and it would still be none of your goddamn business. We said our goodbyes in March, and you're still here opening up old wounds every damn chance you get." "Stacy, is it?" The blonde woman turned cold eyes onto the young reporter, the gathering wind blowing her loose hair around her face. "That's awfully familiar." She turned back to Steve, once again acting as if Stacy were nothing more than an inconvenient piece of furniture and ugly lamp. Perhaps that was getting in the way of the conversation, but you're right, Steve. You're right. I just worry about you, is all. "I'm sure you do." Steve replied swiftly, lowering his head. "But there is no need, and you don't oh, of course I do." The change in her tone and manner was whiplash fast, suddenly sweet and light, like strawberry souffle, her smile soft, her voice trilling. After all, we'd been dating since we were 15 years old, did he tell you that? Her gray eyes rested on Stacy for a moment. Real high school sweethearts, faithful through and through. 13 years together. Did he tell you that? Actually, it was 12 years. Steve muttered, dragging his foot through the grass at his feet. And no, I didn't tell her that. I didn't talk about my past relationships at all, Dawn, on account of this being a professional interview about the life and times of a writer and his business. Well, Stacy-Dawn smiled as she said that, despite the way she spoke Stacy's name, like a word in a foreign language, as if she should be drawing air quotes around it with her fingers. Well, if you want to get the real dirt on a man, you need to talk to other people. No man is ever honest about who he really is. Listen. Honey. She pulled a small ivory white handbag around to the front of her body and unsnapped it, taking something from inside. Have this. Stacy looked down to the embossed pale gray square of cardboard that Dawn was holding out to her, and cautiously took it. She half expected something bad to happen, at the moment that she did. That's my card, Dawn continued in a sing-song voice, snapping her bag closed. Call me, if you want to know the real deal about old Steve Law, here. We'll have lunch. That sounds nice? No, not nice. What's the opposite word for nice? I should maybe take her up on it, just to see how nice it could possibly be. I always liked horror movies. Well, thank you, Mississippi. Stacy looked over the card in her hand, at the name, number, and company details printed in slanting cursive. Miss Ashley. Don't even mention it, honey. Dawn turned eyes lined in dark smoky gray, back towards Steve, tilted her head, and offered one last, dangerous kind of smile. I've got all the stories, don't I, Steve? But I have to go now, business, before displeasure, as they say. It was nice meeting you. The lie was so blatant, it almost numbed Stacy's lips. Take care, now. Steve didn't say anything at all. He stared at the blondes retreating back, striding away towards the ranch house with the swinging stride of someone who owned the place. Stacy glanced his way, noting his tight jaw and fists curled in his pockets. Well, that was tense. Yes. Tense is one way of putting it. Are you okay, Steve? Fine. He didn't exactly sound it. Just. Fine. She heard her own voice, an octave higher than usual, as if it came from someone else. Someone younger, less sure of herself. Clearing her throat, she started again. We can call it a day, if you like. It's fine. Like I said. Just fine. He turned his head towards her, expressionless. I just kinda fancy a drink, is all. An ex will do that to ya. I dated the same guy all through high school, too. The ice chimed sweetly against the side of the glass, floating in amber whiskey. Stacy hated the stuff, too strong, too hot. But, if there was one thing she knew for sure, is that a drink with a person was the best way to loosen them up a little. Ty. He was a sweetheart. A gentle kind of guy, but not what you'd call a strong one. She held her breath as she took another sip, grimacing at the earthy burn. Went off to study law in Washington. He said he wanted to go and learn something that would help out his family, that could help the whole neighborhood. Lord knows, the place needed help. But, after a year, he stopped coming home between semesters. Found himself a white-collar girl. And when he passed the bar, he set up shop in D.C. Even his mom hasn't seen him in months, so I guess he took the easy way out. I'm real sorry to hear that. Steve murmured from the far side of the porch swing seat. A clear 3 feet of space separated the two of them, and other than their voices, only the sounds of the low wind and delicate chirp of birds broke the stillness. People change. There's not a lot any of us can do about that. Looks like I'm the one opening up and spilling my secrets. Stacy looked down into her glass and rolled the whiskey thoughtfully around inside, one ankle propped up in a figure four on her opposite knee. Though really, it's not much of a secret. Well, best get back to work. Questions. I guess, it must have been the same with you and Dawn. He laughed at that, and it was hard to tell whether he was amused or just bitter. Dawn never changes. She's always been the same girl. Fiery and sharp as a heated knife. I'm the one who changed. What happened between you two? Was that a little too inquisitive? If you don't mind me asking. It's good. He tilted back his head and downed the rest of his glass. He was on his second, while Stacy was still only partway through her first. I used to be, well, what you'd call an angry young man, I guess. Angry about my mom dying, angry that my dad got diagnosed with something long-term and terminal, angry that there was so much to deal with in the world that I wasn't ready for. They gave the old man a year to live. But he was around for another 5, going on 6. In most ways, that was a good thing. In most ways? No one needed to tell her that this was a sensitive subject to be treading on. What do you mean? Means that from 16 to 21, I was in fear for the day when I'd have no one to turn to. And I waited for it. And waited. And there came a time when I just wanted that waiting to be done, and I hated myself for thinking that way. He reached out and placed the glass on the flat railing by his head with a tired sigh. I needed someone stronger than me to get me through those times. And Dawn was always stronger than me. None of that stuff ever bothered her. It was like it wasn't even happening. But that's... She paused, biting her lip. That's not an entirely good thing. Damn right, it isn't. A week after we put him in the ground, she was talking me into selling up the place and planning a wedding. He leaned his head on the back of the seat and stared upwards. Didn't work, as you can tell. But, you thought about it? Not even for a minute. He heaved himself up onto his feet with a sigh, the seat swinging back and forth with his motion. I need more ice. But don't worry, I'm not about to drink myself into a stupor. One more, and I'm done for the week. It's not my business what you do. She tried to smile, but couldn't quite make it. It seemed too false, too professional, for this setting. For this conversation. I'll most likely be calling a cab within the hour to get me back to my hotel, anyway. So, you don't worry about me. I've taken up more than enough of your time today. Now. You've been an absolute pleasure to have about the place. Don't worry yourself about any of that. As he walked through the open door into the house, she wondered if that was really true. Might be, she thought. I've not really been doing my job, after all. No one likes talking to reporters, but they like talking to me. Usually, anyway. Leaning back comfortably, she drew the voice recorder from her pocket, flipped it off, and checked the remaining time on the readout. I've only got 2 gigabytes of data left on the card, she thought. I'd better change it if I want to keep going. And I might as well. Knowing my luck, something important will be said within a minute of running out of look who I found, moping about in the kitchen. Startled, Stacy looked up, the recorder grasped tightly as if she'd been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Steve strode up and leaned back against the railing. Seth stood awkwardly in the doorway, rubbing at his elbow with his other hand. I wasn't moping, he muttered. Just hanging out. You were just sitting silently staring at your hands. Nothing mopey about that. Steve grinned at his younger brother, and took a sip of the freshly poured drink in his hand. What's that you got there, Stacy? Instinctively she covered the device with her hand, as if the word insincerity was written on it in tall letters. Your recorder doodad, I'm guessing. Can't say I'm much of a technophile, that's more Seth's area of expertise. Steve took another sip and turned to stare out into the sky, where the sun was drooping slowly towards the horizon as if it had had a long day and was starting to feel the weight of the world. I hope you got some good stuff. Mostly, we've been talking about nothing of any importance. I wouldn't say that. Just not necessarily things I would want to spin a story about. But Dawn was here earlier. Seth said, suddenly. I bet that gave you plenty of dirt. Can't have been fun. Sorry. Steve raised his eyebrows, turning his attention to his anxious-looking brother. What have you got to be sorry about? Just that it must have been a pretty ugly scene. Seth leaned back against the door frame, staring at his feet. I mean, it's Dawn. Girl's as jealous as a miser in the court of King Midas. True, that. Steve shrugged. So Stacy, are you planning on running a story about a month-old bust-up and a lady who doesn't want to move on? I imagine it's breaking news of the highest order. It'd be great if I was working for a crappy reality show, I guess. Stacy cast a glance at her recorder, and stowed it back in her pocket without activating it. Just as well. Seth stared off down the road as if half expecting a visitor. No one wants that kind of muck being raked about. And everyone knows, you can't ever be sure what kinds of things the media will sink their teeth into. Seth, don't be an asshole. Steve frowned, a trace of reproach in his tone. It's not like anyone did anything wrong. No one cares about that crap, I'm as unimportant as they come. Yeah. So you keep saying. Man, I'd love to be as unimportant as you. With a shrug, Seth turned back into the house and left. Stacy glanced at Steve, a part of her was worried that he'd react badly to that, the other part hoped he would. Come on Seth, don't be like that. Steve called out after him, but when several long seconds ticked past with no response he sighed, and turned back to Stacy. Well, it's always fun having a little brother. It's been a day of family drama, hasn't it? Well, a little. She paused, and hugged her arms tight around her chest, feeling a sudden chill in the air that had been easy to ignore a moment ago. Really, I was meaning to spend most of the day quizzing you about the PBR, but then we just got to talking. Well, I enjoy a conversation with someone who's lived their lives a little and brings something new to the table. So to speak. Steve shrugged, affable and polite as always. But, I do fear I may have wasted your time, and for that I apologize. No, don't say that. It's been a nice day. You gave me lunch. Wow, am I glad I don't have the recorder running right now. I'd hear that back later and want to slap myself silly for sounding like an high-grade idiot. Steve, maybe I should talk to Seth sometime before I go. Everyone loves to hear about an up-and-comer, you know. If the story gets aired, he'll be mentioned anyway, and it'd just be strange to hear the guy's name and see nothing of him. Maybe that's true. But, like I said earlier, you don't owe either of us anything at all. You're just out to make a buck at your job, and I respect that. Seth does too, even if he gets a little moody sometimes. Damn it, Steve. Why do you have to be so nice? No wonder I'm finding it hard to make a story where you're a cheating villain. Maybe you should go and talk to him a moment. It's not right that you're stood here with me, while he's off worrying himself. I mean, unbidden, the memory of a face came to her, unexpected, a little piece of the past that she wasn't about to give up on, quite yet. Brothers, you know. You have to look after them. I'll be back in Jackson in a day or two, and we might never talk again. So don't be neglecting him to hang out with me, that's just stupid. Well, when you put it like that. Steve's low, slow voice trailed off as he rubbed the back of his neck before taking a deep breath. You know, for someone I only just met today, you seem to have a better handle on the things that are important to me than folks I've known for 13 years. You know people, all right. 13 years? She couldn't quite stop herself smiling at that compliment. He might know little about how a reporter's mind worked, but he'd managed to home in on the one trait that most reporters valued over any other. I thought you said it was 12. Well, it was 13 years all of 6 weeks ago, so I guess both of us are right, in a way. Throwing back his head, he drained the contents of his glass in a single hit. Without saying another word, he turned and followed Seth inside the house. Alone on the porch, Stacy felt that chill again, not the temperature of the air, but the reminder that she was in a strange place, far from home. Well, she thought. What now? I guess I'll just wait here. You're doing a real good job at getting to the truth, girl. Real good. No wonder you're so deluged with work. Drawing her knees up, she settled in and prepared to get comfortable while continuing to silently berate her own lack of results. Funny thing is, you've not even asked him the question. Why are you so successful at what you do? Whether he'd tell a lie or the truth, you've not even asked that. And why? Because it's so nice to be out in the fresh air, enjoying the scenery? It's not a vacation. Mr. Minus isn't paying you to spend time taking in the view. Maybe I'm not cut out for this job. The words came out so quietly, even she could barely hear them, and her hand stole up to the sides of her head, rubbing at her temples as if massaging a headache. I don't know. Success is never final, failure is never fatal. It is courage to continue that counts. Mom always says that. Winston Churchill said it first. Except, sometimes, failure is fatal. Red wire, green wire. But not today. Today is just another day. It's okay. Mom would tell me, it's okay. Slowly she stood, and without a plan, without any real idea what her purpose was, she began to walk. Down off the porch, out, towards the fence. Away from the house. Was this a part of the fence that Steve was waterproofing earlier? All fences looked the same, to her. She ran her hand along the rail, and found the wood was dry, and smooth to the touch. It's not betraying anyone if I just do my job. Steve's a nice guy. Even if he is cheating at bull riding, even if all the sudden success comes from finding a loophole, or an exploit, he'll still be a nice guy. But it's not my call to decide his fate, only my own. Someone always finds out in the end. Someone always gets you. The light from the sky above was somber, amber golden, not like the bright glare of earlier when she and Steve talked about Ibsen, or when Dawn came storming over with her double talk and wounded pride. It wasn't dark yet, but it soon would be. It is the courage to continue that counts. Today, and tomorrow, and the next. It's what I've done every day, right? She put both hands on the fence and pulled herself up onto it, sitting there with one leg hanging over each side. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but it felt good to sit up high, out in the open air. Small trees dotted the field in clumps, probably to give the cattle shade. Birdsong came from the branches, and a part of her felt envious of their carefree notes. I never did read I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. Always meant to. She turned her head and looked out towards the trees, and on the ground, somewhere between her and them, something on the ground caught her eye. Bright, shining, reflecting back the dying light. I wonder what that is. Her first impulse was to go and look, her second was to feel fear. Looking up and down the field, she couldn't see any cattle there, only the fence on each side. It was a lot smaller than the field where she'd petted the cow earlier. Probably just a holding area. For the winter, Steve said that some parts of the ranch are only used in winter. And what would a cow do to me, anyway? Moo? A reporter is like a cat. We're fast and curious. Well, the last part was certainly true as she swung her leg over and dropped down inside the field. Quickly she approached the shining thing, hopping over a freshly buzzing cow pie that got in her way. As she drew near, she saw that the shining thing was metal, and small. As she knelt down in the grass and picked it up, she saw that it was a ring on a chain. I wonder who this belongs to. Threading a finger through the chain, she held it up and let it swing slowly, like pendulum. There was a black stone set into the ring. No, not black. Dark, dark red. It was such a nice thing. Who would leave something like that here? Had they thrown it away? A ring on a chain wouldn't be something that slipped and fell off, after all. She stood and turned back towards the house. From this distance, she could see that lights were on in the upstairs window. Vaguely, she wondered what Steve and Seth were talking about, if they were arguing. Not that it was any of her business, but still, something moved in the trees behind her, something heavy. Whipping around to see, her eyes grew big in horror as a still, dark shape that she'd taken for a shadow snorted and rose to its feet, to all four-hoofed, sharp feet, and walked around the tree. Black eyes caught slivers of light and reflected them back as the beast lowered its head and shook it, two sharp-tipped curved horns pointing her way, over a ton of meat and muscle that snorted and pawed the ground, tearing up the earth in long, powerful strokes. "We keep the bulls in their own space." "Oh, no," she whispered. "No. Please don't. Please." The bull stood absolutely still, like a statue. Only the sides of its chest moved with the slow breaths drawn in and out, in and out. Maybe it would let her go. Maybe it was still sleepy. She hoped it was. Heart hammering against her ribs like the music at the climax of a movie, she took a slow half-step back, slipping the chain and ring inside her jeans pocket, then another step. Then the bull tucked its head down and came for her, over a ton of rage and territorial instinct running on thunder, faster than any human could move. She froze into place, as it hurtled her way, frozen as if it were only a bad dream. "Oh no no no, please don't." Before her muscles unlocked and she threw herself to the side, barely avoiding the animal that came at her like an incoming train. The impact knocked the air from her lungs. She tasted fresh grass as she landed face down in the dirt. All she could think was how stupid she'd been, how she should have known to stay on the safe side of the fence, but she was scrambling up onto her feet instantly with every nerve in her body pumped and singing, panic and terror flooding her brain as her chest hitched in desperate, fearful gasps. The bull wheeled around, nostrils flaring as it stamped its 4 feet on the ground again, huge shoulders rippling. It was between her and the fence. Steve. Even as she screamed his name, even as she called for him, she knew, what could he do to help her? Steve. She didn't wait for the bull to come at her again, she knew it would. Turning, she ran blindly for the trees, the tall grass and shrubs that grew in their shade tearing at her jeans. The thunder rumbled, but it was the thunder of the earth and not the sky. It swelled, and she ducked in between the small space between two of the trees, and instant later heard the thud of the great beast plowing into the living wood behind her. A dozen birds took the air as their comfortable roost shook beneath their feet and sent them scattering to the 4 winds. The bull was so close that when it snorted again, she could hear it as clearly as if it sounded in her ear, and she jerked back and away as instinctively as a flinching dog. Her instincts urged her to run and put as much distance between her and it as possible, but it was 30 feet or more to the fence, and she was sure she couldn't make it, completely sure. The beast's hooves tore the grass as it wheeled around and moved at a lumbering trot around the clump of trees towards her, and like a child playing hide-and-seek she ducked around to the far side, keeping them between her and it. Jerky, panicked, she clutched onto the first thing that she could, and felt rough bark beneath her hands. She looked down and saw the low-hanging branch she clung so desperately to, sharp, strong, pointed. Without thinking she scrambled onto it, all haste and no grace. Her left knee struck the branch hard as she hauled herself up, off the ground and into the tree. She didn't feel any pain, only a singing sensation from bruised nerves and a spreading coldness that surged numbly along the bones of her shin and thigh as she seized gratefully onto the next branch and hoisted herself up, higher still, out of reach, and she remembered her mother standing below in the leaf litter of the park almost 20 years ago, with the clarity of a reflection in a mirror. Remembered the mixture of fear and annoyance on her face as she looked up at Stacy's 8-year-old self, 20 feet above the earth surrounded by fresh-scented leaves and green acorns. "Get down from there. You're not a little squirrel, you'll fall." The bull's back was so close that she could have reached down and brushed it with her fingertips as it wheeled and danced below in absolute rage, incensed at this thing that had invaded its territory and dared to dodge away instead of being trampled to bloody mush beneath its hooves. "Please. Go away," she cried out and wrapped her limbs tightly around the branch, clinging on to the one stable thing she had left. "I didn't mean it." She felt creaking, cracking, shifting beneath her. Felt the branch shudder in the instant before it broke, felt her stomach plummet, heart and lungs clenching tight with the sudden drop of sheer terror in the moment that she fell, too. Mom had been right. Mom had been right. The earth rushed up to meet her, soft, yielding with its coat of thick long grass, and it didn't hurt, even though she landed on her elbows and aching knee. Reflexively she rolled to the side in an attempt to get away from the bull that jerked back, startled at the sudden appearance of the human almost directly under its feet. Scrambling away in a tangle of flailing limbs, she saw it shake its head and point those wickedly curved horns her way, and a naive part of her thought she could scramble back and away fast enough to outpace it. A part of her really believed it, even as it bunched its shoulders and prepared to charge. "Hi. Hi. Back boy." She heard Steve's voice as if it were coming from 1,000 miles away, drowned beneath the panicked ringing in her ears, and she saw his shadow rise above her and pass over, stepping between her and the bull without fear or hesitation. "Good boy. Back, now, back." Steve's hands were out as he approached the bull, his pace slow and steady, and it snorted and took one step back, and Stacy was certain that it was about to charge him, too. But it didn't. If she hadn't been so close to sobbing with pure relief and gratitude, she'd never have believed her eyes, as Steve reached out and placed his hand on the bull's neck, as it pushed its head up, butting gently against his palm like a pet dog as it stared up into his face. Docile. Calm. Like everything was just fine. "Good boy. Good boy," Steve murmured in a soothing tone. "Now, Stacy. Stand up, nice and slow." He kept his eyes on the bull, his voice never changing, as if he were still talking to the animal. "Wander on back to the good side of the fence at a nice calm pace. I got this in hand. Don't I, Thunderbutt?" "Thunder. But? Did he just call me?" "No, it's the bull's name. I was nearly killed by a thing named Thunderbutt." "Oh. My God." Stacy's train of thought was near delirious with emotion and adrenaline as she followed his advice, slowly getting to her feet, her lungs burned as she struggled to prevent laughter, of all things, laughter, from welling up. It felt like she was going crazy. Maybe she was, but it was okay. Because she wasn't dead, and maybe she should have been. Without saying a word, she started to walk towards the fence, arms wrapped tight around her chest. On the first step, her knee nearly gave out and sent her face first into the dirt again. Though she staggered, she stayed up, and step after step, the fence drew closer, Seth waiting behind. Finally, it was near enough to put her hands on, and gasping with the effort, she pulled herself up and over, sprawling in the grass on the far side on her back, staring up into an indigo sky untouched by clouds. "Are you okay? Jesus fucking Christ." Seth's face appeared in her field of view, wide-eyed, concerned. He looked as scared as she had been a moment or two before. "Well, almost, anyway. The hell were you doing in there?" "I saw a shiny thing." Her voice sounded small and floaty, even to her, the words so ridiculous, but so true. Everything had a strange and lucid edge to it, seeming unreal, like the tail end of a dream as the waking world began to push its way back into her consciousness. "I'm not a little squirrel." Steve had asked if she needed to be carried to the house, but she was done with being rescued for the day and half hopped there herself. It felt so wonderful just to be able to move at her own pace and not to be trying to outrun a thing twice as fast and 10 times as big as she was. And now, she was back on the swing seat on the front porch again. Had any of that just happened? Any of it? It felt like some strange dream. "I can't thank you enough." "I really can't," as she leaned forward to take the glass of cold water Steve was holding out to her. Her knee beneath the shredded fabric of her jeans throbbed painfully, and reminded her that yes, that really had just happened. Ow. Shit. Shit. Don't be testing yourself, now. Let me have a look at that. He knelt before her, calm, dark eyes on her own. "Can't be packing you off in a cab if you're better off seeing a doctor. I really can't afford a trip to the ER either way." She took a sip of the water, and tried not to grimace as she felt his hands on either side of the aching joint, fingers curved gently around the source of the pain. "Some pills, a cold compress, and some time lying down. It'll be fine. I can't afford anything else. Hospital fees are nothing to sniff at, it's true." His hands felt too gentle, too warm, to be a part of a man with such big shoulders and strong arms. Looking at it, it's not so bad. Why, I think you'll barely notice a thing in a few minutes. I doubt that, but... Her voice trailed away as he leaned in closer, almost as if he were focusing hard on the ligaments and bone beneath the skin, and he flexed the joint slowly. How does this feel? She steeled herself for the jarring flare of expected hurt, but it never came. The pain wasn't as bad as she anticipated, although a deep, throbbing warmth spread through the limb. It's not that bad actually? Ah, see what I mean? Probably just bounced off the nerves in there. Might be you'll have some bruising, though. Stacy started to reply, remembering the grinding sensation in her knee as she'd limped her way to the porch, the burn of cold air on grazed skin, remembering how certain she'd been that she had at least cracked a bone there, somewhere. Then she closed her mouth again, and took a deep breath instead. It didn't hurt much, at all. It didn't hurt any worse than it had when she'd been little, and scraped her knee on the sidewalk. No, less than that, even. Maybe you've got magic hands. Or I just got lucky, I don't know. It'll be the latter, I'm sure. His hands remained on her leg as he paused, and looked up at her. But there's more kinds of trauma than the ones you can see on the surface. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah. The words died on her lips at the sight of his expression. She wanted so much, suddenly, to tell him how sorry she was, that she never should have come here, looking for reasons why such a sweet man could be cheating the system. How bad she felt, for even thinking that. How she should have never set foot inside that field, how her mother was right, that climbing trees was dangerous, and sorry that she really thought she could do this job, so far away from home. All these things crowded up, impossible to filter or sort through, and with no way to express so much all at once. Her eyes burned and she drew a deep, shuddering breath. Sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. You got nothing to apologize for. His smile was slow, his voice as calm and steady as when he soothed the bull. Just be staying on the safe side of the fence next time, all right? Yeah. I know, now. She couldn't keep her eyes on his, so dark, so gentle, and she looked instead down at her knees before her, at the torn cloth and dirt stains. But still, something nagged at the back of her mind, something she was sure she'd be able to put a finger on, if she wasn't still so highly strung after the events of the last 20 minutes. The countryside is dangerous. Isn't it? Can be. It sure can be, he nodded slowly, as thoughtful as if the sentiment had never occurred to him before. Oh, and by the way, I got this from the field. You dropped it. His hand appeared in her field of vision, holding the small, silver voice recorder. I'm guessing that you'd dash. Steve? A word? Seth's voice broke in, quick and urgent, from the doorway. Right now? Yeah, sure. He was up on his feet in an instant, the recorder still in his hand. What's the problem? Yeah. Seth jerked his head towards the inside of the house, and he moved inside, indicating that his brother should follow. With a frown and a quick glance towards the disheveled woman sitting on the swing seat, Steve followed. So I'm alone again. This time, Stacy could hear the quiet murmur of voices coming from inside the house. Maybe I should go find some new and fascinating way to risk my goddamn neck. She stayed seated though, resting her chin on her curled fist, her thoughts blank, everything oddly peaceful inside her head, until she heard the engine of the cab on the road outside the ranch house. You didn't need to come with me, you know. I'd have been fine. Maybe I wanted to spend a little more time in your company, you ever think of that? Maybe you wanted to be sure the crazy city girl didn't get a mind to sue your ass for not putting signs up around your bullpen. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that he wanted to come with me in the cab. Stacy thought as she pushed open the passenger door and let in a little of the cooler night air. Making me feel like the worst kind of asshole, just by being a nice guy. How much is the fare, sir? She politely asked the driver. $24.50, ma'am. His reply came wrapped up in a warm drawl, as slow as dripping molasses. He sounded older than he looked. I got this. Steve said, his hand reaching towards his pocket. Stacy shook her head quickly. Not a chance. She leaned forward, her own hand dipping into the back pocket of her jeans where her credit card sat snugly, pushing it into the general vicinity of the driver. You sure? The man looked right past her, towards Steve, and Stacy rolled her eyes in exasperation. He's sure. And if you want that $10 tip I was about to ask you to tag on, you'll be sure too. That was enough to get the man focused on her, instead. He took the card from her hand with a nod. Right you are, ma'am. Ma'am, Stacy thought as an amused half-smile ghosted over her lips. Makes me feel like I'm 50 years old, at least. Thanks, sir, she said as she took her card back and stuffed the receipt into her pocket behind it. And Steve, Don't be foolish now, I'm walking you in. He pushed open his door and got out on the opposite side of the cab, turning to face her. My mother always told me to be a gentleman, right to the end of the evening. On dates, maybe. She chided him gently, leaning her elbows on the roof of the car. Is this a date? It's a poor excuse of a man who only puts on his good manners while pursuing a lady. As if that answered everything, Steve ducked down to speak to the driver through the open window of the cab. I'll not be long. Sure, sir. Steve skirted the vehicle, and upon reaching Stacy's side, he nodded affably to her. She'd thought for a moment that he was going to offer his arm, like a smooth southern gentleman from a black and white movie. Lead the way. All told, I did have a wonderful day. She told him as they walked up along the line of trees, whispering softly that ran along the edge of the street between the parking lot and the door. Despite the terrifying part. Hell, including the terrifying part, I guess. Glad to hear it. Though I admit, I was a little worried there for a while. He shrugged, and pushed his hands down, deep into his pockets. Thought we might be sending you off home to your mom in 2 pieces or more. Don't say that. Stacy drew a sharp breath, her voice strained. That's not funny. Hell, I'm sorry. Steve turned his head away, taken aback at her reaction. Didn't mean to make it sound like I was making light of the situation. I know, it must have been a shock for you. No, that's not it. It was hard to breathe as she pushed back, as hard as she could, against the unwelcome rise of old memories. I don't want to talk about this. Or think about it. Nope, not now, not ever. I guess, it was quite an evening, huh? It was, at that. They were almost at the door. Stacy wondered if the same woman would be at the front desk as was there when she left this morning, if she'd even noticed that her jeans were dirty and torn and her shirt had the imprint of a tree branch still lingering across the front. So, I never did really get a full, proper interview, did I? Not really. I guess we just got on a little too well for professional business. There was a certain awkwardness in his voice as he shrugged, pulling his broad shoulders up high. I'm a little sad that you'll be back in Jackson tomorrow, I admit. Well, they were at the door. She put her hand out onto the handle, but as soon as she made contact with it she withdrew, as quick as if the metal were heated. I don't actually have to go back to Jackson tomorrow. I mean, clearing her throat, she stared down at her feet, tight against each other. Maybe we could have lunch or something, before I go. That sounds so bad. For an interview, I mean? I thought, you were asking me out for a moment. He ran his hand through his short hair, messing it up a little, his hand dropped to his side and she found herself staring at it. The same hand that laid on the head of the bull, soothing it, that pressed so softly against her knee when it hurt. Not that. The rest of the words never came as she moved forward, leaning up on the balls of her feet to press her lips against his, feeling the scratch of his close-trimmed beard that was nothing more than a shadow on his skin. He inhaled sharply and she felt the breath drawn from her, and into him, and she was sure he was going to pull away, to thank her politely for a nice day and pleasant conversation and be gone. Then she felt his hand steal up, fingers curving around the sides of her face, thumbs along the angle of her jaw to tilt her head upwards as he moved in closer. A tiny sound escaped her lips, like a whimper, like a sigh. She tasted the warm bitter remains of whiskey, just a touch, like a memory of hot ashes after the embers of a campfire died down. I don't normally do things like this, dash. He didn't reply, at least, not with words. His left hand brushed through the loose strands of dark hair that fell forward over her ears as her own hand slipped around his waist, pulling him closer. Things had moved so fast, and so quickly, and she was lost in the warmth of his body, drinking in his scent as he kissed her deeper, moving slowly as if afraid he might break her. You won't though, she thought. I know you won't. She felt her skin flush as the tip of his tongue brushed along her lower lip, wanted to feel his hands move over her skin, trace the contours of her body, wanted to press her own hands against the hard muscles of his arms and chest. How would he be, in the darkness, in the stillness of her bed? If she opened her eyes, all she would see is him. Her fingers tightened on the fabric of his shirt as she pressed herself forward into him, felt him push back, and there was no space in between as she rolled her hips forward and curled her leg around his, aching for more. Wanting, so much, to bring him closer still. Come in with me, she murmured, the words almost lost between them. Up to my room. With his hips pressed against hers, she could feel that he wanted to, at least that a part of him wanted to. He sighed, a shuddering, heavy sigh. And then pulled away, his hands moving to her shoulders, looking her straight in the eye. He has such beautiful blue eyes. Not dark. Why do I keep thinking of them as being dark? I can't. Not tonight. Disappointment flooded through her, her eyes big and apologetic. I'm sorry. You're quite the gentleman, I know. I'm sorry. I'm not that much of a gentleman. Not always, anyway. Again, his hand moved to her face, large, warm, tender. It's just a bad night, is all. And tomorrow, you'll be in Jackson. Maybe. Maybe not. She bit her lip, eyes half closing as she glanced downwards at her feet, then back up to his face again. Lunch, tomorrow. I'm asking you out. Well, now. He leaned in and she parted her lips in readiness for the kiss that she was sure was coming, and felt his lips brush her forehead, as light as a feather before drawing back to look into her eyes again. I couldn't say no to that, even if I wanted to. Stacy's head felt light and giddy as she let herself back into her room, her body warm and feverish, as if she'd just been running so long and hard that she'd needed to gasp for air. She wished he was here with her, instead of heading off home in a cab, but maybe tomorrow. Maybe. I'm taking an extra day here to spend time with someone I met. It's bad. It's real bad. But I'm going to do it. She hummed a tuneless refrain as she kicked off her shoes, peeled her clothes from her body. I've worked like a demon at this job since I was 18, hardly taking a day off. Morning till night. I don't need to feel guilty over this. Hell, no. Her shirt landed more heavily on the floor than it ought to have done, by rights, and, remembering the voice recorder still in the pocket, she bent to take it out. Her knee twinged a little with the motion, but it wasn't much of anything. She bit her lip at the sight of the hole torn in her jeans, at the flecks of blood lingering on the frayed fabric. Thoughtfully she rubbed the skin of her knee, which was unbroken and unbruised. Okay. That's odd. How could I have blood on my jeans from a wound that doesn't exist? The song died on her lips as she stood, her other hand moving to her hair to loosen the tight braid that had bound it up through the day. Her eyes moved down automatically to the voice recorder, and saw that it had reached its capacity, a blinking light signaling that a new SD card was needed to keep recording. The last time I used it was before Steve went to get his last drink, and he found Seth in the kitchen. Long before I had my tussle with Thunderbutt the Bull. So what else is on here? Her thumb moved to the playback switch and hit it as she drifted towards the bed, listening. I used to be, well, what you'd call an angry young man, I guess. Angry about my mom dying, angry that my dad got diagnosed with something long-term and terminal, angry that there was so much to deal with in the world that I wasn't ready for. A smile touched her lips, despite her unanswered questions, despite the blood on her jeans that shouldn't, by rights, be there. After this, she thought. After he talked about his mom and dad. She pushed the forward button, let the tiny cursor on the screen move forward through time and then hit play again. Her own voice, this time, quick, panicked, like a terrified child. Please, go away. I didn't mean it. Drawing a sharp breath, her thumb moved automatically to the stop/off switch. She didn't want to hear that. Didn't want to remember how she thought she might be about to die. Then she saw that there was still almost 15 minutes recorded after that, and instead of turning it off she just moved forward. Steve came, and scared off. Sued. The bull. I got over the fence, laid there for a little while Seth panicked. We went back to the house. That took 10 minutes, maybe? She pressed the play button, and heard Steve's voice, slow, calming. I'm guessing that you'd dash. Steve? A word? Right now? That was Seth. The urgency in his tone was apparent even when she couldn't see his worried face. Yeah, sure. A pause, the sound of fabric moving over skin as Steve stood. What's the problem? Yeah. There was a long pause as slow, long footsteps sounded, and Steve followed him inside, unaware that the recorder had jolted on when it hit the ground in the bull's pen and was taping everything. Gee Steve, could you have been more obvious out there? What are you talking about, Seth? Stacy murmured as she curled in close around the recorder, listening intently to the tinny little inbuilt speakers. She thought that Steve might be about to ask the same question, but he didn't. Relax, little brother. It was all over in a second. Or 3, maybe. Right in front of a person whose job it is to see through your bullshit. Not my bullshit, personally. Steve sounded almost amused by the whole thing, but there was an edge of tension to his whispered words. Generally unrelated bullshit. Even through the tiny speakers, the sound of Seth's irritated sigh had been clearly captured. Look, I'm not saying you shouldn't have done anything. I'm not saying that well, good, because that would be a real asshole thing to say, wouldn't it? What? Stacy frowned. What were they talking about? She'd have to listen to it all again when it was through, she was sure. She shook her head slowly, and kept listening. All I'm saying is, you might as well have had a flashing sign on your head saying, I can do things most people can't, attention, attention. You know you can't do that. Now, Seth. She won't know what any of that means. Steve's tone was the same soothing one he'd used to calm the bull, now, being used on his brother. Did you, the first time that you saw Dad doing his thing? I'm not a reporter. Just do damage control, okay? Because if she gets an idea of what you and me can do, that's it. It's not just our careers that are on the line, here. Stacy's eyes grew wide and she drew an audible gasp as her hand flew to her mouth, so it was true. Steve was doing something. Something that would put his job as a PBR writer at risk, something he shouldn't be doing. She didn't have any idea what that something was. Not yet. Her fingers were so tight around the recorder that her knuckles turned white. Then she remembered the way he'd managed to take an aggressive, enraged bull about to charge and stop it in its tracks. How he'd rubbed its neck and head like a family pet. A bull, the same creature that put the B in PBR, was something that one really should have never been able to do. Seth. I'll handle her. I handle everything, don't I? Handle me, Steve? Stacy murmured, and her eyes narrowed. Oh, I see. Okay. Sure. You'd better, though. Seth's tone was terse, the voice of someone who could only watch from the sidelines and pray that everything wasn't about to fall apart around him. It reminded her of her mom, when Stacy's teenage self argued about. Well, about everything. Just Steve. Don't make this any worse than it already is. Lay off doing what you do, until she's packed off back to Jackson. Seth, that girl knows about as much as cattle and kin as she knows about the gravitational pull of Venus. Which, I'm guessing, isn't much. I never studied astrophysics at college, she murmured, but you bet your ass I know how to Google that shit. Maybe. Seth sounded unconvinced. She could almost imagine him turning to stare around like a paranoid and hunted animal. All I know is, we can't have her figuring out exactly what we do. Or the whole house of cards comes tumbling down. Hey, as long as she never actually sees, the audio cut off abruptly. No. The readout signaled that the recorder had run out of memory, right there. Hell, no. I want to know what he was talking about. Her fingers fumbled as she sped back through the last few minutes of data to hear the conversation again, her mind outpacing the speed with which her hands could move. As the accidentally captured audio began to play again, she was up and on her feet, rifling through the pockets of the jeans discarded on the floor. There. Dawn's business card. Call me, if you want to know the real deal about old Steve Law, here. We'll have lunch. That's what she'd said, wasn't it? There was something else in that pocket too. Her fingers tightened around something small, slippery, and she withdrew a chain with a ring threaded through it. I forgot about this. She laid both things, the business card and the chained ring, on the coverlet of the bed and looked from one to the other as the conversation replayed. Although her body was motionless, her mind raced. She'd told Steve she'd have lunch with him. She'd asked him out, to be more accurate. But Dawn said she was willing to spill secrets, and asked her to lunch. Dawn or Steve? Dawn or Steve? He's not gonna be telling me anything, she murmured, and reached for her phone. You want answers, always go to the angry ex. Chapter 4. Something about all of this reminded Stacy uncomfortably of her less stellar moments at high school, that sense of having to spend time with someone she knew didn't like her, of having no choice but to smile and nod and play the game despite the fact that she didn't know the rules. Still, she reminded herself as she closed the door of the rental car and slipped the strap of her sensible black bag over one shoulder, this wasn't high school. She could get up and leave at any time, and most importantly, Dawn had no power over her. No gang of like-minded friends to back her up, no teacher to tell a skewed version of events to, and no bell to wait on before she could leave. Using the reflective window of the car as a makeshift mirror, she smoothed down the fabric of her white-fitted shirt and made sure it sat evenly over the hips of the knee-length black pencil skirt. A little formal, perhaps, like her hair pinned up with an abalone clip, but it was good to be formal, sometimes. Especially when dealing with interviewees who might be a little difficult. And, no matter what happened, Stacy was quite sure that Dawn was going to be difficult. With a small sigh she turned, putting the comforting refuge of the car behind her as she made her way from the parking lot to the coffee shop across the road, passing underneath the sign that bore its name, Cafe Nation, she thought. Cute. As she drew nearer, she saw a familiar spill of blonde hair falling over the black-clad shoulders of the woman sitting at one of the tables in the little garden outside. Of course. Why drink hot drinks in the calm of the air-conditioned interior, when they could sit outside in the searing noontime heat? Well, at least there was a parasol shading the table, but there was no calming breeze today, and not a single cloud in the arching sky above. Heels clicking on the reddish paving stones below, she made her way towards Dawn Ashley with a light step and a false smile. Put your best foot forward, like Mom always says. Good afternoon. The cheeriness in her voice as she greeted Dawn was so far from how she really felt, it almost felt like some kind of lie, but a necessary one. What a nice little place. Oh, isn't it? Dawn stood, casual and stylish in a two-piece black silk suit that had the elegant look of Italian tailoring, as cool and collected as a house cat licking its paws. My daddy owns shares in the place. Daddy has excellent taste. She's one of those grown-ass women who calls their father daddy. I've always thought that was more than a little creepy. Stacy cautiously shook the hand that Dawn held out to her, and felt a certain kind of firmness in the grip. The kind of firmness that suggested that Dawn did this a lot, and was perfectly okay with asserting authority right from the get-go. It was rather a relief to let go and put her hand back on the strap of the bag at her shoulder. I hope the coffee is as good as the decor. Small talk. Not something she was exactly skilled at. It always felt too forced, too unnatural, like wearing a suit that didn't fit, like walking in high heels on uneven ground. The baristas know exactly what they're doing. Dawn smiled, tilting her head to one side. Come, sit down. Let's have a nice little girly chat. Oh, Lord. Kill me now. That will be lovely. With a smile of her own, Stacy lowered herself into the painted white steel chair, keeping her back straight, her knees together, as studied and cautious as if she were in a deportment class from the 50s. Do I have your permission to record the conversation, Miss Ashley? Oh, please call me Dawn. So familiar, so sweet, as if that nasty little scene at the ranch yesterday had never even happened. And of course you have permission. It's what you media types do, isn't it? Sadly, yeah. You're never quite off the clock when you're an investigative reporter. Stacy slipped the zip of her bag open, no buttons or fasteners, no hooks and belts on the little satchel. She always had to have the tools of her trade at easy reach, after all. As she took out the voice recorder in its slim leather case, something caught on the little latch that held it closed and came out with it. Dragging along like a fish on a hook, clattering slightly when it touched the tabletop, was something small and silver on a chain. Huh? What's that? Dawn leaned forward, as curious and forward as a cat. That's Steve's. Her eyes narrowed instantly, tone sharpening slightly. Why do you have it? Oh, this? Stacy unhooked the chain from around the leather holder and dropped it back inside her bag quickly. She hadn't expected to start off on this note, and she didn't like it when the unexpected happened while she was on the job. I found it on the ground a little way out of the ranch after my second interview yesterday. Forgot I had the thing. Give it to me, I'll see he gets it back. Dawn put her hand out, in the direction of Stacy's bag, not far enough to be demanding, nowhere near enough to be rude, but certainly enough to be insistent. It belonged to his father, you know. So you can't have it. He'll want it back. There was something about the way Dawn said that made Stacy feel as if she was being accused of thievery. Don't take it personal, she told herself. After all, I'm not about to hand it back to her, because I figure SHE might be planning on keeping it. So we're even. No, that's okay, she replied, keeping her tone light and breezy in an attempt to pass the matter off as nothing. I'll hand it back to Steve or Seth when I see them next. Sure, Dawn shrugged. You do that. Putting the incident from her mind, Stacy put her bag back on the floor beside her and removed the voice recorder from its case. She set the slim silver device on the heavy glass table. All data had been stored on an SD card and wiped from internal memory, so it was clean and empty as a crystal vase awaiting flowers. That interesting little conversation she'd caught accidentally was just a little fragment of that data, tagged as being important, stored in its own little folder. If she did end up finding anything that would validate her gut feeling that Steve was hiding something, well, she might need to find it easily again. If not, it would end up stored on a hard drive along with hundreds of hours of other clips she'd recorded over the years. Without anything further to back it up, it didn't amount to much. Still, Stacy never deleted anything for good. She tapped the power switch, and almost immediately the green light blinked on, another tap of the same button, and the light turned red. And, it's go time. All the while, she studiously avoided Dawn's gimlet stare. She tapped the power switch, and almost immediately the green light blinked on, another tap of the same button, and the light turned red. And, it's go time. So. Anyway. An investigative reporter, So what does that really mean? Dawn was saying, only half the sentence caught by the recorder. Exposing the sex lives of politicians? Well, I'm sure that some do. Really, it just means finding new stories that you know will interest the core demographic for the station. Though Stacy was aching to ask her questions, get her answers and get the hell away, It was probably for the best to try and put Dawn at ease. To remind her that Stacy wasn't a rival, she was a professional woman doing her job. Finding the stories, and getting as much relevant information in as little time as possible. That's just fascinating. Was there a hint of sarcasm in those words? Studying Dawn's expression as she smiled, Stacy wasn't sure if she was merely being paranoid. I thought you were more the stand in front of the camera and talk type. I'm happier behind the camera. My boss likes me in front of it. We compromise. Okay, now, time to get to my questions. So dash. Good afternoon. The cheery tone of a waiter interrupted her. Turning her head, she was greeted with an impeccably white shirt with orange trim worn over a plain black cotton shirt and pants, and a pleasant smile from the young man with the slightly crooked teeth who had come to take their order. What will be your pleasure today? Oh, hi, Davis. Dawn trilled, seeming as pleased to see him as if he were her oldest and best-loved friend. I'll have an espresso. My usual Brazilian roast, of course. Of course, Miss Ashley. And your companion? The waiter turned to look at Stacy, his expression questioning, the pencil hovering over his pad. Waiting. Stacy paused a moment, feeling somehow thrown off by the way that the question was directed at Dawn, but his gaze pointed at herself. I'll, latte, with sugar? I don't care about what roast it has. Whatever you think is best. Of course, ma'am. Was there a note of condescension in his tone? It was so hard to tell, sometimes. Coming right up. As the waiter retreated, Stacy felt a flicker of annoyance. What was I about to ask? Damn it. Before she had a chance to remember, Dawn was talking again. Honestly, you might as well order a common brewed coffee like something from a hotel room if you just want a sugary latte. You know, you can tell a lot about a person by what kind of coffee they drink. I'm just not much of a coffee drinker. I didn't even go inside a coffee house until I was 22. Stacy shrugged her shoulders delicately, hoping that this would be enough to steer the conversation back onto her terms. After all, she really wasn't here to drink coffee, but to ask questions. Oh, that's so sad. Did you grow up in a poor neighborhood? Don't even go there. Not especially, she lied. I just had other things on my mind for most of my youth, still do. Anyway, there are a few wonderful places in Jackson that I've been to. It must be interesting, living in the big city. Really interesting. I bet you know some good stories. Dawn leaned forward with her elbows up on the glass tabletop, a mischievous half-smile on her face. What about all the gangs and crimes? Do you know anyone who is in jail? No. No, I don't. Stacy's voice sounded hesitant, while she wondered to herself, why is she asking me that? Jackson has a pretty high crime rate, yes. A lot of people, a lot of different kinds of people, but that doesn't mean I know anyone personally who is a criminal. That's almost disappointing. Dawn pouted slightly, flipped a tress of long blonde hair back over her shoulder, and sighed. I've heard such fascinating stories about the urban sprawl. Oh, well. I suppose, since you're in the media, you must have some interesting things to talk about. Some interesting things to talk about? Well, you know how it is, I can't talk about work much. She offered her most casual and world-weary shrug, hoping that she looked like someone who was so used to dealing with secrets and scandals of the rich and powerful that it wasn't any big deal to her anymore. It's a curse of the job. Really? Dawn smiled, all white, perfectly aligned teeth and pink gloss. I looked you up on Google, of course. I could only find clips about grocery store openings, but hey, I'm just a small-town girl. Maybe Walmart is a hotbed of intrigue. I wouldn't know. Like I said, I'm not just an on-screen personality. Stacy frowned slightly, feeling caught out. I do a lot more than cover business openings, but of course I'm not assigned to high-profile cases quite yet. After all, I only just turned 25. That's cute. The words came, quick, light, casual, but there was no mistaking the smirk on Dawn's face. I'd started, ran, and sold my first business, at a 500% profit, by the time I was 23. Perhaps it was a good thing that the waiter brought their coffee at that moment, a good thing, because Stacy would have found it hard not to glare daggers at the woman sitting opposite. Okay. She's, literally, the devil, Stacy thought, crossing her feet neatly under the table. Okay, maybe not literally, and maybe not the devil. Close, though. But, two can play that game, Evelina. Perhaps one day, someone else will be thinking of running a story on you, then. Pausing a moment, Stacy let that sink in. Right now, I'm looking to get a clear perspective on Steve Law from both his present and past acquaintances. The smile on Dawn's face froze over, her fingers tightening around the coffee cup in her hand. Stacy wondered what, exactly, did it, the implication that Steve was more successful than her? That she was on the list of past acquaintances, or that she was merely an acquaintance? Either way, a small and rather childish part of her rather enjoyed that reaction. Professional? No. Not at all. But satisfying. I'm not about to tell you anything that'll damage his image, if that's what you're asking. Dawn's tone was much cooler than it had been before, as she twisted a lock of straight shiny hair around one perfectly manicured finger. Everyone knows that the press is all about wrecking homes and careers, just for the scoop. I wouldn't let any harm come to Steve. I like how she puts homes in before careers in the list of things that I might wreck. Almost like a homewrecker? Oh, Dawn. You're such a trope. I'm not asking anything, really, Stacy replied, quick and polite. After all, you were the one who asked me to lunch. For this very reason, actually. Pausing to take a sip of her coffee, her eyes tilted up to meet Dawn's cold gray stare as she put the cup back on the tabletop. She didn't want this whole meeting to be a bust, so maybe it would be best to play along. Just a little. After all, you probably know Steve better than anyone. Well. The lock of blonde hair was loosed from Dawn's fingers as she crossed her arms on the table before her. That's true. If it wasn't for the delicate balance of the situation, Stacy would have rather liked to bring Seth into the equation. After all, it would be difficult for any rational person to believe, given the closeness of the two brothers, that anyone could know Steve better than his own blood. She's really quite delusional, the young reporter thought. I mean, it's kind of sad, really. Wait. What am I doing? Judging a woman because she's having trouble getting over a long-term relationship? Pretending to be nice, and mocking her in my head where she can't defend herself? Stacy's brow furrowed slightly. Geez. Get your act together, girl, you're a professional, not a teenage high school girl, catfighting over a boy. Don't be drawn into this. You're better than that. So. Yes. Stacy cleared her throat and looked up, to see Dawn staring at her with an odd expression. Perhaps there had been too long of a lull in the conversation. Perhaps Dawn just thought she was odd. Either was perfectly possible. So, you've known Steve since high school? Oh, I've known him since I was a child. Our mothers were best friends. The blonde woman reached into her purse. For one heart-stopping second, Stacy almost believed she was about to pull out a slim handgun and point it in her face, but no. Just a packet of cigarettes and a lighter. But, we got together when we were 15. The next question came naturally. So what was Steve like, in high school? Dawn slipped a cigarette from the packet with a well-practiced motion. He was sweet. Ran in the track team, wrote poetry. We were prom king and queen 2 years running, you know. Of course you were. So it's safe to say, he was popular, then? Oh, of course. Do I look like the type to date a weirdo? Dawn smiled as she clicked the lighter and raised the flame to the cigarette tip, so focused on the task at hand that she never saw the shadow that passed over Stacy's expression. Steve's always been the sort of guy who has time for anyone. Even total losers. Stacy wondered if that was another thinly veiled insult. Glancing down at the voice recorder at her elbow, she drew a slow, deep breath. That little silver device was an excellent reminder as to why she was really here, and it wasn't to talk about how oh my gosh amazing Steve was, what a cute couple he and Dawn made. Or rather, she thought, used to make. Have you any interesting anecdotes you could share with me? Slowly she brushed a fingertip around the edge of her coffee cup. Had that request been phrased a little bluntly, was it too abrupt a transition? Of course, she couldn't hope for Dawn to look up and tell her all about this clever way that Steve had found to swing the odds in his favor in the rodeo ring, but still. Well. Let me see. With a swift and precise motion of her fingers, the blonde tapped her cigarette into the ashtray, gray dust and tiny embers falling into the clean white porcelain. There was this girl. What was her name, now? Shannon? Shauna? Oh, I can't remember. Dumpy short little thing, frizzy hair. Anyway, she was always hanging around Steve. Writing him letters, showing up at his house, it was sad, really. And the whole time he was never anything but nice to her. Where is she going with this? What happened? Oh, not much. She threw her toys from the pram and left school over it. Dawn shrugged, the corners of her mouth quirking upwards. It would have been better for everyone if Steve had told her he wasn't interested, but he was so keen on being the nice guy and not judging anyone, he just never said a word about it. A real nice guy, Steve. But he didn't always know when to stop being nice. Okay. Stacy frowned, one hand wandering to her hair in an absent manner, checking that it was still pinned neatly in place. That wasn't quite the kind of anecdote I had in mind. Well, it was the kind of thing I had in mind. Dawn leaned forward suddenly, her eyes intent, breasts pushed forward between her crossed forearms. Because it proves my point. Steve'll talk to anyone, be nice to anyone, no matter how little interest he has in them. You get where I'm going with this? Oh. I get it, perfectly well. I'm afraid I don't, Stacy replied smoothly, meeting Dawn's cold stare. And it's hardly relevant. He doesn't like you. You're not his type. The blonde woman sat back, lips pulled up from her teeth in an unconscious expression of distaste. So don't be thinking that just because he's a sweetheart to you, that it means anything. Because it doesn't. Really, huh? And before she could stop herself, before she could remind herself that she was a reporter, that this was all about gathering information and not about winning some pointless battle, the words just slipped out. He didn't say nothing about me not being my type when he kissed me last night. Dawn's jaw clenched, she took a single deep drag on her cigarette and then stubbed it sharply out in the ashtray, grinding the slim cylinder of tobacco and paper into a twisted mess. Like I said before. He'll spend time with just about any loser. That the best you got? Really? Well, this has been a lovely afternoon, Miss Ashley. Holding her bag open with one hand on preparation to leave, she picked up the voice recorder in the other. She had no intention of picking up the bill, however. Dawn's daddy could handle that. Of course, my viewers won't be interested in small talk about past relationships, so I don't think any of this will make it into the final feature, but still, thank you for your time. What about current relationships? Dawn's eyebrows pulled together as she shot a look of absolute loathing in Stacy's direction, pulling another cigarette from the packet with a stabbing gesture of the fingertips. Or maybe, your bosses will be more interested in such things. A breach of ethics, isn't that what you might call it? Stacy's eyebrows raised slightly, and she paused. If I was reviewing a book or movie Steve had made, maybe. In one swift move, Stacy was up on her feet, slipping the strap of her bag back over her shoulder with what she hoped was an air of authority. Or if I was his doctor. Neither of those things are true, but, good luck causing trouble, if that's your goal. It won't get you far, but you strike me as the type to wallow in a little melodrama. So, knock yourself out. I'm not the one looking to cause trouble. Am I? Sitting back, Dawn took another draw of her cigarette, smoke filtering out along with her next words. It's a good thing for you that you'll be back in that crime-infested multicultural hellhole you call a city before anyone even has time to miss you. So, you go run your pudgy ass back to your hotel like a good little girl and get packed up. Because the only story you'll be finding here is the tale of a sad city girl trying to claw her way out of the mud, chasing a man who's way out of her league, and nobody cares about a story like that. Stacy took a slow deep breath, her fingers tightening on the strap of her bag. A part of her wanted to wrench it off, twirl it around her head like a bolero, and smack it right into the middle of Dawn's model's own face, but a greater part of her felt only pity. If you don't mind me saying, Miss Ashley, it'd be best if you moved on with your life. It's not healthy to focus on past relationships so much. It's just a little bump in the road, is all. The blonde woman waved it off with a diffident gesture of her fingers. He'll be back. And if you don't mind me saying, it won't be healthy for someone like you to get in our way. So, pack up. And be gone. Be gone? Who says that? Who actually says that? Oh, I have no time for that, Miss Ashley. Stacy replied, quick and airy. I'm having dinner tonight with Steve. But enjoy your evening, why don't you? She turned and walked away with a quick step before Dawn could reply, and as she went she couldn't help but think, and you're right, you can tell a lot about a person by what coffee they drink. And you're as bitter and shallow as that espresso. Finally back in her hotel room, she stripped off the rigid confines of the fitted shirt and pencil skirt and slipped gratefully into an oversized plaid shirt, legs bare beneath the hem. With a sigh, she laid back on the bed, one hand running over the soft curve of her stomach as she considered what she should do next. No big surprise really, that I didn't get anything useful out of Dawn. Except maybe, a lifelong enemy. Even in such loose clothing, the temperature in the little room was cloying. So, what now? I guess I could organize my notes. Get something, anything, of substance, to report back to Mr. Midas. He was good enough to lay on a rental car for me, I should at least call up and thank him. He knows I hate taking cabs. He's such a sweet man. Running her hand through her hair, she sighed and closed her eyes. This heat. It's so drying on my hair. But I don't have time to worry about sitting around with conditioner on for an hour. I'm not about to give up on Steve, quite yet. I have to get something. Some kind of story to bring back. I wonder. The phone on her dresser sparked to life, the screen blinking on, the case rattling, playing the same factory-setting jingle that it had come installed with. Someone was sending her a message. And that message is, don't get too comfortable, princess. Grumbling, she hauled herself up and went to grab it. Her body, so happily resting a moment before, ached with the sudden motion. Given how the day before she'd been climbing trees in a panic and crawling around to escape a charging bull, it was a wonder she didn't feel much worse. Looking at the screen, she saw a line of text from Mikey, asking how she was doing. Just fine, she muttered, rubbing the back of her neck with other hand. Daring escapes, healing hands, angry dames, and a lack of leads. It's like a pulp noir thriller over here, no, really. She was halfway through typing a somewhat more restrained reply when the cheap plastic phone on the bedside cabinet rang. Really, she complained, dropping the cell phone as she reached for the other. Can't a girl get a moment of, Stacy Wilder, speaking? Miss Wilder, this is Miranda, from reception. The carefully modulated and heavily accented voice on the line struggled to be heard over the crackle of old wiring. I have a message here for you, from a Mr. Law? There was no denying the little lurch that Stacy felt in her stomach at these words. Oh. What did he say? 7 o'clock, he'd said, and yet, here she was at 6:20, pulling into the shade of trees that arched over the little road like a covered avenue a little way from the ranch house, out of sight of the building. It wasn't because she was so eager to meet him again, as she constantly reminded herself. It was just too good an opportunity to miss. Have a little scout around the place, have a poke into any secret corners and buildings that the tour happened to have missed, and rock up to the door dead on 7. What reporter worth her salt could pass up a chance like that? Just as long as I stay on the good sides of the fences, and out of the way of any angry bulls, I'll be just fine. Cutting the engine, she stepped out of the smart silver rental car and onto the dirt path that led up to the house. Her old sneakers were comfortable on her feet, the cool air pleasing against the skin revealed by the cut-offs she'd donned. An hour before they'd been a part of the jeans torn by her flight from Old Thunderbutt. She'd left the slacker look behind in her mid-teens, and wearing jeans with holes in them wasn't exactly her thing, so now they'd been repurposed into something a little more practical for the summer heat. So, let's play ninja. Throwing her trusty bag over her shoulder, she closed the car door quietly behind her. Rather than heading straight up the path, she took a detour through the trees, her step light and eager as she circled around the house. The early evening sun dappled the ground at her feet with a shifting lacework veil of light as the branches stirred above with a soft breeze, and a sense of calmness, almost of serenity, came over her as she walked. I think I could really come to like living out on the edges of the country like this. Brown-furred rabbits scattered at her approach, and birds sang jubilantly all around. She was almost saddened to find that the trail ended, the trees opening up near the back of one of the barns that scattered throughout the Double Thunders ranch. She had no idea which one it was. Barns all looked the same to her, or what she might possibly find that would bring her closer to uncovering whatever secret Steve was keeping from the world. All that mattered was that there was no sign of anything bull-shaped in the vicinity. Drifting around the perimeter of the building, she let the fingertips of her hand trail over the sturdy wooden siding. The only thing that would make this more typical, she thought as she passed by a little window, was if the thing was painted bright red. She paused as she rounded the far side, and saw the house in the distance. Every ninja knew that daylight and a direct line of sight wasn't exactly beneficial to a bit of sneaking around, so she ducked back and retraced her steps to the window. Peering inside, all she could see was a stack of hay bales obscuring her view. Most people would have found that discouraging, even boring, but to Stacy, it only deepened the mystery of what was hidden behind those bales. Pressing her hands against the window, she pushed first inwards, and then upwards, and she grinned like a child when the window slid slowly up, dust clouding the air. The window was small, only just wide enough to let her wriggle in, and almost 4 feet above ground level. It would require a bit of ungainly clambering, but Stacy certainly wasn't above that kind of thing. Hooking her hands on the inside of the sill, she hauled herself upwards, feet braced against the barn siding. For a moment she was sure her arms wouldn't have the strength to pull her up, but after a few wheezes and a heart-stopping moment when her left foot slipped, she was up. Her stomach pressed hard against the sill as she kicked her legs and pushed herself through, landing in a breathless heap on a soft, prickly bed of hay. There. I'm in. Climbing back to her feet, she brushed herself down with quick, delicate strokes, standing with her feet pressed together demurely, back to business, as if that little bit of ungraceful flailing had been some other woman. So. Let's see what we got here. Light filtered in through a skylight far above and from between the half-open double doors, illuminating the front half of the barn clearly, a hay loft, bins of feed, lines of tools, nothing very interesting. The back though, what the hell was that? Stacy squinted and took a hesitant step forward as her eyes adjusted to the contrast of dark and light, and slowly a shape against the far wall came into focus, foursquare, heavy-shouldered, horns curving up and out. She drew a deep breath and stepped back as she recognized it as the shape of a bull, standing perfectly still. No, not again. She was about to move back towards the window as quietly as she could in order to make a quick exit, when she saw that the thing had no legs and only the suggestion of a head, that part of its hide gleamed with a metallic luster. Oh, damn, she laughed in relief and shook her head, the braid she'd pulled her hair into coming to rest over her left shoulder. Almost got me, there. Still, there was an instinctively wary cadence to her step as she crossed the wooden floor of the barn towards the mechanical bull, and it wasn't until she laid her hand on the leather upholstery, and found it to be as lifeless as any automaton, that she fully relaxed. Held in place and anchored to the ground by a system of oiled pistons and hydraulics, the whole thing smelled faintly of WD-40 and leather. A coil of rope hung from one of the synthetic horns that adorned the abstract shape of the machine's head, No danger, nothing more than a handy peg to hang things from. You're not so big and bad, are you? She patted its shoulder as if it were a feeling, living thing. Poor old guy, hanging around here in the dark. There's nothing poor about that guy, said the slow, drawling voice from behind her. Spark plugs there has thrown me on my ass 100 times. Chapter 5. Ah, shit. Stacy whirled around as fast as any cartoon Tasmanian devil and found herself facing a gently smirking Steve-shaped silhouette, framed in the half-open double doors. What are you doing there? I live here. Now, let me ask you the same question. Then, he was moving towards her. His stride was long and unhurried as he approached through the dark and light of the barn, boot heels creaking on the wooden floor. Were you looking for something? Stacy drew back as he came near, moved by guilt and surprise more than by fear. I was early. I thought I'd have a look around, instead of showing up when I wasn't expected. I didn't want to seem hold on there. Steve held up a hand, his expression softening. It's not like I'm judging you for anything. Hell, you're a reporter. I bet you look at life like it's just a big bundle of secrets, waiting to be cracked open. Self-consciously Stacy pushed her hands into her pockets, shuffling her feet. That's pretty accurate, actually. If only you knew, she thought. Maybe you'd not be so accepting if you knew that you're just another secret to be cracked. Well, not just another secret, exactly. Hold on. It's dark as the inside of a black cat at midnight in here. Steve's voice broke through Stacy's musings as he walked towards a light switch and flipped it on, bathing the unlit half of the barn in a warm incandescent glow. That's better. Although the intention was to make things a little easier to see, now the back half of the barn was illuminated brightly enough to sting her eyes. Shading them with the flat of her hand, she turned away from the light source and looked over the strange array of items that were collected there. She saw ropes knotted into circles hanging from pegs on the walls, a line of protective helmets with face guards lined up on a shelf above some large cardboard boxes, and a stack of blankets with mysterious unmarked white containers settled on top, along with a large first aid kit. Something that looked like a large burrito was propped up against the wall. What is all this stuff? Tools of the bull riding trade. Rosin and bull ropes for the ride, protective gear, and supplies for when a soul fails to stay the distance. There was a small, but unmistakable note of affection in his voice as he said that, in his expression as he looked over the equipment. This is mine and Seth's practice room. We've spent a hell of a lot of time back here, over the years. How does it work? Speculatively she ran her hand along the padded leather that lined the flanks and back of the mechanical bull. It was scuffed and marked with age and use, but had been kept soft and well treated. You just get on and hit a button? Well, first you roll out the crash mat that goes underneath. Never forget that part. Steve grinned and settled into a comfortable sitting position on one of the hay bales by the window. And you need someone else to operate the controls. This old thing has an automatic randomizer for the motions, but you need another hand on the switch to take the speed up or down. Is it easier than riding on a real bull? Since the operator can control the speed, it's a damn sight easier. Is it safer? And better on the bulls, too. They get tired and riled up, and you need to switch them out for another. Means, you need to have two on hand, and the problem with having two angry bulls in the same place is that half the time they'll kill each other. She paused and bit her lip. Can I ask something? You gonna ask if you can give it a shot? Yeah, I was. How did you know? Because that's what everyone says. He nodded his head towards the arrangement of safety gear on the shelf. That's why we got that stuff in all sizes. But, sure. Give him your best shot. Give me a moment to set you up, though. Stacy felt a flutter of excitement in her stomach as he stood up, walked over to the burrito thing, and unrolled it around the base of the bull. You ask me here for a nice meal at your house, and I end up in the barn, playing with robots. Doesn't seem normal, somehow. Yesterday you came to ask questions, And ended up playing dodgeball with an angry bull, Steve commented dryly as pushed the cushioned mat into place. You're all full of surprises. But, I think I like that about you. Well, I have another for you. Stacy scuffed the sole of her sneaker on the floor. I had lunch with Dawn today. Now, that isn't a surprise. She went and called up to complain about it some 30 seconds after you walked out on her, by my estimate. Oh. Stacy's cheeks flushed as she remembered that parting shot she'd fired as she left, not the one she'd thought of saying, the one she'd actually said. She, got under my skin a little. I maybe said some things I shouldn't have. Well, now. While I was surprised to hear that we're apparently set to have dinner tonight, I must admit, I thought it sounded like a pleasant enough thing to do. So really, it all worked out for the best. Standing straight again, he went to the big cardboard box under the shelf and opened it, pulling out a heavy-looking deep-sided saddle. Though, I'm not sure what you expected to get out of her. Honestly, I'm not sure either. Stacy watched as Steve placed the saddle on the mechanical bull's back and cinched it in place. But, being in this job, you get used to poking the bear. Sometimes you get bitten, other times only shit comes out. Did that sound a little crass? Maybe. Definitely. She moved to change the subject before the words had time to resonate. How come there's a saddle for the thing? You don't use one when you do your thing. I'm a professional, though. This makes it easier on the novice. Gives you something more to grip onto. He checked the strength of the padded strap that circled the chest of the mechanical bull with a sharp tug. Like, this thing. You get this nice padding to keep your hands comfortable, but when on the real thing you get this skinny rope that can really cut into the fingers. I almost want to ask to do things the way you do it, just to see what it's like. Can you type up your reports with broken fingers? And no, I can't. Stacy paused, her hands on her hips. Good point. Right you are. All we need to do now is to get you some headgear, and dash. No, that's all right. Automatically her hand stole up to her hair, as if checking it was still neatly attached to her head. I can do without that. Steve paused and turned towards her, looking back over his wide shoulder. Now, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Stacy. Well. Back in high school, a friend of hers had been given a scooter by her father, and spent most of the weekend taking people for rides to show it off. Stacy had been one of them, and only a half hour of time with the crash helmet on had resulted in her hair tangling so badly that she couldn't get the knots out for a week. And everyone laughed at how bad it looked when the thing came off. Nah. No way. Not again. I get a kind of claustrophobia thing happening with that kind of stuff, she lied. So, I'll do better without it. It's okay. I wouldn't dream of suing you if I did get a concussion or anything. It'd be my own damn fault. And besides, you don't wear one in the arena, and you don't even have padding to fall onto. I should wear one. It's recommended procedure. Steve stopped, one hand resting on the back of the bull as if it were a living beast. But it doesn't work for me. It just gets in the way of what I have to do. Stacy wondered what he meant by that. She was pretty sure that he wasn't worried about messing up his hair. She wasn't exactly about to press the issue though. Can I start, then? Sure. Steve didn't seem to be eager to pursue the matter, either. I'm not fixing to make spark plugs send you to the moon, or anything. Suddenly nervous, she scuffed one foot over the floor. Spark plugs, thunderbutt. You like giving things weird names. I sure do. Well, to be fair, it's partly Seth's doing. He'll say something offhand, I'll like the sound of it, next thing you know it's official. Glancing towards her, he noticed her uneasy shuffling. So, you want to get started? Or are you having some last-minute doubts? No, of course not. She forced herself to smile as she stepped closer to the bull, as she put out one hand and touched the soft leather of the saddle. Moments before, she'd been imagining how it would feel to ride the thing, Now that it was a looming reality, all she could think of was how hard she could fall from it. So, to get up, I just dash. Suddenly her feet were off the ground as he slipped one arm around her waist for stability, his other hand firm on her ass, lifting her skywards. She let out an audible gasp in surprise, but before she even had the time to work out whether she was more shocked at how easily he could bear her weight, or how rude it was to grab a lady's ass without warning, she was up, sat astride the mechanical bull. "Damn it, Steve." She turned and glared at him, laughing at the same time. "You shocked the hell out of me." "Now, I didn't mean to do that," he said, stepping back, hands loosely tucked into his old jeans pockets. The half-smile on his face indicated that his statement might not have been the whole of the truth. "I just thought you needed a little boost up, is all. Maybe you just wanted to grab my ass." Stacy shrugged delicately, slipping the fingers of her good right hand under the padded strap, palm up, uncertain of the right way to hold it. "But that's okay. This time." "Understood, ma'am." Doffing an invisible hat, he inclined his head. "Won't happen again." "Well." Her eyes met his. "I never said that I didn't like it. So, what next, Steve?" "You're holding that strap, Brazilian style." He moved closer, and reached out to touch her wrist lightly. His eyes never left hers. "It gives strength to your hold, but it can be tough on the joints, and if you're thrown you're more likely to twist your arm. Try the overhand hold, instead." "Okay." She could barely breathe with nervous tension as she loosed her hold, and found his hand gently guiding hers into the correct position, fingers under the padded strap, palm above. "Like this?" "Like that." He nodded, the expression in those powerfully blue eyes unfathomable. "Most use their dominant hand to hold, like you are doing. Some few like to use it for balance, like me. Now, put your other arm up and out." "I'm a little teapot," Stacy thought nonsensically as she raised her left arm, flexed at the elbow, hand upturned. "Short and." "I'm not that stout." "Like this?" "Almost." He moved to her left side and reached up, his fingers warm against her bare skin as he straightened her arm and rotated it so her palm faced forward and down. "Now, you'll find yourself wanting to move it around a lot, most like. But remember, it's for balance. You move your body, but you keep your arm still. If you want to give a signal to stop, put your arm out in front with the palm facing me like a guard at a crosswalk, and holler, for good measure." "Okay. I got it." She nodded, turning her head to see his large hands against the fine bones of her wrist an instant before he let go. He could wrap his whole hand around her upper arm and make a perfect unbroken circle. "We ready?" "Almost," he said for the second time. "Now, remember to grip with your knees and upper thighs. You're not sitting on the bull, you're riding him. Keep your weight forward." His hand moved to the small of her back, pressing her gently forward and up. "Your upper body must be loose, so you can swing and sway to counterbalance the machine. Watch the head to get an indication of where it's going to move next. Lean back when the head goes down, and forward when it goes up." "Okay. Okay." She nodded, and her breath caught as he stepped away and moved to the wall-mounted controls. "I'm good. Let's go." "Okay then." He nodded once, and pushed a large button before his hand moved to the controls. Stacy felt the motors of the mechanical bull hum to life, the machinery thrumming loudly as the pistons set to work. Rising up off the ground, the head came slowly up, and she leaned forward as she'd been told. "I'm doing it. Just keep doing it." Steve grinned, and the bull pivoted to the left, the woman on top shifting her weight to compensate. "This is easy. It's easy as." She looked up to see if Steve was watching as the head moved down. Caught off balance, she dug her heels in, and when it whirled to the left again she couldn't keep up, and felt herself lurch heavily off to the side. When the bull bucked upwards again she wasn't ready, and before she could draw a breath or form a single thought, she was thrown into the mat below, landing on her side. That didn't go so good. Damn it. I was doing so well. the bull came to a stop. "Are you all right?" Steve's voice was calm, concerned, close. She looked up, straight into his eyes, as he knelt beside her and softly touched her shoulder. "That was pretty good for a first-timer." "Steve, you're a terrible liar." Without thinking, she braced her hand on his shoulder and pulled herself up to her feet. "I want to go again." "You sure?" "Hell, yeah. That's my girl." Was he smiling as he boosted her back up into the saddle again? She thought he was. "Let's give it another shot." This time she focused on the head, her eyes firmly locked in place, and when it pivoted again, she was ready for it. Rocking her hips forward and back with each mid-tempo thrust and rise of the machine, she focused on keeping her free arm still, swaying in time to the pivots like a dancer. Keeping her knees and thighs tight pressed into its sides, she stayed firm as it ran through every tilt and motion that it had, again and again. Still she stayed on. "Faster!" Stacy called out, childlike in her glee, eyes still focused on the head of the mechanical bull as if her entire world had shrunk down to this one central point. "Make it go faster." Steve didn't argue, or tell her it was too much. "All right. Hold on." Instantly she felt the speed ramp up, still not as fast as the flesh and blood bulls that she'd seen flashing and spinning like cyclones in the arena, no, but fast enough that each movement came before she had time to know it was on its way. All she could do is to go with it, balance and instinct combining into an unthinking response, and she didn't even know that she was laughing as she spun and rocked back and forth in time with the automaton. Didn't know she was laughing until finally it bucked one too many times in short succession and sent her tumbling over its left shoulder, sprawling on her back on the softness below. Oh man! That felt amazing. That's why people do this. Now that was pretty damn good for a first-timer. Steve's tall angular silhouette filled her vision above her, like her shadow at evening rising to greet her. And that time, I'm not just saying it so you won't feel bad. I feel pretty damn amazing, as it happens. She saw him so clearly as he knelt down by her side, every tiny fine line at the corners of his bright blue eyes, the dark stubble beneath his skin, the handsome bones of his face, and the wide shoulders and strong body that let him stand so tall and secure. She saw him so clearly, and it was almost as if it were the first time she'd ever seen him, hazed in the veil of bright lights that danced before her eyes as the blood raced and pounded through her brain and body. "Steve?" "Yes?" She heard the soothing low rumble of his voice grow nearer as she sat up, her chest heaving as she dragged in deep breaths of the same cooling air that caressed her damp skin. "What is it?" "Nothin' much," she murmured as she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. I really wanted to dash." Her words were cut off as his lips found hers, and she didn't know if she had kissed him or he had kissed her. It just felt so natural as moving her hips to counter the motion of the mechanical bull. She pulled him down on top of her, and he didn't resist, even though he was much bigger and stronger. She could almost fool herself into believing that he had no power to resist. And then, it was over, slowly winding down as awareness returned, every nerve and sinew filled with the blissful memory of ecstasy as she collapsed forward onto him, knees shaking as her breath caught in her chest. "We needed that, I think." His voice rumbled through his chest and she felt it, as much as she heard it. One of his hands stroked her hair, the other moved up to rest against the small of her back. "I know I did. I can hardly breathe." Even through her struggle to take in each lungful of air, she couldn't stop herself from pressing her lips against his shoulder, his neck, and finally his mouth, a flurry of feather-light kisses. It was wonderful. Can't argue with that. I feel better than I have in a long time. She collapsed back into him again, her whole body moving with the rise and fall of his chest. She would disentangle from him, soon, would have to. But not yet. Not just yet. Chapter 6. It wasn't the morning light that stirred Stacy from her sleep, that forced her to open her eyes into an unfamiliar room with white walls and a high ceiling, but the sound of her cell phone chiming with a cheery tune. "Where am I?" She wondered even as she sat up, her natural conditioning driving her to answer that summoning melody. Next to her, something shifted in the big clean-smelling bed, and she turned her head to see a Steve-shaped lump turning over in his sleep, throwing an arm over his face to shield his eyes from the light. Oh. Yeah. In a rush, she remembered yesterday and last night, the barn, the shower, the bedroom, and the nice dinner that happened in the middle of all of that. A small and secret smile pulled on the corners of her lips as she rubbed her eyes and pushed back the sheets, swinging her bare feet down onto the cool wooden flooring below. Quietly she rose and padded over to the pale wood dresser where her bag had come to rest, and reached for the phone. Before her fingers found it, it fell silent. It had taken her a little while to wake up, after all. Pushing past the clutter of notebooks, pens, and cosmetics in her bag, she reached for her phone. Her fingers brushed past something unfamiliar, lightweight, shifting beneath her touch. Frowning, she withdrew it. The ring on the chain, oh, of course. She'd forgotten all about it. As she went to place it quietly on the dresser top, the ring slipped and detached itself, gravity aiding it in its escape from the silver chain via its broken clasp. It pinged lightly across the floor, rolling under the dresser. Stacy flinched at the sound, and turned to see if it had woken Steve. He shifted slightly in his sleep as though a finger had poked him in the small of the back, but his eyes didn't open. Hurriedly, as if she was in danger of being caught doing something she shouldn't, she got on her knees and rescued the ring from the dust bunnies and forgotten socks that had made a home under the dresser. This belonged to his father, Dawn said. She set the ring and its chain quietly back on the pale wood surface. She paused, looking at the thing a moment, before remembering her original mission to check her messages. Reaching inside her bag again, she withdrew the black smartphone with its lit-up screen from within. Squinting at the readout, she saw an unfamiliar number with a local area code. Her brows drew together in puzzlement before she recognized it as the number of the hotel she was staying at, or rather, that she was supposed to be staying at. I wonder what they wanted. After all, they're not my parents. It's not like they'll be wanting to know why I didn't come home last night. I'll call back after I've washed up. How is it nearly 11 already? The sunlight filtering through the curtains struck her in bars and dapples as the light breeze outside blew in through the window, calming and cool on her bare skin. It almost felt like a shame to get dressed and head down the hall to the bathroom, but... Well, Steve didn't live alone, and there was no need for Seth to be getting an eyeful. Up on tiptoes to keep from waking Steve, she picked her cutoffs up from the floor and slipped into them, then her bra and shirt. 10 minutes later, when she returned from the bathroom, hair back in place and her face clean of lingering traces of last night's makeup, Steve was gone. Frowning, she slipped her phone into her pocket and made her way downstairs, light as a cat, like a child who was up after everyone else had gone to sleep and didn't want to be caught. The scent of cooking food, eggs and toast, perhaps, drifted up as she made her way down. The foot of the staircase led into the front hall. As her feet hit the bottom stairs, she saw Seth passing by her. She stopped in place as if she were playing musical statues, but he'd already seen her. Well, good morning. He paused, his expression unreadable as he reached up and touched the brim of his wide hat, formal, polite. Nice to see you again, Miss Wilder. The politeness and formality of that greeting was a relief. Really, it was easy to respond to. It would certainly have been harder to know what to say, had he offered a smirking grin and asked how last night went. Still, in some ways it was a little odd. Almost as if this was their first time meeting. Good morning, Seth. Beautiful weather today, isn't it? It's the season for it. He paused, biting his lip, casting a glance towards the door. No, she wasn't imagining his discomfort. Let's just hope it keeps up, and you won't be hit with one of our thunderstorms on your drive back to Jackson. Yeah. Recalling the conversation that had been unwittingly caught on her voice recorder, she remembered what Seth had said to Steve when he thought no one could hear him. Lay off doing what you do, until she's packed off back to Jackson. All I know is, we can't have her figuring out exactly what we do. Or the whole house of cards comes tumbling down. As nice as he was, he did seem awfully keen on being rid of her. She shifted from foot to another, staring down at the white-painted stair rail under her hand. No one likes driving in the rain. It's a dangerous game to be playing, that's for sure. Was there something odd in his tone? Glancing up to his face, she saw that he wasn't looking at her, just staring down at the cell phone in his hand. I got some business to be taking care of, Miss Wilder. Have a good trip, if I don't see you before you go. I will. And you too, Seth. The response was automatic, polite, and completely nonsensical. After all, he wasn't going on a trip. He was staying right here. It didn't matter, though, even as she kicked herself for her clumsy words, he was nodding, smiling, and heading out the door. Shrugging her shoulders slightly, Stacy turned the corner at the foot of the stairs and headed into the kitchen. She could deal with just about anything, after all, but not before breakfast. Steve was standing by the counter, making French toast. Her stomach rumbled immediately, instinctively at the smell, though she could only look at Steve himself, his shirt unbuttoned, a tall and wide-shouldered shape in front of the window. Well, hey there. He glanced over his shoulder, smiled, and flipped the contents of the griddle pan with an expert touch. You look well rested. I think that's his way of saying I look pretty. No thanks to you, and your snoring. She was smiling as she dropped into the chair and propped her chin up on her elbows, looking at his bowed head and quick-moving hands. That smells wonderful. Can't be working all day on an empty stomach. Ain't that true? Work. Ugh. With a sigh, she pulled the phone from her pocket and slid her finger across the screen, unlocking it. She had 2 voice messages. Must have gotten another while I was cleaning up. Oh boy. The first was from the hotel receptionist, asking her to call back because someone had left a message for her at the front desk. The other was from Mikey, asking where she was. He seemed worried. Stacy felt a flush of guilt as she remembered that she never did answer his text message yesterday. I'll deal with this after breakfast, she thought as her gaze drifted up from the screen and rested on Steve again, her expression softening. One thing at a time. An hour and a half later, and she was in her car, fixing her hair in the mirror. She'd already called Mikey, and enjoyed the dulcet tones of his phone ringing endlessly without being answered, so now it was time to check in back at the hotel, change her clothes, and see what message had been left for her. What did my mom always call it, when a woman rolls in the next day wearing the clothes she had on the night before? The walk of shame. Well, I'm walking, but I can't say I feel much shame. Sorry, Mom. Still, as she paused on the threshold of the hotel, she brushed down her clothes and adjusted her bag so that she looked as professional as she could before putting her hand on the door and pushing it open. It didn't much matter, though. There was a different girl behind the desk, her hair done up in neat braids, with brilliant white teeth and a flawless coffee-colored complexion. Her name tag had Allie embossed on it in bright gold. Good afternoon, she trilled as Stacy approached. How can I help you? Good afternoon. I'm Stacy Wilder, staying in room 14, and oh I know, I saw you on the news, talking about the bull riding thingy. It was always so strange, to be recognized, but of course, the initial coverage she'd shot with Mikey on that first day would have been on air sometime yesterday. Probably, about the time I was in the barn with Steve. I was told there was a message left for me, a few hours ago? Okay ma'am, I'll just look it up. The girl turned to her computer, and tapped away at the keyboard for a moment. Yes, here we are. Miranda took the message. The caller didn't leave a name, but said that they had some important information for you about a story you are working on. She turned shining eyes up towards Stacy, grinning. That sounds so exciting. The reporter couldn't help but return her smile. You're adorable, she thought. You know that? It's just a little local news story. Did they leave any contact details at all? Yes. Let me see. They asked for you to meet them at 2149, Chevalier Street at 9 p.m. She frowned slightly. I'm not sure where that is. That's okay, I'll find it. Stacy laid her hand on the counter. Thank you so much, Allie. You're welcome. The brightness of the girl's smile warmed her even as she made her way up to her room, reminding her of her own youthful enthusiasm. Back before. No need to be dwelling on that, right now. Once back in her room, Stacy tried to call Mikey again, but she still couldn't reach him. Then she called her boss, but he was out at a meeting. After 2 attempts at contacting the world had failed, she wished she could call Steve, just for the pleasure of hearing a call connect and the right voice answer her, but she didn't even have a cell number for him. Look at you, she thought, mooning about like he's your boyfriend or something. Of course, he wasn't anything of the sort, just some guy. A story. And technically, last night had been a mistake, a delicious mistake, but a mistake nonetheless. She might have taken the high and mighty approach with Dawn, but the truth was that journalistic integrity didn't involve sleeping with the intended subjects of a story. Not usually, anyway. When did life get so complicated? Sighing, she shrugged off her clothes and headed for the shower. Once cleaned up, she had an address to find, and notes to set in order before the meeting. 20 minutes to 9, and she didn't have the faintest idea where Chevalier Street was. The GPS in the rental car wasn't exactly state-of-the-art, but still, it had led her in a wide looping circle, and time was running down as the sun set. With a groan of resignation, she pulled the car over to the curb and stepped out, spying a young couple walking hand in hand. Excuse me? She approached them politely, hands folded in front of her like a supplicant at prayer. Her hair was neat, her heels smart and sensible, her skirt and jacket practical and formal. Still, she felt as though she had to tread lightly, to be as calm and non-threatening as possible. I hate to bother you, but I'm looking for Chevalier Street. Do you know where it is? Chevy Street? The girl pushed her long brown hair back behind her ears, and cast a nervous look to the boy holding her hand. She was short and round, he was tall and thin. That's, just off of Main Street. Go right to the end, turn left past the big Renco building, and keep going down Leonard Street. Stacy groaned. Oh, I went past that building. Damn it, that's most of the way across town. Sorry. The girl shrugged apologetically, as if she had something to apologize for, and bit her lip. It's a little way out. It's not on the good side of town, if you know what I mean. The boy squeezed his girlfriend's hand. You sure that's where you want to go? I've got someone I need to meet there, so I don't have much choice. Oh, okay. Well, good luck, miss. The girl smiled again, so shy and polite, as she and her boy went on their way. Stacy paused, watching them go. They were an odd-looking couple, but a sweet one. On the bad side of town, huh? She thought. Of course. It would be. Her phone rang as she got back into the car and pulled the door closed behind her. What now? She muttered in annoyance as she reached for it, stopping to glance at the time displayed in the upper corner. 15 minutes to 9. Mikey's name was displayed underneath, in the middle of the screen. Hell, dash. I've been trying to get in contact since yesterday. Jesus, Stace. You had me worried. I'm fine. Honestly, the signal is just a little patchy here sometimes. She lied without even stopping to think. She certainly couldn't just outright tell him what she'd been up to last night. And you were the one playing musical phones when I tried to call you back earlier. I tried 3 times. Anyway, I can't talk long, right now. I got a call from an anon that wants to talk to me about something. I'm going to follow that lead up. Huh? Mikey sounded puzzled. Who even knows what you're working on? Hell, I'm not even sure what you're working on. How'd they get your number? Actually, he had a point. The only people who knew where she was staying was Steve, Seth, Mikey, and their boss, Minas, and the hotel staff. It's quite a mystery, isn't it? And you're just headed out there, alone? There was no denying the worried tone in Mikey's voice, even over the crackling line. Shit, Stace, are you sure that's a good idea? It's all part of the job. And I'm running pretty late, as it is. Okay. Stay safe, alright? Call me when you're done, let me know how it went. And I'll see you tomorrow, when you get back. Yeah, I'll let you know. You look after yourself too, okay, gotta go. Bye. She hung up quickly, glancing again at the time. 8:47, she gunned the engine and set off again, pushing the speed limit. At least there was no problem finding Main Street. And when the Renco building came into sight, it was impossible to miss that either. The sign that hung on its gates was flaming orange. She turned left, like the girl had said, and groaned at the sight of the long road stretching out straight ahead into the distance. 8:56, if only she had a number to call, and warn them she was going to be at least 10 minutes late. I don't know who I'm meeting. I'm not sure where. And Mikey was right. Who would even know to call me? What the hell is going on here? A sense of unease settled over her as Leonard Street rolled past, as the housing became more sporadic and spread out, and the occasional abandoned car began to dot the roadside. There's a sign for Chevalier Street. I'm here. Almost. She made note of the numbers on the letterboxes of the buildings as she passed them, rapidly counting down towards 2149, until finally, she found it. That sense of unease grew as she turned in and pulled up in the parking lot of a small bar, killing the engine. The bright, clean rental car stood out like a sore thumb among the other vehicles, but there weren't many of them. The place seemed to be half deserted. I'm not sure about this. Not at all. She put her hand out onto the door handle, but stopped before she could open it and instead turned to look out through the back window of the car. 3 young men, well, not that young, standing clustered around the door of the bar turned her way, and one pointed, then as one, they started to move in the direction of her parked car. They didn't exactly look friendly. They did look rather tough. Unbidden, a memory surfaced, blood on her hands looking black under the harsh light of the flickering streetlight above, smearing the keys of her clunky old cell phone as she frantically rang 911. No. This isn't good. It isn't good. Without thinking, she turned the key and brought the engine roaring back to life, and sent the car tearing back out in reverse. I gotta go. I gotta get gone. The tires squealed as her heart pounded in her chest, her hand on the gears as she swung around and shifted out of reverse. She heard someone shouting as the car sprang forward again, the engine ratcheting as she pushed it, "Don't stall out. Please." And then she was moving, the safe metal shell of the car around her, hurtling out of the parking lot and back up the way she had come. All she wanted was to get back to the hotel and get on her phone. Call Mikey. Call Steve. Anyone who could tell her she'd been overreacting. That everything was fine. It is fine. It is, she repeated to herself as Chevalier Street fell away beneath her and her heart began to slow, her breathing steady. You don't need anyone to tell you that. It reminded me of. And I panicked. That's all. That's all. They were probably going to be perfectly pleasant, and I acted like a total idiot. Already she was cursing herself for her reaction, for judging total strangers based on where they came from and what they looked like. Hell, it had happened to her enough times when she was younger. She'd probably messed up something really interesting. Was there a car following her? Stacy's fingers on the wheel tightened as she saw the headlights blooming behind her, getting closer. No, it was just a coincidence, that's all. They'd turn away as she went down Leonard Street and back to Main Street. Surely. The truck, stayed close behind the whole way. Please, go away, she breathed as she checked behind for what seemed like the 1,000,000th time. Please. She circled Main Street, and still it stayed close behind. Was there a chance that it was a different vehicle? She checked the rear-view mirror again, and each time she saw the same fender with the dent in it dead center, the rust streaking up the sides. Maybe they're just guys with information, and they want to tell me, and I ran away, and so they're following. But it didn't feel right. It didn't feel okay. Mikey was right, who knew where she's staying? Who would even care that she was working on a story about Steve? Hell, he was just a bull rider. Whether he was cheating the system or not, why would that be such a big deal? She only suspected it because of instincts and a conversation caught on her voice recorder, a conversation that nobody but her even knew existed. Maybe they're just bull riders too, and they know I'm a reporter, and they know something, but then why would they want to meet me out here, in the back of nowhere? Why not just come to the hotel? If they know where I'm staying, why not leave a name, a number? But if they are dangerous, then why are they after me, anyway? What could I have possibly done? Twice her hand moved towards the phone in her bag, and twice she pulled it away. Calling the police made sense, but she was driving in the near dark in an unfamiliar town, and what if it was nothing after all? What if? So many what if questions and no answers. All she knew was that as Main Street came to an end for the second time, the truck still followed, and panic still beat on the bones of her chest like a frightened bird killing itself to escape its cage. She took a turn that felt familiar, and kept going. The lights of the town began to recede and fall away behind her, and she picked up speed, with no idea where she was going, only knowing that every instinct told her to flee, to get away, to be anywhere but here. It wasn't until the trees growing up around the road she'd taken arched over the car like a covered avenue that suddenly she knew where she was going, where, maybe, her innate animal senses had been leading her all along. To the one place in all of Biloxi where she felt truly safe. She pulled into the parking area in front of the Double Thunders Ranch at high speed, the tires throwing up gravel in a wide spray. Was the truck still? Yes it was. She threw open the door and launched herself out in a panicked tangle of arms and legs, her bag forgotten completely as she backed away from the oncoming lights, eyes wide and blinded by the brilliant whiteness. The truck careened to a stop and the doors were flung open while the engine still ran. 3 dark figures emerged, the details lost in total silhouette. Why are you following me? She took another 2 steps back, looking back over her shoulder at the lights of the ranch house, so close, and yet so far away. What do you want? Sorry, lady. The figure at the head of the group picked up speed as he approached, closing the distance, 20 feet, 15. He was winding something around his fist. This is nothing personal. 10 feet away. Go away. She turned and stumbled up the path towards the house, heart hammering so badly that she couldn't think straight, blood pounding in her head, pounding, like thunder, like drums, like hooves, and in the near darkness she couldn't see her feet, and those heels that had seemed so smart and sensible before tripped her up and sent her flying forward, hands breaking her fall. Small stones tore her skin, but she didn't feel it, she felt nothing but terror and the need to run. A memory flashed into her mind, obliterating everything in that moment. The flickering street light. The blood on her hands. The warm weight in her arms, bleeding, fading out of existence. Trev. Please, don't go to sleep. Stay with me, please. The ambulance is coming, so don't die on me. Please. That entreaty wasn't part of the memory, it was part of reality as a heavy hand descended onto the collar of her jacket and pulled her up and back, spinning her around and pushing her forward and down onto her hands and knees. The frantic pounding grew louder and louder. If it really was the sound of her heart, then it sounded fit to burst. Looking up, she saw that the 3 shadowy figures from the truck surrounded her, tall and dark as obelisks marking the site of a ritual sacrifice. You shouldn't have come sticking your nose in where it wasn't wanted. The voice was roughened by cigarette smoke and time. This is your fault. No. All she could do was curl her arms over her face, listen to the fevered pounding in her head and wait for the fists to fall. But they didn't. The fuck is that? She heard an unfamiliar voice call out, not the one who had spoken before, and someone else yelled a single word, and the thunder grew louder, the thunder that wasn't the sound of her heart after all but something else, something far, far bigger. It broke over her like a great black shadow as something huge and powerful leaped over her crouched body and slammed into one of the dark figures, sending it flying. Wide shoulders, curved horns, four-hoofed feet, glinting black eyes, the bull wheeled around and lowered its head, pawing the ground in warning. The man in its sight shrieked like a child and threw something at the beast, something that bounced off of its wide-arched back as if it were nothing more than a ball of crumpled paper. The bull charged, and the man was cast aside before its fury like a rag doll, colliding with the dented and rusted fender of the truck with a hollow metallic clang. "Let's get out of here," the cigarette-roughed voice called out, and Stacy flinched in automatic response. She jerked away from the sound and felt the gravel tearing at the back of her skirt and the palms of her hands as she scuttled back and away, the headlights of the truck blinding her. All she could hear was the thunder of hooves and the sound of the truck door slamming, the engine gunning, and the light died and fell away as the driver threw the truck into reverse and began to back down the driveway. The bull wasn't about to let them go so easily. It snorted, put its head down and charged forward, hitting the side of the truck with all of its force, horns tearing through it as if it were wet paper. Even over the sound of the engine and the thunder of hooves, Stacy heard one of the men inside scream in terror. The truck jolted but stayed upright, the wheels spinning before it shot off down the road, back towards the town, leaving her alone with the enraged bull. Stacy drew a deep ragged breath and tried to pull herself to her feet, but her knees gave way under her and she sprawled back to the ground. For the first time, she felt the pain of torn flesh on her palms. "Oh, God. Oh God, oh God, oh God." Her frantic prayers were not answered as the bull spun around and faced her, eyes glinting with the reflections of the lights cast from the ranch house. Blood gleamed wetly on the side of its head, running down over its face. "Please, no, no, no." It moved towards her, slow, steady, and she was sure that it would pick up speed and lower its head and charge, and kill her right there, so sure that she almost saw it as if it were actually happening. But that didn't happen. It just kept advancing, seeming to grow large and block out all the light in the world, and it shimmered as if wreathed in dark smoke. "No." She threw her arm up over her eyes and braced for the inevitable, and when a soft hand fell on her shoulder, she cried out aloud in terror. "Don't." "Stacy, Stacy, Stacy. It's me. It's okay. St. Steve?" The hand moved to her upraised arm, closed gently around her wrist and lowered it. She opened her eyes and found herself looking straight into the wide, concerned eyes of Steve, eyes as black as pools of ink, blood running down the side of his face. Her own brown eyes were wide, uncomprehending as she turned her head, frantically, scanning the area. "Steve, there's a bull loose. There were men, they followed me here, and, the bull. It's okay. It really is." Placing a hand on the side of the face, he pulled her chin up so that she was looking right at him. There wasn't a single thread of clothing covering his skin. "Nothing, no one, is gonna hurt you. I promise." Stacy's mind felt like it had gone into overload, her heart still shuddering from the shock of the last few moments. Even now, even at a time like this, she couldn't stop her brain from clutching at the pieces of the puzzle and putting it back together. Black eyes, blood, the bull is gone, and Steve is here. Black eyes, blood, the bull is gone, and Steve is here. He is. "You're the bull," she whispered. "You're the bull." Chapter 7. He remained perfectly still after hearing her words, his eyes on hers, and after several long seconds he said, "That's one way of looking at it, yes." She'd expected him to deny it. Even if it seemed true, even if it was true. She'd expected him to laugh, and maybe say she was mistaken. Or crazy. Or both. "That's your secret." Stacy could barely breathe. It felt as though there was a crushing pain in her chest, a feeling that she couldn't put into simple words. "That's why how you are so good at what you do. Isn't it? That, and practice. Though why you'd be caring about that at a time like this, I don't know." Steve shrugged, so casual, so certain, as if this wasn't any big deal. Not really. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep it from you, forever. Can you stand? Can I? His words simply didn't compute. He talked about such strange and unnatural things in one instant, and then asked her such a normal question the next. Her mind, her emotions, simply couldn't keep up. He smiled, soft and slow, and then moved closer, as if he were about to kiss her. She thought he was about to kiss her, and then one arm stole under the crook of her knees, the other about her shoulders as he lifted her into the air, as easily as if she weighed nothing. Let's get you into somewhere warm and safe, okay? A part of her wanted to push him away, to demand answers, to make sense of everything before he could lay another hand on her, but the greater part of her ruled, and she put her arms around his neck and laid her head on his bare shoulder as he carried her easily up the path. Her eyes closed as the sound of gravel underfoot changed to the soft hollow of the wooden porch, and she heard the creak of the door opening, the darkness giving way to light. Then she felt softness under her body as he laid her on the couch, his hand smoothing her hair back from her face. She opened her eyes to see his own dark ones looking back, and blurted out, "But werewolves and things don't exist." He stared back, silent for a moment, and then, unbelievably, he laughed. "Now, I don't know about werewolves." He stood, utterly unashamed at his nakedness, and put his fingers to the side of his head, wincing slightly at the pain of the bleeding wound. "But I know I exist, because my head is hurting like hell." "So, you, your father, and Seth. Are you the only ones?" Spots of red stained the bathroom floor, and scarlet threads twisted through the water in the bathroom sink. The wet cloth in her hand stung the torn skin of her palms as she held it against the cut on Steve's head. She knew that he didn't really need her help. But at this point, it felt like the least she could do. He had stopped to put some jeans on, and she was glad. It was hard enough to concentrate, even with him half-dressed. "All the men of my family line have the gift, or curse, if you'd rather call it that." He kept perfectly still as she tended him, hands resting on the rim of the sink. "We got family in Texas, Greece, Austria, hell, all over. But, me and Seth are the only ones in Mississippi." "All the men?" Stacy paused, catching a glimpse of herself in the mirror. There was dirt on her cheek, and her hair was all over the place. "There aren't any women who are, what's that word? Taurus. Tavroskin. Yeah. There are only werebulls, and no, wercows? Not in the last 6 generations. That's sexist?" Stacy paused, uncertain. "I think? Ain't my fault." Steve shrugged that off, with a slight grin. "Besides, would you want to be a wercow? It's enough that you'd have to take shape 3 times a month and can't leave your own lands for more than a handful of days without going stir-crazy, without having to worry about others." Stacy wrung out the cloth and checked over the cut buried in Steve's hair. It seemed perfectly clean now. "You've got a point. I can't say that most women would want, that." "Damn right." Steve opened the cabinet behind the mirror and took out a bag of cotton balls and a small bottle of iodine, uncapping it. "You hurt your hands, didn't you?" "Yeah." Stacy eyed the bottle of iodine, biting her lip. "I'm okay though. Don't worry. This is for me, not for you." He pulled a cotton ball from the bag and put a few drops of iodine onto it, handing her the bottle. "Oh man, this is going to hurt." "Do you need - Stacy started to say, but without hesitation he put the medicated pad to his head, squeezing his eyes shut. "Any help with that?" No. I'm okay." The words were forced out through gritted teeth. He certainly wasn't being quite as stoic as she was used to. Ow. Damn it. "You hit a truck head-on," Stacy said as she replaced the cap back on the iodine bottle and put it back in the cabinet. "It could have been a lot worse. You really shouldn't have done that." "Maybe." He cracked an eye open at her gently chiding tone. "I was a little riled up, it's true. The black color of his irises was starting to give way again to his usual blue, the darkness receding from the pupil. That how you know he's doing something magic, she thought. Like that old country song, don't it make my brown eyes blue? Except, it makes his blue eyes black, and it has something to do with not actually being a normal human being. It looked strange, like ink dropped onto sapphires, strange and beautiful. I gotta say though, I guess I'm glad that you got a little riled up. She turned her head away, unable to meet those unnatural eyes. I don't know what I would have done, otherwise. Yeah. I wanted to ask about that. He threw the used cotton ball into the trash can, and smoothed his hair back over the cut. How'd you get yourself in that situation? I didn't get myself in any situation, she replied, quick, defensive. They followed me. It's not like I asked them to. It's not like I picked a fight. Hold on now. I never said you did. He shrugged, holding up his hands. I'm just wondering, how come you ended up in my driveway with a gaggle of bad sorts looking to do you harm? It's a fair thing to wonder. Yeah, I know. Stacy passed her hand over her eyes, rubbing at them. She felt the grit of mascara under her knuckles, and looked down to see a dark smudge across the side of her fingers. Well, shit, she muttered. It's always something, isn't it? Steve stood, a strong and silent shape in the doorway, while she washed her face and told her story. It wasn't a long story, all told. She didn't understand much of why it had happened, only how. When she finished, and her face was clean, he took a moment to answer. Can't say I have much of a solid idea about what was up with that. He paused, looking into the middle distance as if thinking something over. Can't say I have much of an idea about anything, for certain. Did any of them say anything, at all? Yeah. Stacy pulled her arms tight around herself, and looked for somewhere to rest her aching legs. There was only the edge of the bathtub, and the seat of the toilet. She opted for the bathtub. Something about, this isn't personal and that I shouldn't have stuck my nose in where it wasn't wanted. Unless you're doing something shady, all you've really done here is spend time with me and mine. Makes it sound like it was all over a matter on my account, doesn't it? He tapped his fingers lightly against his leg thoughtfully. But as far as I'm concerned, both your nose and the rest of you are perfectly wanted. Stacy watched him carefully, her eyes moving from his face to his restless fingers. What are you thinking, Steve? Nothing of any importance. Shaking his head, he stepped closer. Give me your hands. Okay. Uncertainly, she let him take her small hands in his. She winced at the sensation of gentle pressure on her torn skin. Ow. It'll feel better soon. His eyes were steady on hers as his thumbs brushed lightly back and forth over her palms. It was impossible to look away from those eyes, the black and the blue, like deep ocean waters. Distantly, she felt a spreading warmth pulsing through her fingers. It was pleasant, soothing away the pain. Steve? Her voice was little more than a murmur. Do you think those men were badly hurt? I can't rightly be sure. There was no hint of remorse in his tone. The facts were stated plainly, without sugarcoating of any kind. Though, I doubt it. Maybe a few broken bones, nothing worse. They certainly up and ran fast enough. I don't want you to get in trouble because of me. Now, how would I? He smiled reassuringly. All that happened was that they trespassed onto a rancher's land in order to scare and hurt a lady. And they got run off by an escaped bull. There ain't a single word of that they can tell anyone without lookin' like thugs, and fools to boot. You won't be getting me into any trouble. But that's what I've been trying to do all along. Digging into your secrets. Looking for evidence, and finding something I never would have expected, in 100 million years. I guess so. You'd be guessing right. He stepped back, letting go of her hands. There you are. Looking down, she saw that the skin was unbroken, unsullied, as if she'd never been hurt at all. Anywhere else that hurts? How did you do that? She stared up at him, eyes wide, and he grinned at her shock and surprise. It's all a part of my natural gifts. Anything little, I can fix. Nothing life-threatening though, and not my own wounds. I heal up fast anyway, so it's no big deal. He paused, watching her, the smile still on his lips. Call it sympathetic magic if you will. With an emphasis on the sympathetic dot. It's amazing. Really? She looked down at her hands again, barely able to believe what she was seeing. How do you manage to keep this from people? By not telling them, mostly. He stretched his arms up over his head, his shoulders creaking. The majority of people aren't as adept as you are at seeing past all my nonsense. I think that's why I like you so much. For the second night running, Stacy found herself beneath the fresh-scented plain white sheets of Steve's bed, listening to the distant ticking of the hallway clock and the occasional lowing of the cattle. The first time, she had been laid down by Steve's arms, a warm blur of memories, of his mouth hard and yearning against hers, his hands on her body and her hands on his. This time though, it was different. They were tired, drained from the events of the evening, she was too exhausted to drive home. The idea of setting out on those dark roads once again seemed about as sensible as attempting to pet a large, angry spider lurking beneath a kitchen sink. And Stacy didn't like spiders. As for Steve, a strange kind of calm had settled over him, and since he was already a bastion of unruffled calm, at least, when not attempting to gore a moving truck, this was quite an accomplishment. They lay quite still, with her back against his chest and his arm resting over her, hand-cupping her shoulder. The room was bathed in the soft bluish glow of moonlight, and it would have been the most peaceful and calming of atmospheres if it wasn't for the way that Stacy's mind continued to race, feeling out the possibilities of what she had learned this evening, and wondering at the consequences of what she had gotten herself into. I don't know what to think, she pondered as her eyes stared out into the dim light. I came here to run a simple little story about a hometown hero, a bright hope in a sport that I still don't understand, and I knew he had a secret. I just knew it. And somehow I've ended up in the bed of a shapeshifter? How did that happen? It sounds so dumb, but I saw it. I was there, so I know it was true. Oh yes, don't forget that someone is out for my blood. And I don't really know what to do, to feel, to think, about any of this. Then, she remembered the story she had been working on, everything she had planning, her breakthrough story. Her heart dropped as she realized that story was gone now. There was no way she could run a story on how Steve was so successful because he'd been cheating the system, not now. What could she say? He knows what the bull will do, because he is one, and can talk to them in his head. It sounded simply insane to anyone who hadn't seen him with Old Thunderbutt after the animal attacked her, to anyone who hadn't seen what he could do, and hadn't heard him explaining it. No one could possibly believe any of that, unless they saw it for themselves. She wanted, quite desperately, to talk about everything that was bothering her with someone who would listen, someone who cared, no, not someone. With Steve. Who just happened to be the one person in this entire world that she couldn't share the whole story with. He mustn't ever know that I only stuck around in order to find his secrets and to ruin his life. Or, at least, that had been the plan. It wasn't, not anymore. Things had changed, hadn't they? Imagine, though, being the reporter that breaks the story that supernatural entities are real, and walking among us. Stacy? His voice rumbled softly. What's bothering you? It was as if he knew somehow what she was thinking, despite how still she was. Perhaps he could tell, perhaps he had some kind of telepathy. She had no idea really what he was capable of. Reading minds or emotions? Quite possible. But she hoped not. I'm thinking, is all. I do hope that you're not thinking less of me, because I kept something from you. She felt him sigh, felt his arm around her move until the backs of his fingers lightly brushed against the curve of her jaw. That's the only secret I had, I promise. A hot, dark flush of guilt clenched at her stomach and her brows knitted together. He's a better person than me, she thought, sorrowfully. I mean, it's okay. Everyone has secrets. It's normal. It's okay. Was she trying to tell him that, or herself? I guess, that's true. She felt a kiss, light against the back of her neck. But I get to wondering, just what you think of me, now. What you'll do next. She opened her mouth to reply, but didn't know what the hell she was about to say. I don't know what to do, either. She drew a single, shuddering breath, and then shifted position, turning around in his arms to face him. What do you mean, Steve? The moonlight was strong enough that she could see him smile, could even see the color of his eyes, blue again, of course. It seems like, you can deal with me having an ex that won't quit. You can deal with me having a brother who can be a damned idiot at times. You can even deal with me being the sort of guy that you can't eat a burger with. There was no hint of insincerity in his low, soft voice, only honesty and plainness. His heart offered up with the trusting nature of a child, in the hope that she would keep it safe. But, can you deal with her lips were on his before he could complete the sentence. It was the only way she could think of to express that fragile, free-falling feeling that surged through her at the sound of his words. Yes, she whispered between kisses, yes, of course. She felt him draw a single deep breath, and then he returned her kiss with a furious intensity, hands running up her body, cupping her face. The feeling she couldn't put words to broke apart, like fine crystal, and as her hands laced through his hair and she drank in his scent, she hated herself for ever thinking ill of him, for even thinking about sharing these secrets with the world. Then he was up on his knees, a great dark shape over her, arms slipping beneath the small of her back and her knees, and just as she thought he was about to draw her closer, he instead lifted her, his feet on the floor and the sheet slipping away as he carried her out of the bedroom and down the hall. Momentarily speechless, she curled her arms and legs around him, her cheek against his, but Stacy Wilder was never quiet for long. You're carrying me out of the bedroom? Her words sounded almost chiding, but then she laughed, unable to help herself. That's not how it's done. Isn't it? His voice rumbled, gently amused. Who says? Movies. Television. She caught a glimpse of the two of them in the mirror that stood upright near the top of the stairs as he started the descent, taking her with him. The oversized shirt of his that she was wearing had ridden up and the moonlight gleamed against her bare flesh. You should know better and most, he replied as they reached the foot of the stairs. Not to take everything you see on a TV screen too seriously. Well, the least you can do is tell me where we're. His hand was on the latch that held the front door of the ranch house closed, sliding it back and opening the door before the words were even out of her mouth. Oh. Outside? I'm a creature of the earth and sky, he told her, no trace of arrogance in the plainly stated facts. And that's where I want to be, right now. You should have asked. Stacy thought automatically, but that thought was soon dispelled as she realized she was glad he hadn't asked. He was always so courteous, so concerned for others, that even after everything she had learned about him, she didn't know what it was that he really wanted, what stirred his passions. Well, now, she could find out. The air outside was pleasantly cool on her skin, a welcome reprieve from the summer heat. All of the ranch was lit with the soft light from the full moon high above, as resplendent as a queen with a consort of stars. The eerie beauty of that nighttime sky and the stillness of the land left Stacy speechless. This wasn't like Jackson. Nothing like the city where she had lived all her life, where the coming of night meant only that the streets grew more dangerous, and the street lamps stole away all the starlight. He laid her down in the lush grass that grew between the small grove of trees that sheltered the east sound of the house, soft as a blanket over the ground below, and rich with the scent of growth. And something else, too, a fragrance that reminded her of summers at the beach. The source was impossible to miss, and she stared, transfixed, at the wide white flowers that bloomed on the vines that covered the trees from root to branch, rounded and pearl white. What are those? She breathed, reaching out to touch one. The petals were soft as satin, delicate and breakable. Moonflowers, he said. They only bloom at night. He lay down beside her, his body heat almost palpable in the cool evening. She shifted in closer to him, nestled against his chest. Even out here, in the open with no roof above and no walls around, he made her feel safe. "It's beautiful out here," she told him. "So beautiful." He ran his hand slowly up the curve of her hip and waist, pushing the fabric of the shirt up with it. As she lifted her chin to look into his face, he kissed her, and the next few moments became a blur of hands and lips and deep-drawn breaths, each second sharp and cracking and distinct, so much so that it left no room to recall the moments that came before, or to wonder what would come next. All that mattered was his hands on her body, her hands on his, the sounds that escaped his lips answered in turn by her own. The only thing that wasn't perfect were the layers that separated them, that gathered and bunched and formed a barrier to the senses. After a moment she shifted away, breaking the kiss as she pulled the shirt up and over her head in a single motion, casting it blithely aside. Her hands moved to the waistband of his underwear, tugging on it, but he caught both her hands in his and ran his eyes up her body, as if committing every detail to memory. "You're so beautiful. Do you know that?" "I'm not." She wriggled in embarrassment, the muscles of her shoulders and thighs flexing as she drew her limbs in closer to her body. "I need to drop a few pounds, maybe get to the gym and tone up or something. I've always had a memory flashed up, Dawn's face, sneering as she delivered her insult. "A bit of a pudgy ass." Steve sighed, shaking his head slowly. "Every time I think I get women figured out, they go and say something that doesn't make a lick of sense, and leave me wondering if I'll ever make heads or tails of any of you." She poked him lightly in the chest. "Men," she retorted. Always thinking that a woman doesn't feel complete unless he tells her she's perfect, and is fool enough to believe it. "Well," he said, shrugging lightly, "I'm fool enough to believe it." Stacy felt her cheeks flush at that, and didn't know what to say. She wasn't the kind of person who ever felt too comfortable receiving compliments about how she looked, or maybe, she didn't feel comfortable with how good it made her feel. Above, the moon watched impassively, its silver eye unblinking as it trained itself upon the earth, and the flowers were blooming, the branches of the trees rustling softly in the gathering breeze. An hour later, and those moments beneath the stars had begun to feel to Stacy like a distant memory, too sweet, too strange to ever have really been true. A memory, but one she already knew she'd remember for the rest of her life. As they sat at the table and talked over coffee, she could feel her skin pleasantly warmed through from the hot water of the shower. She had left her hair down, Steve seemed to really like it this way, and it hung over her shoulders, damp and scented faintly of apple shampoo. "So can you do that shape-shift thing, whenever you want?" she asked, watching him as she took another sip of coffee, bare legs folded neatly. "You can control it. Right?" "Thankfully, yes." His left hand had been holding her right for the past 10 minutes, and his thumb traced slowly over the small bones of her wrist as he talked. "It's easier when the moon is up, and I have to be outside, with the earth under my feet. Though, if I get a little riled up, it can happen by itself. That's why you're always so calm, right? You got it. In one. Can't be dealing with taking shape every time someone cuts me off at a traffic stop, or I go hearing something I don't like about the economy." He grinned good-naturedly at the thought. "Hell, I'd spend more time on 4 feet than 2. That's kind of a relief." She looked down at the hand in hers, and placed her free hand on top absent-mindedly. "I mean, it's not something you'd want to be happening when we're... You know what I'd dash." Her trailing line of conversation was cut off abruptly when a strange sound came from outside, a kind of wailing nonsense cry, like an animal in pain. "Sweet Jesus Christ! What is that?" They turned as one towards the open window, and the harsh sound formed itself into words, grating, and strangely phrased. "I hope life treats you kind. And I hope you have all you've dreamed of." What in the hell? Steve was on his feet, moving towards the front door. "It's past 1 in the morning. I think that's meant to be singing." Stacy paused, frowning slightly, before getting up and following him. "If you could call it that. Sounds like a cat attacking a violin, and the violin is winning." Steve's confusion was still readily apparent, however. Yes, but what the hell is he doing out there? I don't know, Stacy shrugged. But I think he's trying to do that Whitney Houston song. Huh? They were out in the hall now, Steve's hand resting on the door handle. You know. The one from the movie. No, I meant another jarring refrain drifted in, interrupted before its conclusion and restarted from halfway through the previous line as Steve opened the door and looked out. Stacy went up on her tiptoes to see over his shoulder, but he stood a half-foot taller than her and she couldn't see a thing. Who is it? Steve turned back to her, sighing deeply, as he ran a hand over his face. It's Seth. Is it? Stacy peered around him, and saw a familiar figure standing out by the fence. His arms were raised, and he appeared to be, literally, serenading the moon. If it wasn't so unexpected, it would have been rather funny. Oh, it is him. I wonder what's wrong. Hell if I know. Steve shrugged. I guess, I gotta go find out. Thank the Lord I stopped to put on some pants, or this would have been really awkward. He glanced back at her over his shoulder, his expression serious. Stay in here, okay, Stacy? This is likely to be one of those family matters. You go finish your coffee, I'll be right back. He left the door ajar as he headed back out into the night, and for about half a second Stacy considered following his advice. Only half a second, though. Then she was on the move, past the kitchen, into the hallway with the windows that looked out over the side of the farm where Seth was standing. She stopped along the way to snatch up her bag, and her phone was in her hand in a moment. Living in the city as she did, it was second nature to want a line available to the cops should everything blow up suddenly in everyone's faces. She cracked the window open quietly, staying hidden behind the heavy curtain. The sound of the night drifted in, and she could hear every word of the greeting that Seth called out to Steve as he approached. Hey. Bro. How are you doing? Everything doing good for you? I bet it is. Steve sounded one part exasperated, one part worried. Seth, you're drunk. Even from the window, Stacy could hear that this was a premier example of stating the obvious. Seth's speech was slurred, blurring around the edges, the words running into each other, and his mood seemed around 400% more expansive than usual. Plus, he'd just been belting out an off-key ballad to no one. She peered through the crack in the curtains, and watched. Yes. Seth seemed rather pleased with himself, pinwheeling his arms unsteadily. Yes, I am drunk. Steve sighed, his balled-up hands coming to rest on his hips. He looked a little like a parent regarding a toddler caught in the throes of a tantrum. Now, you know you get a little antsy when you've been hitting the bottle too hard, Cut the sanctimonious act. You think I don't know all that shit? I needed it. You know? What am I talking about? You know. Seth reached out and clapped Steve companionably on the shoulder like an old drinking buddy. Steve was not amused. Come on, we'll get you inside, get some coffee into you. I don't want no stinking coffee. Well, now. That's unfair. Steve seemed rather more upset by this than the accusation of sanctimony. I make very good coffee, as it happens. No. I meant, you know what I meant. It's from that movie. The stupid movie with the beans and the farting. Remember? We used to watch it all the time when we were kids. Seth grew still suddenly, his hands falling to his side, and he looked a little like the childhood self he was recalling, uncertain and a little lost. We used to watch it with Dad. Ah, I remember. Steve's voice grew low, and he said something that Stacy couldn't quite catch, before saying, well, perhaps we should watch it again sometime. But right now, we could do with getting you sobered up. I miss Dad. Seth put his hands up over his eyes, and Stacy felt her heart crack for him, a little. She knew that feeling, and knew it well. I miss Mom. Yeah. I know, Seth. Me too. But all of this won't help, and you know that. Seth peered at Steve from between his fingers, swaying unsteadily on his feet. When did you start being all, thinking you're better than me? When did that happen, Steve? I don't think that, bro. It was obvious that Steve was taken aback by the sudden whiplash change in mood. I really don't think that. You do. Always getting the high scores on the ride. Always getting the attention. Always getting the girl. Getting dad's ring. Even that. Why were you always the favorite? Why are you the one who gets to be on TV? Seth still sounded like a child, but now an angry one, brimming with unfettered resentment. Fuck you, Steve. Fuck you. Steve paused, casting a glance back at the house over his shoulder. Stacy instinctively ducked back behind the wall, even though there was surely no way that he could see her through the curtain. Is that what this is about? About Stacy wanting to run a story on me? No. Seth stamped his foot, the effort nearly unbalanced him. I mean, yes. Sort of. But it's about her. No, not her. The other her. The other. Yeah, the other her. Dawn. You know, she keeps killing me. Seth paused, his eyes fixed searchingly on Steve's, as if he were a child asking where people go when they die. She calls me all the goddamn time. I can see why that might drive you to drink. Seth wasn't about to be derailed, he continued on as if Steve had never spoken. Asking me questions. What's Steve doing? Has Steve said anything? Who's the new girl? Where's her hotel? Does Steve like her? Steve. It's driving me batshit. I knew, when you started on with that news girl, I'd never hear the end of it. Oh, Stacy thought, biting her lip. Suddenly she felt like a stranger, standing in this hallway, a total stranger, and an unwanted one at that. Well, that's nothing to be blaming me for. Steve was telling his brother. Just don't be talking to Dawn no more, and you'll be fine. Yeah, I guess. Seth seemed to deflate like a balloon, and started walking towards the house with the unsteady gait of a baby animal. Ignore, block. Yay. Suddenly he wheeled around and faced Steve, or rather, he tried to. Having overshot the mark by a good 45 degrees, he had to pivot slowly back around again, like the world's most ungainly ballerina. She sent people after your girlfriend, you know. His voice was loud, yet breathy, serious, and somehow restrained. It seemed a little like he was trying to whisper, and failing miserably. And when she told me that, I said she was, being a psycho. She threw a book at my face. Oh my God. Stacy's hand pressed against her mouth. Dawn sent those guys to chase and scare me, and maybe beat me up? Dawn did that? Of course, now that she thought about it, it made perfect sense. Who else knew what she was doing here in Biloxi? Who else had any reason to resent her, at all? And Seth just said she'd been asking about the hotel. Of course, it made perfect sense. Stacy just couldn't believe that Dawn would be that desperate, and go that far. Dawn was behind that whole mess? Steve put his hand to his face and groaned deeply. Damn. I hoped that wasn't true, but I just knew it. In my bones. You didn't say anything about it to me. Stacy thought furiously, and then checked herself, remembering that Steve was clearly used to dealing with girlfriends who walked the line between clingy and obsessive. He was probably accustomed to keeping his mouth shut until he was absolutely sure of his facts. It was. Seth's voice trailed off as he seemed to lose focus, staring at his feet. Then his head snapped back up as he remembered what his point had been, or perhaps, he came up with a new one, and seized on it as gratefully as a drowning man seizes on a dangling rope. It was because of you. I'm always being pulled into your shit. Remember when Bobby Dolan was pissed at you for the thing? With the shoe? And he punched me in the nose? Yeah, I remember. It sounded as if Steve didn't particularly relish that memory. But what does that have to do with dash? Then, out of nowhere, Seth punched him in the shoulder. Perhaps he was aiming for the face, and missed. What? Steve staggered back, clutching his upper arm. What was that for? I know what you did. I know. For the first time, Steve sounded irritated, but not angry, not, to use his own phrasing, riled up. Not yet, at least. Well, I sure don't know. So how's about you come on and tell me? She said the guys she hired got attacked and scared off by a loose bull. But it wasn't a loose bull, was it? Seth's hands waved frantically, in the manner of a survivor trying desperately to attract the attention of a passing rescue chopper. You idiot. Oh, come on. You'd have done the same. Steve continued to rub his shoulder, staring at his brother. At least, I hope you would. So. Seth was standing perfectly still, now. She knows now, does she? Yeah. Steve lowered his hands to his sides, and became the same as his brother, just as still as a statue. She does. You let a news reporter know our business. The anger in Seth's voice was unmistakable, and Stacy flinched in her concealment as though the words had been leveled directly at her. Steve didn't flinch, though. I let a woman I'm falling for know my business. And it ain't your job to tell me I can't. Seth shook his head slowly, weaving back and forth unsteadily on his feet, and then he lurched forward with an unexpected speed and body slammed his brother, knocking him to the ground. God damn it, Seth. Steve shouted, scrambling back up to his feet. Don't you dare. Didn't he? Kind of already dare? Stacy thought, standing uncertain by the window, unsure whether she should be doing something, anything, to calm Seth down, but then she saw the strange shimmer, like darkness, iridescent and alien, that surrounded the younger brother like smoke, saw the fabric of his shirt tear and part as he grew in size, the sharp horns that came curving from his brow. Oh my God! He's doing it! Even as panic and adrenaline flooded her system, Stacy's hands moved of their own accord, turning the screen of her phone towards her. With a practiced flick, her thumb pressed the button that unlocked the camcorder function. She didn't think about what she was doing, didn't think to stop what she was doing, as her ingrained instinct to capture footage of anything with meaning took hold. On the screen, an image came into focus, and the automatic light correction kicked in, revealing the sight of two men arguing in the moonlight, except that one of them wasn't looking that much like a man anymore, but almost like a demon as his bull nature began to take over. No one would believe this unless they saw it, she thought, but once they did. And she imagined, clear as day, the moment that the Pulitzer Prize was handed to her. Imagined her mother sat in the front row of the audience, tears of pride running down her careworn face. Knock it off, Seth. Steve took several steps back and flung out his arms, palms up in a surrendering gesture. Okay, you're right. I jumped in too fast and too hard, and I'm sorry. But what is done, and killin' each other over it won't solve nothin'. But Seth wasn't listening, not anymore, and as he threw himself forward again, he was already changing amidst that restless shimmer. And then he was running on four legs as he lowered his head and slammed into the fence posts where his brother had been standing, just an instant before. This ain't funny anymore. Steve shouted, glaring at the wrecked fence, before moving quickly away and to his right, circling the animal that Seth had become. Don't make me get down there and fight you. The bull weaved back and forth for a moment, pawing at the ground. His hide was deep gold, the color of amber, feet, face and horns as black as night. He wheeled sharply around and loped away, 10 feet from Steve, 20, 30, and just for a second, Stacy thought, that was it. That it was all over, and she'd caught every perfect second of it. Then Seth turned sharply, hooves tearing up the earth, put his head down, and charged again. Steve didn't even try to run. Instead he turned to face the oncoming beast. Darkness obscured his form and it wasn't a man that the golden bull met in head-on combat, but a great midnight black beast. The sound of pounding hooves filled the air as they locked horns, and Stacy finally understood why this land was known as the Double Thunders Ranch. Chapter 8. Oh my God. Stacy almost dropped the phone held in her hands at the sight of the two huge creatures locked in combat outside the window. She had a perfect view of the whole scene as they pushed and labored against each other, hooves digging into the ground as they used all their strength and weight to push one another back. Steve had mass and a level head on his side, but Seth was fueled by sheer rage. First one had the upper hand, and then the other, and all the time those wickedly sharp horns were inches from each other's eyes as they strained and fought, heedless of the danger. I can't believe this is happening. Her thoughts yammered in her head as she automatically kept the two of them in the center of the frame. Her hands shook as her heart rate soared. Just, don't hurt each other, okay? Seth's back feet came up against an exposed tree root, giving him leverage, and with a low bang sound he redoubled his efforts, pushing Steve back into the fence. The post and rails shattered upon impact, littering the ground with fragments of wood. Steve's shoulder hunched, the moonlight catching the ripple of pure solid muscle as he pushed back, and this time it was Seth who gave, driven backwards towards the house. Right into the wall beneath the hallway window. Stacy yelped and sprang backwards, just as the impact reverberated through the building, rattling the boards and the window pane. It sounded as if the place had been struck head-on by a small truck. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Forcing herself back to the window, she was in time to see the two separate, circling each other. The half-light glinted in their dark eyes, shone on their hides like wet velvet. Then Seth put his head down and charged again. Steve met him head-on, but stumbled, almost driven to the ground. Seth pushed again, harder, and Steve slid back, digging deep furrows into the earth, but then he steadied himself, and with one tremendous surge of raw power forced his brother back into the grove of trees where the moonflowers climbed and reached delicately towards the sky. Seth kicked and struggled against it, but couldn't match Steve's strength and determination. His feet slid from under him and he half fell onto his side, tearing the grass from the earth, bruising the delicate blossoms that wound around the tree trunks. Saplings bent and broke, and the site of the evening's passions was torn apart as easily as if a small hurricane had hit it. With one last powerful shove, Steve forced Seth down onto his side and then stepped back as the golden bull struggled brokenly to his feet, sweat pouring from his skin. The elder brother stood with head lowered, dominant, silent, and the two locked eyes for over a minute until Seth lowered his head, half turning away in submission. With a low rumbling snort, Steve turned and moved away, back towards the ruined fence, an animal in appearance, but still a man who was probably already sizing up the damage and planning how to fix it. Behind him, the golden bull put his head down, pointed his horns in the direction of the retreating beast, and charged. Stacy opened her mouth to call out, but no sound came. She could only watch, helpless, as Seth's surprise attack caught Steve full in his unprotected side, a curved horn puncturing his body as easily as a knife. The problem with having two angry bulls in the same place, Steve had said, back at the barn, is that half the time they'll kill each other. No. In the instant before panic seared into her, it felt as if a great cold hand had descended onto her heart and squeezed with all its might. No. Again, the image of her mother's tear-stained face slammed into her mind, but this time it was a memory, and those weren't tears of pride or joy. Doing what you do, this journalism thing, you can stop things like this happening, can't you? You can get answers. You can tell people what's really going on. And you can help keep them safe. She remembered how her mother's hands clutched the edge of the casket, the somber expression of the boy inside, who looked like he was only sleeping. You're such a good girl, Stacy. You'll always do what's right. Steve bellowed in pain and pulled himself off of the horn that had pierced him. Unsteadily he wheeled around again, but Seth was already circling, still on the attack. Steve put his head down and launched his bleeding body at his brother. The two hit each other, head-on, with a force that could shatter bones as if they were made of porcelain. Stop. Stacy threw the phone down without stopping to hit the save button, discarding it as if it meant nothing. She didn't even see it power itself off, the footage she had been so eager to capture lost forever. She fled down the hallway, hands catching on the door and throwing it open with a resounding crash. She called out, a scream of pure desperation. Stop it. Just stop it. vision blurring as she sprinted towards the power struggle playing out. Her breath tore through her lungs like dragon's fire. Her bare feet slipped on the earth, torn up by sharp hooves, but she didn't fall. The combatants lurched and fought only 40 feet from the house, but it felt to her like it took 100 years to reach them. Enough. She seized hold of their horns, Steve's in one hand, Seth's in the other, and pushed apart with all of her strength. She might as well have been a mouse attempting to move a grand piano with its feet. Enough. It was as if she didn't even exist in their world, no more than an errant breeze that could shift the leaves and small branches of a mighty oak, unable to disturb the trunk that twisted from the earth. They wheeled to the left and she was dragged along behind, only her stubbornness and frustration keeping her on her feet. "Stop it," she yelled. "Now." She felt her hands, locked on the horns of the struggling bull brothers, pull apart as the black beast backed off, tail swishing. The golden one held his ground, head lowered, whether in exhaustion or defiance, it was impossible to tell. Immediately Stacy released her hold and pushed herself into the space that opened up between them, arms out, palms raised, one facing Steve, the other facing Seth. "Look what you're doing. Look. You're going to kill each other, don't you see? Over nothing. Over nothing." She turned her head to stare at Seth, hair whipping around her face. "And then you'll have no one. You'll be alone in the world, forever, knowing it's all your fault." Then she looked to Steve, bleeding, beaten, but unbowed. "You're destroying everything you've worked too hard to hold together, and for what? For what? Do you even know the answer to that?" Blood ran down the face of the golden bull as he shook his horns and snorted, eyes fixed on his brother. Blood stained the wide chest and flank of the black bull as he pawed the earth. Blood pounded in Stacy's heart and ears, and a sudden prickling heat blurred her vision and hurt her eyes, a rise of emotion that was impossible to push down, rising and breaking like a tsunami crashing down on the land. "You're both idiots. Both so stupid. Don't you know how lucky you are, to have a brother, to be safe out here in your big house? You should be thanking your lucky stars you got this, that you got each other." Her voice hitched and broke, she choked back on it as she continued to spit out words with the remorseless speed of a machine gun. "I had a brother. A little brother. His name was Trev." It had been so long since she'd spoken that name out loud. So long. He'd have turned 22 this December. But he's not going to, because he's dead. Her fists curled as she screamed those words, and she couldn't see anything anymore, blinded by the tears that broke like a storm-swelled dam and overflowed. Dead at 18. Because he looked like some other kid, and he got shot for it. And it's my fault, because I was there, and I didn't know what to do. How to stop the bleeding. How to keep him going until the ambulance arrived. The memory of that night swarmed back, as painful as a heart attack. All that blood. All the screaming and the tears, and the shocked faces of some of the onlookers. And the delight on others, as they filmed the whole thing on their cell phones. And he died in my arms, and I don't have a brother anymore. But you do. Both of you. You're so lucky. So stop it. Just stop fighting each other. A pair of arms curled around her body and pulled her close into a strong bare chest, and she threw her arms around that neck and sobbed into his shoulder, unable to fight against so many years of built-up hurt and trauma. "Shoo," she heard Steve murmur. I've got you, now." She cried like a child, wordless sobs of helpless pain while he stood patiently with her under the impassive gaze of the moon, and she felt Seth's hand, light on her shoulder. "Sorry about that," he muttered. "I'm a little drunk, and I love that brother of mine with all my heart. Didn't mean to upset anybody." "It's okay, Seth," Steve responded, voice low and comforting. "Go on in and get yourself to bed. We'll talk about it in the morning. I ain't seen someone run in between a pair of our kind like that since Mom." There was a long moment of silence before Stacy heard the sound of his wavering footsteps leading him back to the house. "I'm sorry," she choked out. I didn't mean to make this about me. I didn't mean to cry. I never cry. I'm sorry. Now, I don't want to be hearing none of that. He put his hands on her upper arms and moved away, looking her in the face. Her shoulders sagged and she stared at the ground, a balled-up fist rubbing disconsolately at her eyes until Steve put his fingers under her chin and tilted her face up to meet his gaze. That was just about the most damn fool thing I've seen a person do in my life. And the bravest. And you ain't got nothing to apologize for, not about now, and not about the past, neither. She stared back at him, mutely, shaking her head, chest hitching as she struggled to summon up the breath to answer him. I could have saved him. I know I could have. I know it. Did the doctor say you could have? Slowly, she shook her head. Did any of those people watching lift a finger to help? She sobbed as she shook her head a second time. Then you know there was nothing more you could do. It's just the pain of knowing that doesn't make grief any harder to bear. You just keep on. And you carry the memory, and still love the world and everything in it. And then, suddenly he staggered, grimacing as he released her to press his hands against his side. Blood ran in a slick crimson trail, down his chest, his leg, and dripped on the earth. And then maybe you call an ambulance, because I'm not feeling so good. Mikey? It's me. Jesus, Stace. The voice on the other end of the line trailed off into a sleepy mumble, before picking up again after a deep yawn. I was trying to get hold of you all evening, and nothing. Now you finally call back at, ugh, it's 4 a.m. Ugh. Sorry. I'm at the hospital. What the, wait. His tone sharpened as he seemed to snap into wakefulness in an instant, concern and fear mingling together in equal measure. Are you okay? What happened? It's not me, she told him quickly, hoping to ease his concerns with her words and the calm tone of voice she delivered them with. It's Steve. He got hurt by a bull that got loose. I've been staying at his place the last few nights. There was a pause after that, and Mikey drew a long, slow breath. He was a smart guy. He didn't need anything spelled out to him. I see. Well, that explains a lot actually, but, is he okay? Yeah. Well, mostly. He's got busted ribs, just missed puncturing a lung by a hair's breadth. It could have been a lot worse. But he's all patched up, and we're waiting for him to be discharged. Stacy closed her eyes, rubbing at her temple with the flat of her hand. She knew that she looked like quite a sight, dressed in the same dusty and scuffed-up skirt that she had been wearing when she'd fallen on her ass after being caught by Dawn's hired help earlier. Steve's white shirt hung down almost to the hemline of the skirt, hiding the worst of the damage. Her shoes were placed neatly together under the chair she sat in. I'm so sorry that I've been MIA the last few days. I should have called you back. Yeah, you should have. But there's no harm done. Not to you, anyway. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll have to turn the rental car in at the Jackson Depot. I hope the boss isn't pissed about the extra fines. Nah. I'll grab the van and come and get you. Mikey yawned again, and there was a sound in the background, someone voicing an inquiry in a sleepy tone. Listen, Stace, I gotta go. If I'm there at 3, will you have time to wrap up your business and have a long and lingering goodbye with you-know-who? Stacy blinked. Voldemort? Good wizards never say that name out loud. Mikey's response was instant, conditioned by years of hardcore geekery. Nah. Steve. Obs. Did he just say obs? Yeah. That'll give me time. She bit her lip, swallowing down against a lump rising in her throat. Mikey? Yeah? You're a really good friend. And a good person. I hope you know that. Jesus Christ, he sounded embarrassed by that. Shut up, Stace. No. You shut up. Grinning despite herself, she shook her head. From the corner of her eye she saw a door open, and a familiar broad-shouldered shape push through, trailed by an ER nurse. Immediately, she was on her feet. I'll see you tomorrow, Mikey. Get some sleep. Love you, idiot. Yeah, you too, whatever. The dismissive ring of his words were belied by the slight chuckle that she caught the tail of as he hung the phone up. Steve? She met him halfway down the hall. He was moving a little slower than usual, but still with the straight-backed long stride she knew so well. How is it? He flexed his arm slowly, wincing slightly at the pain while patting the heavy padding of gauze that was strapped to the side of his chest. It's all good. Really? Her eyes were as round as a kitten's as she looked him up and down, noting the blood spatters that had made their way onto his jeans even though he'd pulled them on long after the wound had been made. It looked really bad. I told you before, I'm a fast healer. He reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder reassuringly. Mind you, it looks like it's the end of my run for the PBR championship this year. Oh no. Her hand flew to her mouth. Really? Can't ride with an injury. I heal up fast, but I doubt it'll be that fast. Oh shit. Shaking her head, she stared up into his face. I'm sorry. He looked back with nothing but calmness. Isn't your fault. Hell, I'm almost relieved to have one less thing on my mind. Maybe I'll take the time to really train up Seth. Maybe, this'll be his year to make it. That'd make me happier than 100 titles. The ER nurse cleared his throat. Mr. Law? If you'd like to follow me to the front desk, we can get your discharge papers for you to sign. Ah, good. Can't wait to be back, asleep in my own bed. Where we had been before all of this started, Stacy thought as Steve took her small hand in his, and they walked off down the hall of the hospital. I want to be back in your bed, too. Now, you look after this big lump, don't let him overexert himself. The ER nurse told her. Make sure he takes his painkillers and anti-inflammatory medication every 4 hours for the first 3 days, and twice a day after that. And if the pain gets worse or there's any difficulty breathing, get right back here. I'm going home in the afternoon, she started to say, and then stopped herself. I'll do what I can. Of course, he insisted that he didn't need help, didn't need anything at all from her, but after she'd passed him his painkillers, made him drink hot chocolate and put him to bed like some massively overgrown child, he leaned over despite the pain in his bandaged side and kissed both her eyelids as they lay in bed together. What was that for? She murmured. It was nearly 5 a.m., and sleep was already threatening to pull her away. Making my life more interesting, I guess. He settled down again, lying on his back. She turned on her side to face him, hand resting lightly on his shoulder. The room was bathed in the light that heralded the coming morning, and she could see that his eyes were open, staring up at the ceiling as if there was something quite fascinating to be read in the wooden beams and plaster. Steve? I have to go back to Jackson in the afternoon. There was a long pause, as he continued to study the ceiling. The sound of Seth's snoring drifted faintly down the hall, a sound on par with the huffing and puffing of the big bad wolf. I know. She wasn't sure what to say next. The idea that this goodbye would be the last one, that she'd never see him or the sprawling ranchlands again didn't give her a good feeling. They might have known each other only a few days, yet, she felt as if she knew more about him than almost anyone else she'd ever met. He's not like anyone else, she thought. I know, everyone says that about the men they like. But in this case, it's really true. Do you want me to come back again? Her voice was hesitant, as if fearing rejection. At the weekend, maybe? Providing the visit is of a personal nature, and not to finish up on some interviewing thing. His tone was light, affable, and she realized that there had never been a chance of him saying no. Still. I was kinda gonna ask for a few minutes of your time before I was gone. To ask about, well, what you're gonna do now that you won't be going for the championship this year. She paused, feeling awkward. I mean, that's what my story is going to have to be about, now. I knew it. Sure, you can have your interview. he sighed, deep and dramatic. I'll just talk through the tears, heartbreaking, because all you ever wanted from me was my mind, and not my body. Oh, shut up. She felt heat rising in her cheeks. You know what I meant. I do. He turned his head, and smiled at her wickedly. But I like seeing you all flustered. His smile faded slightly as he kept his eyes on her. Ain't gonna be easy, you know. I'm tied to this land, and you're a city girl with a career that could take you just about anywhere. Think you can handle being all tangled up with a farm boy with a dark secret? It was a good question, one she had been asking herself, but no one could possibly have the answers, not yet. You're not a farm boy, she told him, running her fingers up the inside of his arm. You're a real-life cowboy. I knew you were gonna say that, eventually. That serious look was gone again, replaced with his usual grin. I just knew it. Couldn't help yourself, could you? When she awoke, it was already past noon. She came back to the world still tired, her muscles a little sore from exertion. She was alone in the bed, and his side was already cold. She felt a pang of misgiving as she looked for him in the bathroom, and found it empty of life. Padding down the stairs, she half expected to find him laid out on the cold kitchen floor. She had a cousin who nearly died because of an adverse reaction to medication. These things took hold quickly, and no one could ever see them coming. But, no, he was making breakfast. Oh, Steve. She wanted to sound scolding, but relief and fondness softened her words as she slipped her arms around his neck and rested her chin on his firm shoulder. You got all busted up, and you're still set on cooking for us? Wouldn't say I was all busted up, he chuckled, turning to kiss her on the top of her bed-tousled head. 'Tis but a scratch. She poked him sharply in the arm with her fingers. Scratch, nothing. The doctor said you could have died if there was just an inch difference. The doctor ain't an expert in people like me. His logic was implacable, and as solid as granite. You ever heard the saying, strong as an ox? With a sigh, Stacy gave up and flopped into the nearest chair. She already knew that there was no use arguing with him. She was much the same, they were both stubborn sorts. Still, you could have given me a holler, I'd have taken care of it. Well, now. He flipped the potatoes in the pan before glancing over his shoulder towards her, eyebrows raised. I've heard of some of your ideas about what makes a meal. I'd be afraid that somehow, peanut butter and chili sauce would have made their way into the grits. I wouldn't. I swear. Though now you mention it, she thought, it would probably be delicious. I can't say I fully believe you, but, either way, grub's up. Now, sit your butt down and tuck in. It didn't surprise Stacy much that breakfast was good, that it was damn good. Steve was one hell of a cook. She supposed that it had something to do with not being able to eat meat. Or maybe he just had a natural affinity for it. Either way, she was grateful. She'd always been the sort of girl with a well-worn microwave and a barely touched stove. There just never seemed to be enough time to be chopping, preparing, and cooking. Her mind was quite preoccupied while she ate. After all, she had a lot to be thinking about. Steve asked once if she liked the food, to which she enthusiastically replied, but other than that, they ate in silence. I don't really want to be going in just a few hours, she thought. If I had the choice, I think I'd stay until tomorrow. That was wonderful, she sighed as she lay her fork down next to the remains of her food. I'm just sorry that I couldn't finish the whole plate full. Steve had eaten every bite, of course, and finished, before her. Something on your mind? He asked, speaking slowly. No, not really. I'm just thinking, how much I'll miss you. How I wish things were different. How you make me feel. Nothing at all. Well, that's good to hear. Did he really believe her? She doubted it, but he didn't seem to be judging her for it. Perhaps he had similar thoughts on his mind. Perhaps he was looking forward to having some time alone, and didn't want to press the matter. He reached for her plate, stacking it up on top of his. I'll just be washing that up, then. No. I'll do it. Quick as a flash, she took them from him, her fork scooted around the edge of her plate, threatening to tip up and clatter to the tabletop. My mom always told me, never cook for a man and then let him sit there while you wash up, too. And I know, she wouldn't approve of me being the lazy-ass one. He sat back, a half-smile on his lips. You're not about to take no for an answer, are you? Not a chance. Sure you don't want a hand with that? Cooking might be a fine art, but just about any fool can wash up afterwards. She took the plates to the sink and turned on the hot water. She dangled her fingertips in the warming stream as she waited for it to heat up. Well, I say that. I still remember being a little girl and trying to help my mom with it. It turns out that even if you blast the dishes really, really hard, it won't do crap if the water you're using is cold. Who'd have thought? Although her back was turned to him, she could imagine his amused smile and raised eyebrows so clearly that she might as well have been able to see him. Could try leaving them outside in the rain. Which, I might add, is something I remember an old college buddy of mine trying back in the day. And I thought I was bad. The water had heated itself up, and Stacy let a few drops of fresh-scented lemon detergent into the sink, washing over the brilliant white porcelain. I was, if I recall, 6 years old. Certainly not old enough to be in college. And even then, I would never have thought, she gasped in reflexive shock as she felt his hands steal around her waist, his chest pressing against her shoulders, firm and wide, encompassing her small frame. She'd never heard him get up from the table and approach. Did I surprise you? The words were murmured into her ear, soft against her neck, and she shivered. Yeah. A little? He chuckled at that, a rumble like thunder that she felt through her skin, like standing too close to a big bass speaker. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't my intention. You do like to surprise me, don't you? Stacy thought, as she felt his fingers brush her hair away from her neck, his lips, soft against her skin. That's okay. I like it, too. Well, now, she murmured, you're being quite the distraction. I could say the same thing about you. His hand skated down her body, gliding over the light fabric of his old button-down shirt that she wore, following the dip and curve of her waist, her hips, and thighs. A pleasant distraction, but one I'm having a hard time putting out of my mind. The steam rising up from the hot water in the sink clouded her vision, and she felt blood rushing to her cheeks, dampening her skin. Careful, now. She leaned back against him, heart beginning to speed up as she felt him press back. Didn't the doctor say you needed to rest up? You might go hurting yourself. Finally, it was over, and as her senses returned and brought reason and logic back with them, she opened her eyes and looked up into his face, dampened with sweat. His lips were parted as he breathed heavily, eyes fixed on hers. Was I too much? He asked, and as she gazed into that calm, concerned expression, sudden laughter rose in her throat and spilled out. Hell, no. She ran her fingers through his hair, and drew her legs up so that the heels rested on the edge of the table, thighs pressed into his hips as if she didn't want to ever let him go. She remembered his words from earlier, and a mischievous smile lit her face as she grinned up at him. Do you really think I'm that fragile? As they got ready to head out to the car, there were sounds of footsteps on the stairs and a haggard-looking Seth wandered down. His eyes were bloodshot, and even the hot shower that had darkened and wet his hair hadn't quite removed the pallor that marked him. Hey, he said, a little awkward as he stood there in his bathrobe and slippers, more like an old man than a 25-year-old. Before you go, Stacy, I wanted to say sorry. For, whatever happened last night. Steve's hand had been on the door when Seth started to speak. He remained perfectly still, looking the other way. Oh, Seth. You don't remember much of it, do you? Stacy felt something strange as she looked at him, standing uncertainly on the stairs, protective and exasperated all at once. It was a feeling she hadn't had in a long time, not since her own little brother had been taken out of the world. It's okay, Seth. You don't have to apologize to me. A slight smile pulled at the corner of her lips. Steve's the one who took a horn to the chest. Oh. Seth blinked, an expression of pure horror crossing his face in a slow wave. Oh shit. That actually happened? I thought I dreamed it. Steve turned his head slowly, and looked Seth in the eye. It's all good. No lasting damage was done. He reached his hand into his pocket, and stepped past Stacy, towards his brother. We got some things to discuss, later. About the championship, about Dad. But, that can wait. Seth started to say, but stopped as Steve pulled his hand from his pocket and passed him something. What's that? Dad told me to give this to you, once I was sure you were wise enough and smart enough not to go losing the thing. Steve dropped something into Seth's outstretched hand. Stacy saw the familiar silver shine of a ring on a chain with a busted clasp. Truth is, you were that man a long time ago. And me, well, I was finding it hard to let go of the old thing. Man. Seth's voice trailed off as he stared down at the ring in his hand, the ring that had belonged to their father. You should probably keep it, you know? I mean, look at what I did last night. Look at what I did last night. Steve reached out, and patted him gently on the shoulder. Truth is, I ain't wise enough and smart enough to remember something like taking the damn thing off before changing shape either. That's how come you'll be needing a new latch doohickey for it. Seth didn't say anything for the longest time. He stood perfectly still, looking down at his hand, then he slipped the ring from the chain, and slid it onto the index finger of his right hand. It fit, perfectly. Then he handed the chain back to Steve. Now, we each got something to remember the old man by. He smiled slowly, looking so much like his brother in that moment, they could have been born as twins. And you gotta be needing a new latch doohickey. See, you're wiser than me. Steve put his arm around Seth's shoulders, only briefly, before releasing him and stepping back. I gotta get this lady back to her hotel, so she can find her way to Jackson to start making plans for the weekend. You get yourself some breakfast, and kick that hangover's ass. Seth nodded, stepped past, and headed off to the kitchen, rubbing at his temple as he went. He probably had quite the headache. Stacy didn't say anything until she and Steve were outside, at her car. What's so important about that ring, anyway? She realized that she was almost whispering, as if an enemy or a stranger with ill intent might be listening. She felt a little silly as she cleared her throat and slipped into the driver's seat. Steve didn't reply immediately. Instead, he waited until he was sitting beside her with the door closed, before he reached into his pocket and took out his wallet. The old leather creaked as he opened it. Carefully, he pulled out a faded, yellowed old photograph from the compartment at the back. Wordlessly, he handed it to her. It felt so fragile in her hands, and she was afraid to do anything more than cup it, unwilling to press her fingertips down to feel the old dry paper. She looked down into the face of a youngish man with an old-fashioned haircut and an impressive handlebar mustache who stared into the lens of the camera in a commanding manner. One of his hands rested on the shoulder of the slender young dark-haired woman seated on a chair before him, the other hand on the butt of an old hunting rifle. There was a child perched on the woman's knees, little more than a baby. Who are they? Even as she asked, she had a pretty good idea of what he was going to say. The old feller is my grandfather, Steve said slowly, eyes fixed on the image in Stacy's hands. The kid on his mama's lap is my dad. She was about to voice another question when she saw the ring seated on the man's index finger. Despite the quality of the old picture and its sun-bleached pallor, she recognized it immediately. Oh. So it belonged to him? And to his grandfather before him. It's a family thing. My dad didn't keep a lot in the way of personal things. The old man never even wore a watch. When he went, he left us this place, the family ring, and the chain he kept it on. And some old books and clothes too, but he told us to pass that along to Goodwill. We kept the books, though. And you got the ring. And I got the ring. He nodded his head in slow confirmation as she passed the photograph back to him. Just about the only personal thing my dad ever owned, that, and the chain Mom bought him, that he kept it on. I guess I can see now why it was such a big deal. For a moment, I half expected you to say it had some kind of magic powers. Steve shook his head slowly as he looked down into the faces of the long-gone family, and reverentially slipped it back into his wallet. Purely sentimental value. Symbolic, maybe. Either way, Seth was always kinda bummed out how Dad left it to me. I think he saw it as a sign that I was the favorite. I'm pretty sure though, the opposite was true, and that's why Dad told me to take it. He was already too far gone at the time to be asking questions about his motivations, so we'll never know. Don't rightly reckon it matters anymore, either. Stacy nodded, biting her lip thoughtfully. It felt a little as if she'd intruded on a private conversation, an exchange she was never meant to hear, and now she was a part of it, she didn't know at all what she should say. Still, in the light of his honesty, silence was not a valid option. You're not upset to give it up? A little. He shrugged, as if it was the simplest thing in the world, no big deal. Maybe Stacy would even have believed it, if she hadn't heard the way he talked about his father. But, you saw how it fit Seth just right, it was always just a hair too small for me. Seems like it was meant to be. Stacy paused before she spoke again. For a moment, she almost convinced herself to hold her tongue. Curiosity killed the cat, her own mother sometimes said, but satisfaction brought him back. Your dad didn't really say anything about giving him the ring when he got older, did he? Steve shrugged as he settled into the passenger seat. Nah. But, maybe he should've. Don't be telling Seth about any of that, though. Let him have a little peace of mind. Don't worry, Stacy replied as she settled her back on the seat behind, and cast a long and tender look in Steve's direction. I'm learning to keep a secret. There was one more thing to do before heading off, and Stacy wasn't exactly looking forward to it. Her stomach felt heavy and sick as she passed in her room keys. I delivered your message, Miss Wilder, the girl behind the desk told her. Allie, Stacy remembered. Her name is Allie. It's all set up. Thanks so much. You've been a real sweetheart, Allie. You tell your manager that you deserve a raise, okay? Maybe, the girl replied, looking pleased and a little nervous. I'd been thinking though, it'd be kinda neat to take some extra classes at school, and maybe, get into doing what you do. Maybe. A strange sort of lump welled up in Stacy's throat, and it was hard to know what to say, for a moment. If I can do it, just about anyone can. If you ever need an internship, you give me a call, okay? Reaching into her bag, she shuffled around until she found one of her cards, caught between a bottle of water and an old purse she hardly ever used. We can always use new people at JMN. Oh, well. Allie took the card, and held it as if it were made of thin leaf gold. Thank you so much, Miss Wilder. Maybe I will. You should. Stacy smiled as she heard Steve's voice from the lobby, raised high in good-natured laughter. You meet the most wonderful people. She pulled her wheeled suitcase along behind her as she made her way through the lobby, towards the spot by the air conditioner where Steve and her best friend were lounging. I'm all done here. Can you take my bags to the van, Mikey? I got just one thing to do before I go. Mikey paused, halfway through telling Steve a long and rather involved story about the epic pain and drama of being caught behind a tractor on his way from Jackson to Biloxi. Sure. This about that note you passed to the girl at the front desk? Oh, no, she lied. From the corner of her eye she could see Steve's gaze on her, level and thoughtful, and was sure that he had an idea about what she was about to do. She was also entirely sure that he wouldn't even try to stop her. I just gotta grab something from the store. I won't be a moment. Good luck, Steve murmured. If you can't get what you need, then best be cutting your losses and heading back soon. He does know. Of course he does. I'm an optimist, she told him, smiling, despite the nervous roiling in her stomach. So it's worth a shot. It had taken a little subterfuge to set this up, but Stacy was quite sure that a message from the front desk, supposedly from Steve, saying that he'd just had a fight with a departing guest and was in need of a little friendly support would bring his ex running. And sure enough, here she was, walking with a brisk step in her best heels and a winning smile that faded the instant that she turned the corner and found Stacy waiting for her, instead. "Oh. It's you." Was there a little guilt on Dawn's face as she pulled her arms defensively over her chest? "Where's Steve?" "He isn't coming. I'm the one that left the message." Stacy paused, biting her lip, unable to stop herself adding, "I guess you're not the only one that knows how to use false pretenses." Dawn's denial was quick, her eyes unable to meet Stacy's gaze. "I don't know what you're talking, dash." "Yes. You do." The young reporter cut her off, quickly, firmly, but not unkindly. "Seth told us everything, and you know damn well what that everything was." Now, dash she stepped closer, holding up her index finger. "The only reason we haven't called the police yet is because, believe it or not, Dawn. I get it. I understand. And I'm not mad at you." Dawn's gray eyes shifted from the finger in her face to Stacy's eyes, cold, unmoved. "You don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. You don't know me, not at all." "No, I don't." Stacy shook her head slowly as she sighed, and lowered her hand. "But I do know what it's like, to lose someone. How it pulls you apart from the inside out, makes you do things you never would think to do. How it twists you up and eats away at your mind." She drew a deep breath, and swallowed down the lump in her throat. "I've never known my father, and my little brother was shot and killed 5 years ago, and I will never, ever get over that. I barely started to accept it. So I know. Believe me, I know what it's like when someone who's always been there just isn't there anymore. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. I really am." Dawn's defensive posture shifted, softened, crossed arms falling to her side. "But it's not the same thing." "You're right, it's not. Because the person you're grieving for is still here. I'm guessing, in some ways that makes it harder." If this was a Hallmark movie, Stacy thought, I'd take her hand, and speak softly, and maybe, we'd both end up crying together. But this isn't a movie, and neither of us are the sort of women who would do that. You're a smart lady. Smarter than me, probably. Can't say I'd argue with that. Dawn murmured, turning to stare out into the passing traffic. Stacy repressed the urge to push her right into it, and carried on as if she hadn't heard. "He's awful fond of you, and says he owes you a lot." That was only partly true, but Dawn couldn't know that. And that's a wonderful thing. But, like I said, you're smart. You know that if you keep pushing, whether you're grieving or not, he'll end up hating you, and hating every memory that he's got of being with you. One day, you'll be looking back on the whole thing, and all he'll be, is a stranger that hates you. And then you've really lost him. The blonde woman stared at her for what seemed like forever, and then, slowly, she said, "I think I did already. The moment you came into town." Stacy didn't know what to say to that, she faltered, and stood, uncertain. But Dawn wasn't finished yet. "I didn't mean for my cousin's friends to hurt you. Hell, I was the one who was hurting. They shouldn't have gone chasing you. They're damn idiots, and I should have known better. But don't be thinking, don't dash." Dawn had to stop, and take a deep breath. "Don't be thinking we're best friends, or anything. Just, stay out of my way, and I'll stay out of yours. And dash," she paused again, biting her lip. "Don't be letting him eat too much sweet stuff. He likes to, but, his mom had diabetes, you know. And don't let him watch any movies where a dog gets killed or hurt, it makes him awful upset." Sometimes, Stacy knew, it was the things that people didn't say were the things that mattered, and what Dawn really meant was, take care of him. She heard Steve's voice, deep and smooth, carrying her way before she turned the corner and saw them waiting by the open doors of the van. "You be sure and bring your girl up here to see the sights sometime, why here?" "Well." Mikey's back was towards her as he swayed back and forth on his heels for a moment, looking uncharacteristically coy. "I don't have a girl, but my man would probably love it." Steve didn't skip a beat. Well, anytime you got the time, you're always both welcome at the Double Thunders. You should try the mechanical bull sometime, Stacy said as she poked Mikey in the arm, startling him. She cast a glance towards Steve, smirking a little. It's a blast. Jesus. Mikey's first reaction upon seeing her return was to glare and roll his eyes. Where the hell have you been, Stace? Shopping, she replied, as casually as she could, her eyes still on Steve's. Girly things. Good to hear. Mikey grumbled as he moved around the side of the van, and climbed into the driver's side. Wonderful. You can tell me all about it once we're on the goddamned road. Did you get what you needed? Steve asked her quietly. Stacy nodded her head, before stepping closer, reaching up and wrapping her arms around his neck. I think she'll be okay, she whispered in his ear. I think we'll all be okay. He responded by putting his good arm around her, and resting his head on her shoulder, and her breath caught in her throat, because it wasn't until now that she realized just how much she was going to miss him. Until the weekend, she told herself. That's all. Neither of them said a word as she pulled away, and stepped up into the cab of the van. Steve closed the door behind her, and waved her off as Mikey started the engine and took them away. She found herself hanging out of the open window like a teenage girl, just to keep Steve in sight for as long as she possibly could, and as his big form shrunk and faded away into the distance, she felt a sense of loss that was only slightly eased by the knowledge that it wasn't going to be forever. Oh, hey. She felt something light land on her lap. I found this in the back of the van. I'm guessing you'll be wanting it. She looked down, and saw a cowboy hat resting on her knees. She touched the brim, and remembered the first time she met Steve, when he took the hat from his own head and rested it on hers. A real-life cowboy, she thought. In every way. And as gentle as summer rain, as Mom would say. Reaching up, she unpinned her hair, letting it loose to cover her shoulders, and pulled the hat on over the top, letting it shade her eyes. Want to stop on the way back, and get some food? Mikey turned off from Main Street, and headed towards the road back to Jackson. Burger and fries, my treat. That'd be great, but... Stacy paused, a small, secret kind of smile curving her lips upwards. Hold the burger. I think I'll have the salad. The end.